he lied about that too. You can't lie. So it's just, I guess they're both really evil, but I mean, to me, like the Republican Party is more family oriented and they're more pro-life, even though I don't consider myself a Republican.
Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on the YouTube stream. I bet you could take a good guess why I decided to start my stream in the middle of that last guy's speech. I'm glad you caught the end there. As you can tell, we're not going to spare a second. We're going to hop right into the debates. This guy's name is Darian, and we're already in the middle of a conversation. Now, the reason why I started my live on YouTube is because he's arguing that Donald Trump is a good family man, right? So, I mean, I just kind of want to rehash the facts. So, do good family men perv on naked teenagers and then talk about how beautiful their naked bodies are? Darian, is that something that good family men do? No? Okay, no. Well, remember when I played you that clip maybe 3 minutes ago of him admitted to doing that?
He nowhere in that video did he say that there was little girls.
So this was at Miss Teen USA. So he owned a handful of pageants. One of them was Miss Teen USA. And in this clip, he talks about going backstage before the event into their changing room where there were no men and looking at them while they're naked with no clothes on. And this happened to Miss Teen USA and at Miss USA. I mean, like, we even have the testimony of the teenager.
Replay that clip again. All right, replay that clip again because I'm not. Replay that clip again if you can, please.
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
what you could also say as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show, yes, and everyone's getting
talking about a little kid's pageant, and the guy is mentioning a vagina.
Yeah, so this is Miss Teen USA and Miss USA in which he did this at. Yeah.
I don't know. They didn't mention anything about teens, but
oh, see, so they said women at the end of the clip. Okay, so do you think it's like not acceptable at all if it's not naked teenagers that he was perving on, but it was naked women that he was perving on?
I don't see that as perving on. I could. I would disagree with you on that.
Okay, so your daughter turns 18. You take her to Kohl's. Listen to what I'm saying here.
Weird, though,
no. Listen to what I'm saying here. Your daughter turns 18. You take her to Kohl's to buy a dress. She's putting it on in a changing room. The floor manager of Kohl's brushes past you and sticks his head under the door of the changing room while she's naked to look at her. And then later he goes on a podcast and talks about how beautiful she looked. Is that guy a perv?
Trump isn't peeking under that is a completely different scenario. You won't catch Trump peeking under a.
You cut out. Now you're back.
Yeah, sorry.
So you're saying that that's a completely different scenario. Okay, well, let's listen to the clip together and we're going to break it down. Give me 30 seconds to break it down with you here.
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Okay, so we know that Donald Trump goes backstage before the shows at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. What's next?
Yes. So he just bursts in there without invitation?
Now, can you please stop it, man. Allow me to finish playing the clip. Sir. You're not talking. I'm talking. We're listening to the clip together.
10-4.
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else.
So he's going backstage before a show where all the contestants are getting dressed and ready.
No men are anywhere.
So no men are anywhere. So this means that it's a woman's dressing room that he's going backstage in. So he goes backstage before the show into the women's dressing room where the women are getting dressed.
But first you said it was a teens.
So this happened to Miss Teen USA as well. But I don't think that there's any relevant distinction in how wrong it is.
Well, yes, there is, because if you're walking into a teens locker room, then I would agree with you. But if he is being allowed to walk into a women's locker room, that means that somebody is comfortable enough to let Donald Trump walk back there.
Okay, so that's actually not the case. He just said in this clip that he would walk back there and he's allowed to do it because he owns it, not because the women are okay with it.
Well, I mean, if he owns it, then they should be okay with working for him, no?
So you take your daughter to Walmart. She's in the restroom. The CEO of Walmart says, "Sir, can I go look at your naked daughter because I own this Walmart?"
No, bro. It's a different.
How is it different?
Walmart,
so I just want to clarify that it's only okay. Oh, so it's not okay to perv on women and girls at Walmart, but it is okay to perv on women and girls at beauty pageants. Why?
He's not perving on them. He called them beautiful.
Listen to the clip. If you reject that he's perving on them, I think you should be locked up.
And a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
All right, let me cook you, man. So what we know...
I think you're stretching it, bro. I think you're
I'm going to need you to listen to me. So what we
That's
know...
a grown-ass man
Okay, can you shut the hell up? Truly. I mean, seriously, can you stop yapping?
Yeah, well,
Cool.
if we were face to face, you wouldn't talk to me like that. But go ahead.
I would talk to you like this, man. I don't care if you're 1,000 miles away or 3 feet from my face. When I hear an older man with a young daughter talking about how it's not pervy, it's not wrong for older men to perv on naked younger women and teenage girls.
He's not perving on them.
Right, and you keep on denying that he's perving on them. So that's what I want to talk to you about. So
You're stretching it. That's how the Democrats.
Okay, so you're crashing out, man. Can I talk without you interrupting me?
You guys lost the election because you guys just
right. You're crashing out, bro. Can you stop the crash out? Hey, man. I don't know why if we're on like two different worlds right now, but I'm just trying to explain that clip and I want to break it down, and you're not allowing me to. And instead, you're just crashing out. You're going crazy. You're interrupting me, and now you're talking about why the Democrats lost. So can we just calm down together and allow me to finish, kind of walking you through this clip?
Yeah, well, you're one of the reasons they lost. But go ahead.
Right, exactly. Stay pissed, bro. Now, if you weren't pissed, you wouldn't be interrupting me. You wouldn't be trying to deflect and change the conversation to why you think that Democrats lost the election. You wouldn't be saying that I wouldn't be saying this to your face. So, I listen, man, I'm going to give you your final warning. If you interrupt me and do this whole thing again, I'm just going to put you on mute because I'm trying to make a point here. I'm trying to refute what you're saying, and you're just simply not allowing me to because you know that you're wrong. So I'm just going to ask you to stop interrupting. I'm going to ask you to calm down, stop being so emotional. So, we could break down this clip, okay?
Okay.
Cool. So we're going to listen to it one more time, then we're going to break it down together.
Some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so now we're going to break that down. So the first thing that he said is that he's, quote unquote, allowed to go backstage because he's the owner and he's doing an inspection. So obviously, right, this was like a, quote unquote, joke that Donald Trump made insofar as attempting to give justification for why he could be in the women's changing room. Now, it's very obvious that this is said in a non-serious manner and that he wasn't actually doing a discussion. And this is confirmed by Howard Stern responding to that, laughing, and then the other woman in the podcast going, right, you're doing an inspection, ha, 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 right? But in all reality, this is him just going backstage to look at the undressed women. Now, how do we know that this is just him going backstage to look at the undressed women? Is because the very next thing that he says is, well, there's no men around. We're in this women's dressing room, and the moment he pops his head back there, walks in, he sees all of these naked beauty contestants that are getting dressed with no clothes on, and he says how beautiful they look. Now he was perving on grown women and teenagers. Now, the reason why this is obviously an example of Donald Trump being a perv, right, is because, well, what do we consider a pervert to be? Okay, well, we consider a pervert to be a lot of things, but one example of a pervert, right, is, trying to look at random women without clothes on, without their consent. This is why if maybe there's a man on a bus and he takes a phone and tries to get a non-consensual upskirt photo of a woman on the bus, well, he's a pervert because he's trying to exploit them and see their private areas without their consent, right? And that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing in this clip. He's exploiting the fact that he owns a beauty pageant, walking backstage, being a peeping Tom to look at the naked women, and that's obviously an example of him being a pervert.
I still disagree.
Why?
because he owned the beauty pageant, and those were his employees that worked for him. So he was when he says he's making an inspection, I'm sure he's making an inspection so that they look to par for the beauty pageant. Nowhere is it confirmed that any of these women ever felt sexually assaulted by him. None of these women ever said they felt sexually assaulted by him. So these are just assumptions by you to say that, well, he's being a perv and, and stuff like that. Well, if it's his beauty pageant and he wants these women to look a certain way, they work for him, they signed that contract to work for him, then he should be allowed to inspect them.
Okay. Well,
To a certain degree, right? I'm not
so-
saying that.
so first and
I'm not
foremost-
saying that he should be looking at their naked bodies. I'm not saying that he should be touching them or grabbing them by the vagina, which I'm sure he said jokingly when he said that. I know he had made a comment like
yeah,
that. But
honestly, I'm gonna be honest. If I was president, I would take your daughter from you.
what?
Yeah, I'd take your daughter from you.
Bro, go on my TikTok, bro. My daughter is.
I'm not even joking. Like I'm being like super serious. If like if I had like
You
some,
don't even have that. That's crazy because
if I had like some like level of like control over like CPS, if I had some level of control over like government and like your local area, your state, or like the country, I would take your daughter from you, man. I don't think that you I don't think that you should be a parent. I don't think that you should be a father, especially of a young girl. Now, to go back to your explanation why you don't think he's a pervert, well, the first thing that you said is, well, he owned the beauty pageant, so he had the legal right to be in the space. Now, the reason why I don't think that this is sufficient to say he's not a pervert is like kind of through the analogy that I gave you prior, basically saying if, you took your daughter to Kohl's to buy a dress for prom or something, and she's naked in a changing room at Kohl's, putting it on, trying it on, and the floor manager brushes past you and then opens her door and looks at her while she's naked.
not the same thing.
Okay, well, I mean, what's the difference? Because, like, let's just assume that this floor manager owns that location at Kohl's. Okay, they have the legal right to be in that space, just like Donald Trump. Now they open that room and they look at your daughter while she's naked. That is the same thing, right?
No, it's not the same
Okay,
thing.
why isn't it the
because,
same thing?
my
Explain it to me
daughter
like in
isn't-
5.
Because my daughter isn't and never will participate in any type of beauty pageant that would expose her body, first of all, because she lives in a God-loving home and we love God. We put God before anything. So we don't believe in beauty pageants and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that situation that you're saying that, oh, well.
So do you think that beauty pageants expose like they don't have to, like there's beauty pageants where like women and like teenagers are like fully dressed, right?
I think women like that, especially kids, teenagers, shouldn't be exposed in that type of way. I think.
Listen. Okay, I think that you can make an argument that like beauty pageants for like young girls is like not a good thing, but that's neither like here nor there, because if like there is young girls that are like engaging in a beauty pageant, that like definitely doesn't give like a 65-year-old man to barge into the woman's space and look at them while they're naked. All right, now just to finish here, you're saying that the difference is, well, they were engaging in a beauty pageant, and you disagree with beauty pageants. Okay, well, I mean, let's think about it real quick, man. Regardless of where this woman's changing room is at, rather it's at Kohl's and it's your daughter trying on a dress, or it's
Well, you're trying to make an argument that I
Have you
wasn't
listened to
trying
me?
to make. Yeah, but I wasn't trying to make that argument. What I'm saying
You
is
are,
that my
man.
daughter,
You're
my daughter-
telling me that the difference
No,
is the fact that it's not a beauty pageant. Now
That's
you're
not what I'm
gonna let
saying.
me finish talking here. So I mean, regardless if like the woman's changing room is at Kohl's or it's at a beauty pageant, okay, well there's like still this implicit societal contract that in a woman's changing room only
That's not what I
women.
was trying to say.
It was. I
It
asked.
wasn't. What I was trying to
You're
say
interrupting
is
me, man. Are you capable of not interrupting?
that, but you keep interrupting me. That's why you don't understand what I was trying to say.
I didn't
What I
interrupt
was
you.
trying to- Okay, listen. What I was trying to say is that my daughter would never be in that situation.
I don't care. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you why Donald Trump wasn't being a pervert.
tried to
when
put
he
my daughter
walked
in that
backstage,
situation.
and
You tried to
then.
put- you tried to-
God, man, are you capable of being like normal, or can you
Well,
stop
because
it?
I feel like when you getting cooked, you start.
I'm gonna put you on a 10-second timeout. I'm not even trolling. I need you to calm the fuck down. We're both going to calm down. You're on a 10-second timeout. Okay? And then when this 10-second timeout is over, okay, I'm going to ask you to repeat the reasons why you don't think that Donald Trump was a pervert. even though he admitted to walking into the changing rooms of naked women and teenagers at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, right? Now, the last time I asked you this question, I heard your answer loud and clear. You said it's because he owned the beauty pageants and he needed to inspect them to make sure that they look good and that they were his employees. Okay, so those were the reasons that I was going to respond to show you how you're just demonstrably wrong. Okay, but then you told me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's not what you said. Okay, so because you're just going to interrupt me and tell me that I don't know what you're talking about and that's not what you said, okay, I want you to repeat your answer to the original question of how can you hold to the view that Donald Trump wasn't perving on these teenagers and women, even though he is a man unconsensually walked into the women's restroom and looked at them while they were changing and naked, and then talked about how beautiful they looked when they were changing and naked in a woman's only space.
All right, so you were all over the place there, but what I was trying to say is you tried to put my daughter in the situation hypothetically. You said if your daughter was here or whatever and at a changing room or whatever, and I said, well, that's different because a changing room, shouldn't nobody be peeking under a changing room, right? And shouldn't nobody be in any type of changing room, like I said, unless these women are allowing the man to come into this changing room, being that Donald Trump was allowed inside these changing rooms. And what I said was that my daughter would never be in that situation because of the simple fact that I don't believe that women should be exposed in that type of way in beauty pageants or any type of nudity or exposure of the body, because I feel that women are more valuable than that.
Okay, all right. So your response is that Donald Trump wasn't being a perv because the women allowed him back there. Now, that's not true. And even he says this. In the clip that I just played you, he doesn't say that he's allowed to go back there because the women are okay with it. He said that he's allowed to go back there because he owns the property.
But they work for him and they know that he goes back there.
Oh, that's the thing. How do you know that they know that he goes back there and they're okay with it? Because he even said in the clip that there was no men around because it was a woman's changing room.
Well, none of those women had ever accused him of doing anything pervertive like you claim.
Not true. Not true. Five half, including Victoria, who comes up on my life frequently. She'll talk about how when she was a contestant at Miss Teen USA, that Donald Trump would just randomly walk into their changing rooms while they were naked to look at them. And this is something that she personally experienced. So you just simply don't know the facts. And honestly,
people accuse Biden of sniffing on little girls and being a pervert.
Yeah, we're not talking about Biden. I'll let you say whatever the fuck you want about Biden once you're able to address the position that Donald Trump is a pervert. You're pivoting from the argument right now. Now go ahead. I just had to interrupt you to cut you off because you are no longer willing to talk about the fact that you think that Donald Trump isn't perverted, even though he's walking into women's changing rooms. You nasty man. You nasty freak.
First of all, you doing too much. You be extra, bro. That's just, like I said, that's one of the reasons.
I think I could do more.
I left the Democratic Party for
people. Yeah. You left the Democratic Party because I'm a Democrat that's willing to hold you accountable. You go into those alt-right circles, they're embolden you. The fuck, dude. You could rape a woman and you'd find men in alt-right circles that would call you based. You just want people that don't care what you do. You want people that don't care what you think. You want people that embolden you to do whatever the fuck you want, no matter how wrong it is. If you're telling me that you left the Democratic Party because Democrats think that it's wrong to perv on naked teenagers and women, fuck you. You should be locked up for life. You're a fucking threat to society.
God bless you, bro. Yeah, that's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
God bless you. Honestly, God bless you. You know, I'm not even a Christian, and I think if there's a single religion out there that would convince you that it is wrong for grown-ass adult men to perv on naked teenagers, to perv on anybody, if any God out there could convince you that that's wrong, that God should bless you, and you should become a devout fucking follower. I don't care what it is. Is it your local fucking pastor? Go fucking repent and talk to him. Ask him if he thinks it's wrong to perv on naked teenagers and adult women. He'll tell you that, yeah, it is. You should become a God-fearing man. You should be blessed by God, bro, not me, you.
Yelling doesn't make you right, bro.
Yeah. It's not the tone of my voice that makes me right. It's the words that I'm using my voice to speak that make me right. You're right. No. I could be saying this in a loud voice. I could be saying this in a quiet voice. I could be saying this in a monotone voice. But the tone of my voice doesn't matter. The words in which I'm using my voice to speak is what matters.
No, what you're doing is you're twisting my words. You're over here trying to call me a pervert or somebody that would advocate for perversion, or that someone that's okay with being a pervert, and I'm not, bro. Like I said, I'm a God-loving man. I put God first before anything. I think that everybody should. I know you don't believe in God, and I think that if you had God in your life, you would be a little bit more calm. You wouldn't be so angry right now like you are. You're angry, you're trying to make a point, but in reality you're not. You're just getting louder and louder, and what you're doing is you're twisting up my words. And anybody that's smart here can see that. They can see that obviously I'm not a pervert. Obviously I'm not somebody who's advocating for perversion. You're just twisting my words, and that's what the Democrats do. They take words and they twist them.
For sure.
And
What words am I twisting? Be specific.
you're saying that I'm okay with people being perverts, and I'm not. What I was saying was that Donald Trump owned that pageant. These ladies worked for him, and they knew that he would go back there and do inspections. You can't say they didn't. If they worked for him, they knew that.
Okay, so you're saying that they knew that he would go back there and perv on them. I'm so sorry. Please go ask any woman anywhere that works for any employer, that works for anybody. Also, I just want to clarify that contestants of beauty pageants are not an employer or employee of the individual in which owns the beauty pageant. And then second of all, you're saying that the women knew that Donald Trump would go back there and perv on them while they were changing. So then how come in the clip he says that there was no men around? And if you're saying that he was allowed to do it because they're okay with it, then how come he says in that clip that no, he wasn't allowed to do it because they were okay with it, but instead he was allowed to do it because he's the owner and he could do whatever he wants? And then you're also saying that he was literally doing an inspection. That wasn't like a facetious joke. That wasn't just him trying to make light of the scenario and quote unquote justify. Then tell me why everybody else on this podcast with Donald Trump understood it to be a quote unquote joke. Listen to what they say. Listen to what they say.
Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
He says, I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Do you understand that tone of voice? Do you understand what he's saying there? Because obviously what I hear is he's saying, well, I own it. So maybe I'm doing an inspection. Maybe therefore I'm doing an inspection. You know what I mean? And I mean, obviously everybody else on the podcast understands this, because listen to what Howard Stern and the other lady on the podcast say right after he says that.
Inspecting, I want to make sure that
he said, right. The lady says, right. Yeah, Donald, right. Yeah, that's funny. I understand what you're saying. You own it, so therefore you get to say you're inspecting it. Right. And now, listen to what Howard Stern says.
everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay?
And then even Howard Stern is like, oh, well, you're like a doctor, trying to make another terribly morally abhorrent joke about how, if you're a doctor of a woman, then, you could inspect them. You could feel their breast to see if they have breast cancer. You could do that because you're a doctor. When in all reality, it's just trying to appeal to any justification for men perving on women. And now listen to what Donald Trump says after that.
They're standing there with no clothes. Make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes.
And then Donald Trump is like, oh, is everybody in this room okay? I'm just the owner doing an inspection. And obviously, the only reason he's back there is to look at them with no clothes. And this is even confirmed by Donald Trump because he follows up him saying, oh, is everybody okay? By saying that they're standing there with no clothes.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
And then he takes it one step further, and he doesn't just say that they're standing there with no clothes, but he says they look incredible.
And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And then the nail in the coffin to defeat your argument is that he says, and I quote, so I sort of get away with things like that. Absolutely explaining that everything I just described is spot on, okay? Because if he was just doing an inspection and this was normal, this was typical, this was accustomed to via the beauty pageant and everybody engaging with the beauty pageant and all the women consented to it and wanted him in there to do his inspection like you're describing and he wasn't being a pervert, well, then he wouldn't have to say that he gets away with it. Because we don't say that we get away with okay things. We don't say that we get away with good things. When you hug your mom, do you say, oh, I got away with hugging my mom? No. But when you were a 12-year-old and you stole $20 from your mother's purse and she never caught you, would you say that you got away with stealing $20? Obviously. So when you do something bad and you face no repercussion, okay, that's called getting away with it. Now, this is why Donald Trump says that he sort of gets away with things like that, because he did something bad. He was being a peeping Tom. He was perving on these women. He was perving on these teenagers while they were naked, talking about how incredible they look. And he could get away with it because he held authority in the place. He was the owner, and you could call it an inspection. And I mean, this is understood by him, and this is understood by everybody else on the podcast. So this is why I say that you're okay with perverts, because you don't think that's perverted.
All right, you ready? So I have one question for you.
I don't want a question. I want a response.
Okay. My response is that I'm not a pervert, and I'm not okay with perversion, and you're twisting my words. And so
did Donald Trump perv on those women?
Is,
No. With a yes or no, did Donald Trump perv on those women and teenagers?
No, I don't think he perverted on women and teenagers.
Okay, so explain to me how all of the actions I just described in the clip that we just played was not him perving on those teenagers and women.
What do you think is worse for American women, Donald Trump or men playing in their sports?
Pivot. Answer my question.
No. You can't answer that, huh? What is worse for American women, Donald Trump being president or men playing in their sports?
Yeah, you're just simply not answering my question. I'm not going to allow you to pivot. Sorry, man.
Because my argument is, and the reason why I hopped on here is because
Sorry, are you going to stop deflecting now?
The reason I support Donald Trump is because he protects women more than the Democratic Party does.
Okay, are you going to respond? Are you going to respond to what I said or not?
My question to you is, what's worse for America?
Yeah. I'll answer your question after you answer mine. Because remember, I asked my question first. You're the one deflecting. So now go ahead, answer my question.
I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I don't think it's perverted.
No. But the question that I asked you was, how can you say that it's not perverted, even though I just explained to you in around 2.5 minutes how he absolutely just walked into that space where there was an implicit societal contract that is a women's only space, or else they wouldn't be taking their clothes off. And the only reason why they were taking those clothes off is because it was a women's only space with no men around, and he'd get away with going in there as a man to look at them while they were naked. So you can't answer that question because you're wrong. See, typically when people are wrong, they get gagged and it's irrelevant. Right. Yeah. Of course. It is totally irrelevant for me to give you pushback on your claim. Yeah, you have a very high IQ.
I want to answer your question. Ready? So, in that video you just played, right? It starts off with the interviewer saying, hey, some people in my country say hello with their vaginas, right? And what Donald Trump is saying, well, you sort of have to kind of say hello. That's what I got from him, not him saying that, oh, I'm going to go be a pervert. I think that he was saying he has to say hello to his employees, and he goes back there and inspects them and say hello to them. So like I said, answer my question now. Answer my question.
So I just have a question. Do you work a job?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work?
I do water restoration, hurricane restoration. I'm a first responder.
Yeah, so you're a first responder. Do you have any coworkers that are women?
No, but I have a wife.
Okay, well, I mean, let's assume that you had a job with women coworkers. Oh, he left. I didn't kick him. He left because he was about to get cooked. Because what I was going to say is, well, when he started his job and he wanted to say hello to all of these coworkers that were women, did he walk into the restroom to say hi to them? Did he walk into the women's restroom and peek his head over their stalls to say hello to them? Is that what he did? Is that how he met his coworkers? Yeah, he left. See, I'm just going to clarify, man. What he was saying there for, around 50% of the conversation is, oh, Dean, why are you getting so aggravated? Why are you getting so upset? Honestly, if you have the ability to listen to what he was saying and you didn't get aggravated, you didn't get upset, okay, I think that you should be on a list, okay? And I mean that. And honestly, if you disagree with that, you should be on 2 lists, okay? And I mean that. Now, if you disagree with what I just said, you should be on 3 lists. What's up, Chance? How old are you?
21.
21. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
All right. Now, before we hop into our debate, man, I got to thank a handful of people. Hype, thank you so much for the $10 super chat over on YouTube, saying your God is Trump. Caller, that's why you defend him religiously. Dead ass. As well as Radiohead, thank you so much for the Radiohead with the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Let's give 500 Radiohead W's. Radiohead says this guy's just brain dead and the problem with society. No, 110%. I agree. As well as Amy with the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you, Amy and Radiohead. Amy says my favorite part of starting with your early debate videos is in the beginning of the years, popping into your lives now, seeing how much more aggressive you become in shutting down the MAGA lovers. Bro is currently defending P3DOs. Well, I mean, I think that everybody should be aggressive in shutting down whatever the fuck that was. And if you're not aggressive, once again, go on a list. Now, Amy and Radiohead, I appreciate you both so very much, and I do understand that there's a few more donors over on PayPal and Venmo, and I'll get around to you guys. I just want to make sure that this guy has an opportunity to start his argument. So take it away, man. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first thing I want to ask is why don't you support Trump?
Yeah, for sure. So I don't support Trump for a handful of reasons. Would you like me to tell you I don't support Trump in a doctoral thesis, college essay, paragraph, or sentence?
Yeah, go ahead.
Which one? Do you want me to write you a 5-paragraph essay? Do you want me to give you a single paragraph, a sentence?
Well, I heard what you were arguing with the other guy. I heard you were saying that Trump was peeking into the locker room there.
Okay, you're not even answering my question.
Well, I don't really need to answer your question, you fucking faggot.
Oh, okay, Chance. I have a question.
I'm not very,
real quick.
I'm not.
Before I kick you, can you please name one demographic of people that you look intelligent to? When you just can't even answer like a question a third grade could, and then you just use a slur. Like real quick before I kick you, and I'm being serious when I ask you this question. Name one demographic of people that doesn't make you look just absolutely and absurdly stupid to. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. I mute your mic. I'm being like so dead ass.
No. Don't try and mute me, you fucking stupid fuck.
Yeah, no answer. Okay, well, see you later, buddy. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Apologize, you guys had to hear that. Now, let's get that next guest up here. You know, keep in mind that using slurs just makes you look like absurdly fucking stupid to everybody, especially like when you use the slurs in response to just like such like a calm, like ordinary question. He asked me why I don't support Trump. I was like, hey man, do you want me to give you like an essay, a paragraph, or a sentence? And he's like, I'm not gonna answer your question, you F's, dude. Oh my god. What's going on, Olivia? Do you support Trump? Okay, Olivia isn't here. Let's go get that next guest up in the box right now. We got Ashley loading in right now. Everybody, make sure if you are in that queue that you're at least 18 from America and support Donald Trump, y'all. Awesome. Real quick, Caitlin, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. You did send that before I even went live. I just thought I'd show you some love if you happen to be in here. As well as Cassidy with a 5, Teo with a 3, and Iris with a 5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you guys. What's up, Ashley? Are you MAGA?
No, I just had to tell you how much I love you. I adore you. Appreciate your work. As a female, shedding perspective on that whole entire argument. They were not federal employees, W-2s. They did not serve Donald Trump. They were contestants in a pageant. They were competing for a title. They were not his employees. And that still does not give a man the right to come into a female-governed space, assuming that he has any reign over her body. I love you, Dean. You killed that interview. I'm gonna have to start shifting my content soon to a lot of my ChatGPT conversations, but you inspired that, and I really sincerely appreciate like you pushing forward. You know, you advocate for all things right in the world. So I wish there was more guys like you who thought like you. These trolls up in here. You did it perfectly with the whole daughter analogy.
Well,
the whole
Ashley,
daughter analogy, you know.
Ashley, I really appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Take care.
You too, bud.
Hell yeah. You know, I honestly, you guys know if you watch me like frequently, I typically like just kick like non-Trump supporting guests out really quick. But I don't know, after that last guest, I kind of wanted to let a woman up here to talk their shit. So fine by me. We're gonna move on to our next guest, you guys. If you do support Trump and you want to come up here and debate, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat with your age, y'all. Keep in mind, if you are spamming MAGA down below, Steph, I appreciate you so much for that well diving. Make sure that means that you support Trump, you're an American adult, and you're ready and willing to come up here and have a debate. But we are gonna go ahead and just start kicking everybody out that does not support Donald Trump. So everyone, just kind of give us a minute to get that next guest up in here, y'all. What's going on? You were spamming MAGA 19 down below. Why do you support Trump?
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, they don't support Trump. We're going to move on to the next guest, Callie, everybody. Just give us a minute here, y'all. Go ahead and just give us a minute here, y'all. While we're getting Callie loaded up, Lauren, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy crap, Lauren. Guys, show some love to Lauren down below in that chat. Lauren says, I get so excited when I see that you're live. Been watching your videos daily, and I just got to say you rock. Lauren, I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 500 Lauren W's down below. What is going on, Callie? Are you MAGA?
Nope.
All right, then please stay out of that queue. I mean, you know the rules. I'm making them explicitly clear. If you're joining the guest request, got to be at least 18 from America and support Trump. Y'all already know it. Moving on to the next guest, John. Y'all continue to, spam MAGA with your age down below if you just want to pop up and skip that line. Makes it a whole lot easier for me just to pull people up from the chat compared to that queue. Makes it a whole lot easier for me. We got Jack loading up in here. And while we got Jack loading up, this once again is from 21 minutes ago, but Ember, thank you for the $50 over on
What's
PayPal
up,
as
man?
well.
How's it going?
What's going on, John? Welcome in. Give me one more second to thank Ember here, y'all. Let's get 500 Ember W's down below. Ember says, does he realize that many victims don't realize that they're victims until later in life? Yeah, Ember, I know exactly what you're referring to. He said that, well, a woman hasn't been victimized unless she says she has. Now, I was going to rebuke that, but, that conversation ended pretty shortly after. But thank you for the $50 donation, Ember. Shout out to Ember and Lauren. Jack, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Hey, man. One of the biggest reasons that I support Trump is the border. What's going on with the border?
And up, the border.
Obviously, under Kamala, a lot of illegal immigrants came in the country, and that just wasn't something I was kind of cool with. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, first, her name is pronounced Kamala. Second of all, as it relates to the border, let me ask you a quick question here, man. What is the ultimate root cause of undocumented entry into this country?
I do not know.
Okay. Well, in my mind, I think that root cause is the fact that our legal systems of immigration are just simply unattainable to the vast majority of people that want to become an American. They take 10 to 15 years and they cost a whole lot of money. And the reason why they take so long and they cost so much is because they've been neglected by Congress since the 90s. Now, if that's the root cause of undocumented immigration, the only way to truly fix the issue of undocumented immigration is to address and fix that root cause. Now, the way to address and fix that root cause is to advocate for reform for a border legislation to make the legal means of entry into America better. Let me ask you a question. Since 2015, has Donald Trump even done as much as stand in front of a microphone and advocate for making our legal means of entry into America better?
Well, one observation I've had is Trump has done a lot more action than Biden and Kamala, is that however you pronounce her name? He is shown to do a lot more in terms of keeping the border secure.
Okay, would you?
And I believe that the root cause.
I don't mind to cut you off here, Jack, but I did ask you a very clear question. Once again, that question was: has Donald Trump even done as so much as stood in front of a microphone at a podium since 2015 to advocate for making the legal means of entry into America better?
To make a legal means of entry better?
Legal means of entry better.
Illegal? Oh, sorry. I thought you said illegal. No, he is not.
Okay. So in other words, since 2015...
To my knowledge.
So in other words, since 2015, Donald Trump has never even done as much as address the root cause of undocumented entry into America. And I mean, it's been like, what, 10 years, right? So, I mean, what this tells me at least is that in all reality, Donald Trump doesn't really care about undocumented entry into America. In all reality, Donald Trump doesn't really care about fixing undocumented entry into America. And in all reality, he just wants it to continue to perpetuate so he could run on it as an issue, right? I mean, like, what is a fourth amendment consciousness? The identification of it.
You're interrupting me. I got to chime in here, man. So for him to say that he doesn't care about undocumented entry in this country, that's crazy, dude. Like, he has done so much with securing the border. That in itself explains that he cares.
Right.
So,
let me ask you, this is an analogy. If you're a homeowner and it catches on fire, the fire trucks show up and you tell them to turn around because you want the house to burn so you could claim the insurance money, did he care about your house?
no.
Okay, sweet. So, I mean, if there's a huge issue with the systems of immigration into America, the fact that the legal means of entry are very slow, neglected, and depraved, and this is causing a lot of undocumented entry. Donald Trump is already president for 4 years, does nothing about it, and then when Biden and Harris are in the presidency, they attempt to influence a bipartisan border bill through Congress, in which would have further funded courts on the southern border to expedite all legal means of immigration into our country, in which would have naturally disincentivized undocumented entry. And Donald Trump calls all the Republicans in Congress and tells them to vote against against it because he doesn't want the Democrats to look good. Does Donald Trump really care about the southern border?
Hang on. Before we get into that, how many legal immigrants do you think have gone into this country in the last 10 years?
Okay, why are you not answering my question, Jack? Because like if you answer my question in good faith, you say, well, obviously no. Like just like the analogy I gave you, if your house catches on fire and you let it burn to claim the insurance money, you don't care about your house. So if there's an issue at the southern border and Donald Trump lets it quote unquote burn by telling Republicans to shoot down a bill in which would have helped, he doesn't care about the border. Now you don't want to answer that question because it would.
Hang on, I was going back to a previous
Your
point that
worldview.
you made, saying that he doesn't address how hard it takes for legal immigrants to get into this country. Well, the point I was trying to prove to that is there's a gazillion, I don't know the exact number, but so many people that have entered this country the right way and did it without a problem. So I do not think he needs to go up in front of a mic and explain how it's going to be easier.
Okay, I actually refute that. You just said that there's been a bunch of people that have legally immigrated into America without a problem. I completely reject that, sir. We're going to employ another analogy. You want to take a vacation to France. Now, in order for you to take that vacation to France, you have to fill out paperwork and go through processes that take 10 to 15 years on average. Did you have a problem going on that vacation? Was it hard for you to take that vacation to France? Okay.
There's a fair point.
So yeah, the answer would be yeah. So I mean,
Okay.
like you're telling me that
Okay, so
individuals
to
don't
say
have
it
a
wasn't a
problem
problem-
legally immigrating into America. Okay, that's not fucking true at all. Okay, and that's why. And I just want to clarify. If there was no problem with legally immigrating into America, if it was quick, if it was efficient, if it was fast, if it was, as you said, no problem, then we wouldn't see so many individuals entering into America with the use of undocumented means.
Well, okay, to say it wasn't a problem, that may be a little off, but there's been so many people that have done it the right way, and they are proud they did it the right way, and they do it to the point where they're proud to be Americans.
Well, I mean, listen,
And
if
there's
it
no
took
free
you
handouts in this country.
If it took you 10 to 15 years to take a vacation to France, but you spent the 10 to 15 years to have like the correct paperwork to go on that vacation, next thing you know, you're in France, you'd be damn proud of yourself, right?
Hang on. Are you saying that it takes more than 10 years to enter this country legally?
Yeah, in a lot of cases, sure.
You cannot get in this country in under 10 years.
So to get like all correct legal means of documentation to become a citizen, yeah, we do see that it does take like 10 to 15 years to be a citizen. Yep.
So you can't find any examples of it taking less than 10 years.
Like achieve citizenship. Now, I'm sure that you can find examples, but this is just going to be like an average.
Okay, well, it doesn't need to take 10 years to become a legal U.S. citizen.
Okay, how long does it
Because
take?
that is just, I know for a fact it's not that long.
Okay, so then how long is it? Ask Google.
What?
There you go. Ask Google, buddy. While Jack is Googling that for the 10.7 thousand people in that TikTok live stream, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let me tell you guys something. So immigration is something that Republicans and Democrats get wrong. I don't really think that anybody truly understands like the processes of immigration into America or like truly acknowledges like what the solution to fix them is, just because it's been propagandized so much by the right and the left's messaging on immigration is always.
Man, I found an answer. It is 18 to 24 months to become a U.S. citizen on average. So that is way off, buddy.
Okay, so that's not necessarily true. So it may be 18 to 24 months once you start the process of filling out the paperwork, but you understand that the systems are backlogged insofar as how long it takes from acknowledging that you want to start that process until you start the process. So, I mean, you got to wait to even get the paperwork to begin filling it out.
You have evidence to show that?
Yeah, for sure. Only like about 300 immigrants in my chat saying that it took me 10 years.
Well, those 300 immigrants are not the Google that you just told me to ask, and the result I got is 18 to 24 months. So
I mean, you didn't listen to what I just said.
I know people in your chat don't count as evidence.
So, I mean, I just explained it to you. So you're saying that it takes 18 to 24 months to fill out the paperwork to get it done, but you understand that there's a backlog in the system, so you have to wait for the opportunity to even fill out the paperwork. Like think about it this way. Like it may take you 5 minutes to like order your meal at McDonald's in the drive-thru, But imagine that it's really packed and everybody wants some lunch. You may spend 35 minutes just waiting in line to get to the drive-through window, right? Now, the reason why this analogy is important is because this is what we see with the processes of immigration to America. It takes 18 to 24 months on average to start the paperwork until you have your citizenship. But I mean, you got to wait years in line through that backlog system just to have that opportunity to sit down, get the paperwork, and start the process. Now, even if, hypothetically, what I'm saying here is false, even though it's not false, it's true, and you could fact check me, and from the day you started the process to the day you finished the process, it took 18 to 24 months. In my mind, that's still significantly way too long. And I mean, like, once again, like, this is the reality of the scenario, is that it takes too long, and everybody acknowledges this, because if it didn't take too long, if it was easy, if it wasn't a big deal, then we wouldn't see so many undocumented immigrants in America.
Okay. Well, I like the analogy that you made and the point that you were trying to get across using that analogy. I don't see any cold hard evidence or any factual source that will show that the backlog to apply to this country takes that long. If you Google it, the whole process includes everything. On average, 18 to 24 months. So I would like to see some evidence to show. I mean, maybe there's some people out there that takes a long time.
Okay, listen.
But I do not see
the
any
cold hard
evidence.
evidence that it takes a long time is a fact that there's millions of individuals that opted for undocumented means of entry into America in the last 4 years.
Well, maybe that is within the process of 18 to 24 months. That's still a little bit.
Can you address that? Like,
time.
think about it. Like, if you reject the idea, if you reject the notion that the ultimate root cause of undocumented entry into America is the fact that the legal means of entry take way too damn long and they're just simply unattainable for most, then what is the root cause of undocumented entry?
The root cause of undocumented entry is people being impatient and not wanting to wait their turn.
Being impatient and not wanting to wait their turn. Okay, well, I'm led to believe that individuals are going to be very incentivized to try their very best to use the legal means of entry, because when you're an undocumented immigrant, A, when you work a job, you don't get to file for a tax return, so the government takes more of your money. B, you pay taxes and you don't qualify for any of the benefits that citizens do, such as Section 8, such as food stamps, EBT food cards, Medicaid, Medicare, etc. And C, you're under this constant threat of being deported, and now we have to acknowledge the reality that you're under this constant threat of being deported to a center for terrorists in El Salvador. So I'm not just willing to believe that, all of these undocumented immigrants are just so impatient. No, because the reality is that being an undocumented immigrant in America is an incredibly hard thing to do. You're sacrificing a shit ton. So, I mean, there must be some like ultimate reason why individuals are still opting for this process. Now, I mean, if you want to reject that this ultimate reason is the fact that our legal means of entry into America are so like neglected by Congress, well, I mean, you're just going to have to explain to me why the last time Congress did anything about the legal means of entry into America was in the 90s, and how, I guess, 30 years of doing nothing isn't neglect. You know, I mean, you leave your child alone for 30 years, guess what? You're a neglectful parent. If Congress leaves the border policy alone for 30 years, guess what? They're a neglectful Congress.
Well, man, I'm going to get back to my point earlier. I'm not seeing any cold hard evidence that it takes more than an average of 18 to 24 months to enter this country. And if that's too long for people to wait to get in this country, then, you know, if you can't find any evidence to support the fact that you're claiming,
man, you're just not engaging, Jack. I'm sorry, man, but you're just simply not engaging with any of my claims here. Like, I'm being like very clear.
Okay.
I'm laying this out to you in a billion different ways, and you're just not listening to me, and you're not responding to what I said. So every single time I've stopped talking, you now listen, Jack. Don't interrupt me. Every single time I've stopped talking, you've just repeated the same thing that you've said. So in one scenario,
Yes.
I demonstrated the evidence to you. In another scenario, I even accepted.
What evidence did you demonstrate?
Jack, with all due respect, if you interrupt me again, I'm just going to kick you from my live. I asked you not even 30 seconds ago to not interrupt me. Then 30 seconds later, you interrupt me again. So I would just really appreciate it if instead of like not listening to respond, but rather, and he left on his own. So, I mean, Jack was just so fed up with the fact that I wanted him to listen to me that he decided to run away. Now, Jack, if you decide that you want to have a conversation like an adult, feel free to hop back in that queue. Feel free to go back to Spammy and MAGA down below in that chat, and I'll happily let you up. You'll be at the top of the line because I'd love to continue that conversation. And I think it's very unfortunate when guests will just leave midway through because they can't take it. But, you know, just let me know if, you know, you're done rage quitting, and you'll be first in line. I'll let you right back up here. Now, We're going to move on to the next guest because I guess that guy didn't want to have a conversation with me. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box right now. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Trump. We got that next guest loading in as we speak, everybody. And while we are getting that next guest loaded in, Marionette, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for your passion for standing up for what's right. Your advocacy speaks volumes. It's so unfortunate that the last guest's daughter has to grow up with such a toxic father. Yeah, they're referring to that first guest. He was pretty wild. As well as Metzi with the $10 over on Venmo, Ocean with a 4, and Sabrina, thank you so much for the 15. I appreciate that. As well as Aiden with a 5. I appreciate everyone so much for all your love over on Venmo and PayPal. What's going on, Fernanda? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Ooh, how old are you?
21, born in 2004.
I'm sorry, man. I just simply don't believe you. We're going to move on to the next guest. I'm going to trust my gut there. Next guest is loading up right now. Everyone just, give us a minute. And if you're MAGA, let us know down below in that chat. As well as Feeling Groovy. Thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube saying, keep up the good fight, honey. I appreciate that, Feeling Groovy. You're awesome. Shout out to Feeling Groovy. What's going on? Do you support Trump? All right, Johnny's not here. We got Kate loading in. Kate, hello. You're spamming MAGA down below in that chat. Why do you support Trump?
So yeah, technically I support Trump because my parents do. I have not been old enough to vote yet, but I would like just...
Okay, well, I mean, that means that you're under the age of 18. Got to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. What's going on, Octavian? Are you MAGA?
Hello.
That is a child. Kennedy, are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I remember you. You came up here and you rage baited me the other day. You're not MAGA, you're a liberal. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. It is incredibly hard for us to find even one person that's willing to come up here, chat, and have a conversation. Very unfortunate, may I add. Very unfortunate that so many people just simply don't want to chat. Now, if you do want to chat, if you're an American adult that supports Trump, let me know down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up here. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And in the meantime, Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Jennifer says, how's it going tonight, Dean? And let me tell you, Jennifer, I started this live doing all right, but then that first guest of the day really came up here and soured my mood really quick. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard for me to rebound like super quickly from guests like that first guest. I was just literally arguing for justified perversion and pedophilia. I just can't like turn around and just be in a good mood again. But I'll get there. What's going on, Micah? You MAGA?
Oh yeah.
Okay, how old are you, man?
I'm 21.
Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the king. King Trump, baby.
King Trump. All right. If you were alive during the Revolutionary War, let me ask you a question. What if the American Revolutionary War fighters shot at you?
What if they shot at me?
No, would they shoot at you?
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would. You understand that war was over like the rejection of a king, right?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a joke. Some people call sports people king.
Oh, okay. Right.
Or goats, but
yeah. So you just think he's a goat. So why do you think that Donald Trump's the best of all time?
Best of all time? Well, best economy, you heard?
Best economy ever. Okay, truly.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is the best economic policies ever passed?
All of them. Every single one, you heard?
Okay, well, name every single one. If every single one was good, it should be pretty easy to name one, right? Because basically, you're telling me that there's a large selection of answers to the question. It should be pretty easy just to point out one. Like, for instance, there's like a shit ton of colors, and because there's so many colors, I can name a couple colors really quickly and easily.
I mean,
red,
I like the
green,
no tax on tips.
Yellow, green. Okay, you like the no tax on tips. That's in the big, beautiful bill, right?
Yeah. So what are you against no tax on tips? You think people should be taxed?
Can you allow me to finish speaking? So that's included in the big, beautiful bill. So therefore, you're a fan of the big, beautiful bill, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, the big, beautiful bill in its totality, all 831 pages of it, reduces the after-tax income for 80% of income earners in this country, and it spends nearly $4 trillion to get it done. That's actually one of the worst economic policies that has ever been proposed to Congress, and it is so bad that it caused the great divorce between Elon and Trump.
Do you know why he's trying to do that, though? Do you know, like, his idea?
Do I know why? Who's trying to do what?
Like, why he's trying to, like, cut, like, Medicaid and all that?
Why is he trying to cut all these things? Like further fund is tax cuts for the ultra wealthy on the backs of 80% of income earners that will pay more in taxes. Yeah.
Well, no, because like more than like 50% of people getting Medicaid and all that government aid or don't need it at all. They're just people who don't want to work. Yeah, and that's what it is.
Man, that is a very typical Republican argument. Now, the reason why it's a typical Republican argument is because it makes no goddamn sense, and it's just serving the purpose of attacking people and making their quality of life worse. Did you know that in countries with more social safety nets, We actually see more economic mobility, meaning it's easier for people to go from a low income to a high income. And did you also know that this isn't addressing any of the reasons I just critiqued the BBB? Now, that's another issue of the BBB is that it's cutting Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. But the two issues that I brought up that I'd like you to respond to is that according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it increases taxes for 80% of income earners, and it spends nearly $4 trillion.
80% of what? Can you repeat that?
Income earners.
You said it cuts tax or increases?
Increases tax.
For the big, beautiful bill. Is that what you're saying?
According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the big, beautiful bill increases the taxes by reducing the after-tax income of 80% of income earners. Yes.
Yeah, I'll have to look that one up.
And then it also spends nearly $4 trillion to get it done.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about all the people who are taking advantage of the system and getting money they don't need because they don't want to work.
Do you think that Medicaid is money? Medicaid doesn't give you money. It just covers your medical bills.
Not just like Medicaid, like SSI, Social Security, all that.
Social Security, let me clarify here. Tell me how people take advantage of Social Security?
Because they don't want to go work. This is like the same thing with food stamps and just the whole government assistance thing. Some people don't, most people who have it don't even need it. They're just I just want to sit around all day.
Okay,
and,
so
in the cities,
could you tell me what Social Security is?
So are we talking about Social Security? Or are we talking about I'm talking all government aid.
Right. So you brought up Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, which is the three things that the big, beautiful bill cuts from. The first thing I responded to is Medicaid and Medicare. I said, well, Medicaid and Medicare, they don't give you money. They cover some of your medical bills if you qualify for them. So obviously that's not just free money for people that don't want to work. So then I assumed that the only thing left would be Social Security. And then you said that Social Security gives free money to people that don't want to work and are too lazy to get off of their asses. So tell me what Social Security is.
It's when people retire, I think the age is 62 or something. It's just money they get.
Right. After paying taxes into Social Security for the entirety of their lifetimes. And you just disagree with that? So you just think that 90-year-old women are just too lazy to get off their butts and work?
Maybe I'm wrong about Medicaid and Social Security, but I'm talking about other forms of government assistance. For example, people in the city, people just try to get as much government assistance as they can so they can go sit.
Okay, so now we've just completely changed the topic of discussion because we're no longer talking about the big beautiful bill and we're just talking about how much you hate poor people. Also, don't say SMOKEDOPE on the live; it'll get you banned. May even get me restricted.
Wait, what? Okay.
Yeah. I realistically, I should kick you for that, but TikTok TOS has been pretty lax recently, so I'm just gonna let it slide and see if we get a restriction, but. So just to clarify, we're no longer talking about the big, beautiful bill, right? We're just talking about how much you hate poor people?
Yeah, and how much the Democrats support them and continue to let them be poor.
Oh, so you think that social safety nets keep people poor?
Yeah, because then if I'm getting free money, then I don't have to go out and work and I don't have to have a work ethic because I'm just sitting at home and getting free money.
Yeah. So did you know that, this is just an anti-intellectualist lie and you have no empirical evidence to justify your hypothesis? Because in fact, what we see in the empirical evidence is the more social safety nets that a country has, the easier it is for somebody to go from being a low income earner to a high income earner. And you could refute what I just said by giving me empirical evidence that you're correct.
Let's go to San Francisco.
San Francisco is the name of a city. That's not empirical evidence that social safety nets keep people poor.
Yeah, why is San Francisco? Why is the homelessness?
So he didn't get banned. He left. He didn't get banned. He left, man. By the way, that's 2 in a row. So I feel like there may be a couple viewers that are being quite curious. Is Dean just kicking these guests off and lying about it? Well, if you happen to be over on my YouTube stream, you could see that my hands were under my table and my phone, which is what I used to kick and remove guests, was on top of the table. Didn't touch it, go anywhere near it. So, we just continue to see people get gagged and leave. Unfortunate. We're going to move on to the next guest, Brendan here. Do be patient, everybody. Just do be patient while we get the next guest up. What's up, Brendan? You MAGA?
Kind of on the fence because it's kind of 50-50. Obviously, like I don't know if it's gonna play like a role into how this goes. I'm not much of a debate person, quite frankly. Like I think I'm a dumbass,
Oh.
but because I'm in the military, so obviously I'm just
I
like
bet I
supporting
could.
whatever
Okay,
president.
okay. You're in the military. I bet I could get you over that fence if you're like a genuine good faith person.
All right, let's see.
Cool. Before we do that, gotta
Oh,
pick a
hold on,
couple.
wait. Before we start, anything I say does not represent the DoD. That's just me saying, just so that way my ass is covered.
Hatch Act.
Just I have to get that out.
Yeah, I get it. Hatch Act's a thing. We get it. Real quick,
Yeah,
Gabriella, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Shout out to Gabriella down below in that chat. And Anne, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Anne. Can we get 250 Ann W's down below in that chat for the $25 donation over on PayPal? That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. As well as NIK Nick with the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love, Nick. Shout out to Nick. As well as Daniel with a 5, Daniel with a 1, Chris with a $3, and Echo, that is EKOO with a 5. I appreciate you guys so much for the kindness. Shout out to all the incredibly kind donors. As well as Lou, LOU, for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. They say, my parents applied to immigrate when I was a baby. I'm 21 now. The process has been paused twice. It's clear that the legal ways of doing it take too long and the reason why so many individuals enter illegally. That is clear, Lou. Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, let me go ahead and convince you that you shouldn't support Trump. So you said that you're in the military. When you joined the military, did you take an oath to uphold and protect the American Constitution?
I did.
Okay, does this imply that you wouldn't support anybody who purports a threat to the American Constitution?
Oh, say that again. Sorry,
Yes,
you
thank
cut
you
out.
for the astronauts. Would this imply that you wouldn't support anything or anyone that proposes a threat to the Constitution?
Well, I mean, obviously, so because if somebody is, trying to like, if they're in a threatening position, then obviously I wouldn't want to support them because it's like.
So, would you consider a terrorist that comes into America is able to gain a cult-like following, then calls for the explicit termination of the Constitution, a threat to the Constitution?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, he's not a terrorist by the legal definition, and he didn't come into America. He was born into America. But he does have a cult-like following, and he did explicitly call for the termination of the Constitution. Would you mind reading this out loud?
So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception at work and working closing with the big tech companies, the DNC, the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election of massive fraud of this type and magnitude? Allows for termination of all rules, regulations, or articles even found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and will not condone false and fraudulent elections. I see what you did there.
So you see what I did there, but now do you agree with what I did there? Have I been able to successfully demonstrate to you that you shouldn't support Donald Trump in accordance with your own with your own thoughts?
I don't know. It's still on the fence because obviously I grew up in a Republican household. Like that's just the way it is. My mom is a Republican. My brother, he's sort of on the fence with everything. My youngest brother, he's really big on Republican stuff. But
Okay,
I don't know.
well,
Me, I'm just
listen.
kind of
Listen,
I like hearing both sides of things, because obviously, with liberals, Democrats, and Republicans, obviously we all have our disagreements with each other. But I just want I want there to be
listen,
just
can I hop in here
genuine-
real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in accordance with your own thoughts, you shouldn't be on the fence, and here's why. Because the very first thing I asked you was, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution? You're in the military. The obvious answer is yes. Then I said, does this imply that you'd ever support anything or anybody that serves as a threat to the Constitution? You said no. I never support them. Definitely not. Okay. I then ask you a hypothetical question: if there's a terrorist that comes into America that's able to gain a cult-like following and says they explicitly want to overturn the Constitution, would they be a threat to the Constitution? That you say, hell yes, you never support them in a billion years. Okay.
Right.
Well, as I pointed out, in accordance with your answer to that question, you want to support Trump because although he's a terrorist by the legal definition and he was born in America, he has a cult-like following. And I just showed you, a tweet he sent out on Truth Social in December of 2022, where he explicitly calls for the termination of the Constitution. I mean, any reasonable person would obviously be able to tell you, well, sir, in accordance with your own values, you definitely wouldn't support Donald Trump. So when you tell me that you're still on the fence, you still might support Donald Trump because your family's Republicans, what I see is cognitive dissonance and you acting outside of the values in which you've set, right?
Right,
You,
which,
like you
yeah.
set the value that you wouldn't support a threat to the Constitution. Donald Trump's a threat to the Constitution. You still support him. I find that problematic.
Which, yeah, I could see what you're saying, but it's, at the end of the day, still, like, with me being in the military, I have to serve the president no matter what. So it could be Kamala, it could be
That's
Joe,
actually
it
not
could
true.
be
So you don't
Trump.
have to serve the president if they give you an unlawful command. But I mean, if essentially your argument is just reducing down to this idea that, Dean, you're right, you've demonstrated that he's a terrible guy, a terrible president, absolutely, full-heartedly, but I still have to support him. Well, I mean, essentially this means no matter what I could say to you, no matter what I could prove to you, you're still going to support him, right? And actually, no, you don't need to be you don't need to be MAGA if a Republican is if our president is Trump, and you don't need to be riding with Biden if our president was Biden. No, you just simply have to be willing to be subservient to your commander, given that they gave you lawful orders. But that doesn't imply that you support your commander.
Yeah, I could see where you're coming from. It's like, I don't know. It's like, with me, I'm not really big on like politics and whatnot, because obviously I'm just here to, I'm just living right now. But like, obviously later on down the line, I'm gonna have to get more invested because me being 23, I'm still young. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. But it's like, it's to a point where, like, as I get older, eventually, I'm gonna have to start soaking in politics, and then I'm gonna have to choose a side eventually. But right now, I'm just kind of like,
Okay. All right. Well,
it's yeah.
I think I've done all the work that I can. hope
Yeah, I
you
mean,
have a
absolutely.
good
I
rest of your day.
appreciate you coming up here and speaking your mind. I appreciate you letting me up here and speaking your mind.
Cool. Have a good rest of your day, man. What's going on, Rosie? You MAGA? Doesn't look like Rosie's here. If you're part of the 10.3 thousand people watching live over on TikTok and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat, accompanied with your age. We will get you up here to have a discussion. And oh my God, times!
Are the allegations against you raping your girlfriend true or not? Because I heard those allegations.
Jesus Christ, man. Listen, I understand if you disagree with me politically, but that's like literally like so disgusting. Like, I mean, like for you to even like come up with that in your head and come on the live and say that, like, bro, like, please, somebody put him on a list. Like, that's seriously very troubling, very disgusting, bro. I think that there's a better way to process and manage disagreements than to come up with such weird and honestly grotesque false allegations. So what's up, Hayden? How old are you? All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. I was in the middle of thanking Times when the weirdo came up here. Times, thank you for the 50-pound donation over on that YouTube stream. I really appreciate you so much for the love, guys. Let's get at least 500 Times W's down below. Seriously, thank you so much, man. Times says Rupert Murdoch shaped 30% of native English minds for decades with lies, free speech. Free yourself. Watch the rise of the Murdoch dynasty on HBO's Hot Coffee. Stop spreading the lies. That's how we ended up in Iraq, the Murdoch issue. I have no clue who Murdoch is, but I'll look into him. Thank you for the 50 pounds once again. What's up, Dathan? You MAGA?
I am, for now, because I just like to be educated, honestly. I don't really, I wasn't really into this, when Biden and Kamala was president, or vice president. Like when
Real quick, how old are you?
19.
19.
2006.
So do you have an argument for me that Donald Trump is a good president? Because if not, and you're just here more so looking for an education, you might find more value in just watching the stream compared to being on it.
I feel like the border thing is a win-lose. That's the only thing that I think is somewhat beneficial. Anything else, I think it's just all.
So overall, do you support Trump?
I do. I think he's better than Biden.
What about Harris?
I didn't really see much from Harris when she was vice president, so I don't really.
So do you want to give me an argument that Donald Trump's a good president? I'll hear you out. Take it away.
Nah, it's all right, man. I'll just watch the stream.
Okay. What's going on, Shamar? Go ahead and unmute that mic, man. I sent you an invite. Also, if you're one of the 10.1 thousand people watching, let's get up to 2 million likes, y'all. What's up, Shamar? You support Trump?
Okay. Honestly, it's one question that I actually couldn't refute. Then
Yo, feel free to ask in my Discord, man, but I am just here to talk to Trump supporters. So everyone, just give us a minute. We're going to get that next MAGA freak up on the stream right now, everybody. We're going to get that next MAGA freak loaded in. Quite frankly, that's the truth. That's the truth, everybody. We got Seema loading into the live as we speak. And by the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool, I like what he does, and you want to support him, you want to support me, I should say, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me, and it'll give me a notification at the top of my phone screen where I could read off any message you attach and give you a shout out. What is going on, Seema? Are you MAGA?
Hello, so I'm a black woman that supports Donald J. Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 23 years old. I was born in 2000. into. And I just want to say...
Sorry, don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get the next guest up in here. Go to let me know down below in that chat if you want to join up, y'all. We got Ron and loading in as we speak, everybody. Do be patient. What's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
Oh, what time is it?
It's 6:30.
6:30. There's not a single American time zone where it is 6:30. In fact, it is 6:30 in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That's right. Dude's on a cruise. Dude's on a cruise. Dude's on a cruise. That's right, everybody. We're going to move on to the next guest. What's up, John? You support Trump?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Dean? I just wanted to say...
Real quick, John, can you turn off the background noise?
Oh, my bad. Sorry. 1 second. 2 seconds. There we go. Sorry, that was Jinxie. My bad. I do watch Jinxie.
You MAGA?
Yes, sir. So I want. Yes, sir. I'm MAGA. I just wanted to say, what my grandparents are big MAGA fans, and they're really scared about the Elon Musk and Trump. Their whole argument, and they want them to get back together. But I don't really care if Elon and Trump become friends again. So why do they? Do you think?
Oh, well, I can't speak for your grandparents, but it's probably because they like both Trump and Elon, and they want to see them work together to make America great again. Now, as it relates to you and why you support Trump, why do you support Trump? Okay, bye, John. All right, everybody, listen, it has been increasingly hard for us to get debates as of recently. I think that we've just kind of hit a point where it's like the average typical Trump supporter just like knows that like they can't debate me. You know what I mean? So they just kind of stop talking to me. Like, is this what winning looks like, everybody? Like I'm pretty sure that this is what winning looks like, guys. This is what winning looks like. Moving on. What's up, Lila? How old are you?
18.
You about said 15. Crazy work. Ella. Oh, Ella's loading in, everyone. Yo, Christian. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. And thank you for telling me who Rupert is. I appreciate that, Christian. Let's get 250 Christian W's down below. Ella, what's up? How old are you? That is a baby. That is a baby, guys. You could always tell if they're a baby based upon how like close their mouth is to the mic. I don't know why, but that is just like the primary indicator.
Yo, King mugs you, Jesus Christ is King.
You know who mugs you? You know what mugs you?
You have low test.
Job applications mug you, buddy. We got Jazzy loading up into the box. Everyone give us a minute to get Jazzy loaded in. Keep in mind, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. The rules of the stream are simple. Make sure that you're at least 18 years old, from American support Donald J. Trump. Those are the rules. Quite frankly, please follow the rules as I've set them out to be, because we're just looking for some debates, for some conversations, and so on. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. Trying to find that next guest. Very hard to find them. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Toto, what's up? You MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
2006, February.
February. Oh, you'd be 19. Sorry, but not sorry.
I know.
You lied about your age. Moving on to Mr. E. As well as we're going to try to get Carson up here, just really looking for anybody to come up here and, give me a piece of their goddamn diddly darn mind. What's going on, E? You MAGA?
Hello?
Hi. Do you support Chomp?
Is this me? Oh, shit.
It is you.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, man. No. Ew. Why? Wait. I'm sorry. Yo, a freaking diva, honey. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Age, please?
18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
All right. You're terrible at math. Take it away. You tell us why you support Trump.
I think he was one of the better two that we had. I support him because
Amelia, you're in the live.
Every time you touch me, I just melt away. Now everybody asks me why I'm starting out from.
Okay, sorry. I guess you just wanted to sing. Yo, Prince Polo, you MAGA?
You know, I actually am, but I would love to, just talk about some things and debate kindly.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to do a 1v2. So we got the one liberal, me, and then the two Trump supporters, Prince and E. Well, he just left. He said, see you later. So, Prince, it's just you. Last man standing. Why do you support such a terrible president?
I think that I've had to go up and down just because a lot of times people like me who were like, I'm in the lower middle class, we're kind of subject to the news, right? And so everything we see is what we're displayed. And so when the news kind of circulates a lot with, especially like when Trump was almost assassinated, a lot of times the media shifted towards a stronger president, especially when Biden was in presidency, there was a decline. And so I feel like Trump was able to capitalize off of Americans really seeing a stronger leader rather than seeing an actual more intellectual leader.
Okay, so you support Trump because you think he's strong.
Well, I'm kind of in the middle ground. I know that might be breaking the rules.
Okay, it's not, as long as there's reasons why you think Trump is a good president, but I'm going to need to hear those reasons.
Okay, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
So what are
I believe that Trump has done a really good job with being able to understand international policies, especially with. But with that being said, there's also there's a plus and there's a minus, right? With keeping international relations, and he's not really great at doing that either.
Dude, his international policy has sucked.
Yeah, I think it's just I'm not as educated as I'd like to be.
Okay,
and so
okay, that's fair. I appreciate you for recognizing that. So, from your perspective, why do you think his international policy is good?
Well, realistically, I think that I'm. Like I said before, it's hard for me to be able to say. I think I'm just more scared, and I want to find the winning side. Just because as an American, that's subject.
Wait. Slow down, man. Slow down. I asked you for one reason why you support Trump. You name a reason. You say international policy. Then I'm like, no, his international policy sucks. Name one of his international policies that's good, and you're not doing it. Okay. And he left. Wow. Okay, everybody. Oh, he's back. Hi. So do you want to name an international policy of Trump's that you like? And he's on pause again. I can't hear you when you're on pause, Prince. What the fuck is going on?
All right, sorry. I think it's my Wi-Fi. I'll leave. I'm so sorry.
You don't. Wait. You don't need to leave. Your Wi-Fi is good. You were just leaving the TikTok app. That wasn't your Wi-Fi. That was you just leaving the TikTok app.
I think that it's a little weird.
Okay, he doesn't want to debate. Okay, whatever. We're not going to embarrass him. It was his Wi-Fi, everybody. We're just going to believe him, even though it was just him going on pause. Whatever. We'll believe him. It is what it is. Moving on to the next guest. Holy shit. Hello, Ellen. Nolo.
Hi.
Hi. Are you MAGA?
No, but my boy.
Sorry, Maddie. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, we finally got a Trump supporter on the line. God damn, Maddie. Okay, real quick, before we hop into our debate, why do you think it is so hard for me to find like anybody that supports Trump when there's over 10,000 people in here?
I think people are scared of debating.
Right. Well, obviously you aren't. So we'll have a good conversation. Before we do, there's 4 people that I need to thank here. First and foremost, oh my God, Whitney. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Y'all show some love to Whitney down below in that chat when he says, Dean, your courage and eloquence is in standing up for progressive values is truly inspiring. I appreciate you for that love, Whitney. Y'all show some love to Whitney down below in that chat. As well as Lauren with the $30 donation over on Venmo. Lauren says, let's go, Lauren. Shout out Lauren and Whitney. And Lillian with a 10, Tony with a 10. And Karen, thank you so much for the 15. Karen says, keep doing what you do. I appreciate that, Karen. Show some love to Karen, Lillian, Lauren, and Wendy down below in that chat. And we have one more donor over there on YouTube. You know who you are, but before I shout you out, let's go and start the conversation with Maddie. Take it away. Why do you support Donald J. Trump?
I support Trump because I don't support abortion. And I guess that is like the main reason.
Oh, we're gonna have a good conversation today, Maddie. Let me tell you, we'll have a good convo before we do. Oh my God, Sally with the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Sally, that is so much goddamn money. I do not deserve that. That is crazy. Can we get 1,000 Sally W's down below in both the live chats? Sally says, hey, Dean, I'm at work between tables and I wanted to show you my level. I have a minute. Shout out to you, Sally. Oh my God, that is so incredibly kind. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love, Sally. You are bubba based. The queen is in the building. Thank you so much for the $100. You are awesome. Now, tell us, why are you pro-life, Maddie?
Because I think abortion is murder.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll start there. How do we define that silly little word, murder, there? What's the definition of that little term we're using there?
The definition of murder,
right.
Just I think the intention to kill a human life.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll be pretty quick with this. So when doctors pull the life support off of brain dead patients in the hospital, I mean they're intending to end that human life. Is that murder?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat that?
So when doctors take the life support away from brain dead patients in the hospital, I mean the brain dead patient, their life ends. The doctor knows that they intend to end their life by pulling off their life support. Is that murder?
No,
Oh.
that's not murder.
Okay, well then you don't think that murder is the intentional killing of a human life?
Well, brain dead patients are. That's a different. That's different.
Okay, why?
That's definitely different.
Why is it different?
Because they can't choose, or I mean, pretty much like their family is choosing for them. It's not the doctor's doing it for medical reasons, you know?
Oh, when you say medical reasons, what do you mean?
I mean, well, I don't know every situation,
Okay.
you know,
All right,
but
that's fair. But I mean, the first thing you said there, well, it's a family that's choosing for them to kill the brain dead patient. Okay, well, it's also the mother that's choosing to kill
Yeah.
the fetus. So, I mean, if your justification for a brain dead patient is, well, it's the family's choice, why isn't the mother's choice as it relates to abortion?
that's a good question.
Okay, I'd say
I would say,
if you can't answer that question, you probably shouldn't be pro-life.
I mean, it's a like people are getting like it's not people are getting abortions because they want to. It's not like people are getting abortions. That's a human life that person, two people consented to have intercourse together.
Oh, do you think that like
Knowing that.
would you say that like the woman
Oh,
and the
go
man
ahead.
are like responsible for the conception occurring?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, I actually disagree. Now I can detail why I disagree, and I bet I could convince you of my position here. I know that it's not intuitive. I honestly, I feel like intuitively, an individual would think that if a man and a woman engage in sex and conception occurs, that they're responsible for that because they acknowledge the risk of the outcome occurring. But even though it's like the
Right.
intuitive, obvious thing is that, oh, they're obviously responsible, I think logic tells you they're not responsible, and here's why. So if I were to like get into my car to drive down the street to buy an ice cream cone, I mean, I'm engaged in the action acknowledging that there's a risk that a drunk driver is going to T-bone me on my way. Now, if a drunk driver does T-bone me on my way, I mean, I wouldn't be responsible for that, even if I acknowledge the risk of it occurring because I didn't control that drunk driver. I didn't, make them T-bone me. The same way that like a man and a woman don't control like the biological processes that lead to conception, they don't make conception occur. So I mean,
Okay, yeah.
for that reason, I would say that like women and men actually like are not responsible for conception occurring.
Okay, yeah. I don't think that they're responsible for the conception occurring, but I do think that they hold responsibility because they know that there's a risk when they're engaging in that, and we have things that can prevent that. We have things that that they can use. That we have tools for that. Like.
Would you
Why
say if
don't
they
people
use
just
those?
do that?
Would you say if they use those tools, such as like a condom, Plan B, etc., and yet the woman still becomes pregnant, that she should be able to access abortion?
It depends on the reason that she's trying to get an abortion. If she just is getting an abortion just because she doesn't want a kid, I mean, that's a little selfish, I think. That's really selfish.
Oh, okay. So what do you think a valid reason for getting an abortion would be?
I think a valid reason for abortion would be in grape circumstances, and I think in really like serious medical concerns.
Okay, so all elective abortions should be illegal under your view. Name every
Yes.
single reason why you think elective abortions should be illegal.
All right. Well, I think it's selfish. I think you were responsible for bringing this life in, and you just decide that you don't want it now. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to the baby who has that potential of life. I've never believed in abortion.
Okay. Responding to the first thing about it being selfish. So I don't think that you merely just shitting on women who want to make the responsible decision of getting an abortion because they're not prepared to be a parent and calling it selfish is like enough reason to say that it should be illegal. I want you to understand that this is merely just a reflection of like your own prejudice against women that uphold different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and intercourse. And it's more so like a reflection of the fact that you think they're irresponsible and bad people. But I don't think that this reflection would justify making the act of abortion illegal. Because even if I accept that it's selfish, selfishness isn't always wrong, right? It was very selfish of me to reject that woman 3 years ago because I didn't like her personality. Okay, was that wrong? No. It was like very selfish of me to go out to lunch and spend $20 on a meal that tasted really good. Was that wrong? No. Okay, it's like very selfish of any of us to, I don't know, I don't know. I guess my point here is that selfishness isn't always wrong. But then even like when selfishness is wrong, like we like typically wouldn't say that it should be illegal. Like for instance, like we think that like cheating is wrong. We think that cheating is very selfish, but maybe like cheating shouldn't be like a criminal action.
Okay. I will say that I think it's wrong because it's murder.
Okay.
I think you're killing a life.
Okay. So now I already debunked this position because you define murder as like intentionally ending a human life. And that's what doctors do to brain dead patients, yet you don't think that's murder. So you have a contradiction within the principle in which drives your position. Okay. Right. And I don't think that we should be using contradictory logic to advocate for legislation and reform in American policy that inevitably like just controls and restricts what other people can or can't do with their bodies.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, sure.
Why can't contradictory logic, but why can't two different things be true about two different situations? Like we're talking about a brain dead patient.
Yeah.
That would require something different, versus someone who's pregnant.
No, don't worry, I got you. So the connection between the brain dead patient and like the abortion is a fact that that's rock. There we go. Is a fact that in both in both scenarios, your principle of ending life as murder would apply. So like principles, like moral principles specifically, are supposed to be all encompassing, meaning if there's a context where the principle is applicable, it must be applied. So like this is why you would yield the conclusion that abortion is murder, because like killing a fetus is a situation where the principle of ending life as murder is applicable, since you're ending the life of the fetus. But it would also mean that pulling the plug on brain dead patients is murder, because pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is yet another situation where this principle of ending life as murder is applicable. Right? So it must be applied in both situations if you want to hold to that moral principle. And I'm happy that I could kind of inform you about that. I mean, these are like the basics of like ethics and philosophy.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate it. I actually have never debated anyone before. But yeah, my other question too about abortion, adoption, putting up your kids for adoption, that's an option that people can take.
So it's actually not. So adoption is not an alternative to an abortion. Adoption is an alternative to raising a child, right? There's absolutely no alternative for pregnancy prior to the point of viability, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. And I mean, if you were to say that women shouldn't be able to get abortions because, there's a couple million families in line to adopt young babies, well, I don't think that we should be forcing women to be incubators just because there's a lot of families that want children. And B, children in the adoption or foster care system end up having significantly worse lives than children that aren't. Like we see higher rates of SA, drug abuse, crime, violent crime, petty crime, property crime. And I mean, every, November, December, when you walk into a Walmart or Target, you're going to see a dinky little tree with a bunch of ornaments with the names of, adopted teenagers with a little Christmas list of things that you could buy for them because their lives are so shit. And I mean, that's just the reality of how bad the adoption and foster care systems in America are. There's a high demand for like young babies, but when they grow up, all of a sudden they're teenagers. Nobody wants them anymore. Also, I had to mute you while I was talking there just because there was some background noise of the bells. Now, I did just send you an invite to unmute.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Yeah, I went into my room. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really know that much about the adoption system and the foster care system, but I mean, that's just always a thought that came to me, like, because like it just seems better than killing it. But then I do see your point about the brain dead patients. I do see your point because
consider
about
this.
the logic and all that.
Consider this. So if you're wrong, I mean, what are the consequences? What's the material consequence of your action of supporting pro-life legislation? If you're wrong and pro-life legislation is enacted, then we see millions of human rights violations, because that would mean that there's no reason to restrict a woman's access from abortion, and restricting upon somebody's bodily autonomy without good reason is a human rights violation. So if you're wrong, there's millions of human rights violations that are entailed. Now, the argument that you gave is very surface level. It's not too nuanced, and I was able to demonstrate a contradiction in it in like less than 45 seconds. So it's incredibly likely that you're wrong. So what I'd recommend to you is, maybe continue to believe that abortion's bad, but I mean, still yet be pro-choice and say that other women should be able to make that decision for themselves, and be pro-choice. I muted you again because of more background.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I appreciate you debating with me. I think I learned a lot from you, and I'm going to keep watching your lives. I don't really have anything else to talk about, but I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, appreciate you for your time, Addie. What's going on, Ryan? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, Ryan, what time is it?
It's 5:01 right now.
5:01. What state are you in?
I'm in Miami.
Miami. Miami is not a state. All right, if you're one of the 10.3 thousand people watching this stream and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's sex, I'm going to go give him a piece of my mind. Let me know down below in that chat. We'll pull you up here. Brady, what's going on? Are you MAGA?
I am MAGA, Dean.
Oh my God, you're like 12. Get the hell out of this space, buddy. All right. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Keep in mind, we just want to talk to some god diddly darn adults, okay? No more children. This is not a daycare, okay? I'm sick of...
One sec.
Hello? They're Brit. Holy Brit. Hi, do you support Trump?
Fuck you, bitch.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down.
My
Yo, Times, thank you for another $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying Fox News, Wall Street Journal, the New York Post. We're all owned by Murdoch and his family. He's the reason we went to Iraq. He's a propaganda machine for the Republicans. I'm going to have to look him up. Thank you, Times. Josh, what's going on, man? You support Trump?
Hey man, I don't know who it was. A couple guys ago, he said he was like very middle ground. It was the guy that was in the army or something like that.
Yeah, real quick, Josh, do you support Trump?
I'm also middle ground, I would say, and I just want to talk to you about some clarifications and stuff like that. I guess sway me more to your side.
So, yeah, feel free to like give me an example of something that like keeps you supporting Trump.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that I support him, but I would say that so currently for the last election, I wasn't able to vote because I was in primarily red state. So I felt there was no need to vote for Kamala.
So
I was going to if I had the opportunity.
Can you give me an example of like one thing that you like about Donald Trump?
I can't realistically, but
all right. Well, then there's no conversation for us to have, man. We're gonna move on to the next guest.
Respectfully, just shut the fuck up, bro. Honestly, you're a dickhead, mate.
Whoa. Okay, Houston.
Got the most shit.
My
bruv.
prediction is that you're gonna finish speaking and leave.
Go sock off your.
Yeah, my prediction is that you're gonna finish speaking and leave. Run away like a beta male. You're gonna prove me right in the next 30 seconds, Houston. Houston. Yo, where'd those big emotions go? Oh, you're back now, Houston.
Yeah, I'm back. Yes, sir. I just had to talk to my dad, but yeah, you're a bitch.
Okay, why's that?
Because you're a left-wing idiot.
Okay, why do you think I'm an idiot?
Huh?
Why do you think I'm an idiot, emotional man?
I'm not emotional. I just think you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, why?
Huh?
Why? Make an argument.
Because you're like your boyfriend Parker. You're both fucking idiots.
Okay. Well, once again, I asked you for an argument. Is your argument you're an idiot because you're an idiot?
Because you think Kamala's a better choice than Trump.
Ah, and that must make me an idiot. Why does that make me an idiot?
Yeah, no, I have a question though. When you're like with Parker, how big's his dick when you're sucking it? You fucking femboy.
Wouldn't you like to know so you could finish that Wattpad story? Writing that at 3 a.m. every Saturday night. Funny enough, today's Saturday, he's trying to finish out that conclusion later this evening. You know, nobody thinks about gay sex more than conservative men. And by the way, for everybody watching, I just want you to know that I'm never wrong. What did I say around 30 seconds ago? I said in 30 seconds, Houston is going to leave the live and he's going to run away like a beta male. And I even told Houston to his face that he is going to prove me right in 30 seconds. What did he do? What did he do? You know the reason why he did that and the reason why I knew he would do that is because I just embarrassed him. I mean, I embarrass everybody that comes up here with those big emotions because, like, ultimately speaking, they're just that. They're big emotions. You know? You're going to get your shit clocked, okay, in this space. What's up, Julian? You support Trump? Okay, they're not here. Okay, all right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody, we're looking for a crazy Trump supporter. That's right, just one person to come up here and tell us why they support Trump. Now, let me tell you, we've been winning recently. There's 11.2 thousand people listening into this live. There's only 47 people in the guest request, and out of those 50 people, a good third of them are probably underage. Another third aren't from America, and there's probably only a handful of people that are genuinely here to have a conversation. What's up, John? How old are you?
My balls are sweaty.
Very nice, John. Take a shower. Moving on to the next guest. We're gonna get that next guest up on the live. Why want to let me kick John? There it goes. It finally let me kick John. We got Brady loading into the live right now. Everybody, do be patient while we get that next guest up in the box. Hello, Mr. Brady. Are you MAGA?
Cookie King mogs you.
Job application. Moving on to Hayden. Here we go, everybody. Look at this. Nobody's willing to come up here and give me a piece of their mind. Only a bunch of little baby fetuses. Very emotional little baby fetuses. Hello,
Yo,
Hayden and No Name.
Cookie King mogs you, bro.
Which one is that? Oh, that is No Name. Goodbye. We got Hayden loading in. Hayden.
Oh, that is No Name. Goodbye.
And Hayden has an echo. Okay, you guys, we're going to go ahead and go over the ground rules one more time. So if you're in the guest request, if you are requesting to join the live, if you're spamming MAGA in the chat, make sure that means that you're from America. You're at least 18 years old and you support Trump. And by the way, I just want to let you guys know that it's very infuriating for me when we don't have anybody that comes up here ready and willing to debate and we just get a bunch of trolls and kids like we have been. But at the same time, it definitely shows that we're winning. You know, imagine that the day is January 21st. If you were standing in a crowded room from people all over America, and there wasn't one person that was willing to stand up and say they support Trump, and here's why, you know, you would have been on Mars, right? That just simply wouldn't have happened. The support for MAGA is dwindling. The support for Donald Trump is on the ever impeding decrease. You know, and I mean honestly, I think that my lives are a microcosm of that fact. Because the fact that we could have over 11,000 people in this one live stream on TikTok, and there's not a single person that's like, I support Trump and here's why, is very telling indeed. You know, and I mean, I hope that gives you guys a little bit of faith in the fact that, you know, we're going to be all right in the future. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate that. I hope you guys, you know, I hope that gives you guys a little bit of hope. You know what I mean? A little bit of hope, you know? It should. Like, realistically, I do mean that. It should. It should give you a little bit of hope. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box if you're in that queue. At least 18 from American Support Trump. You already know. What's up, Amelia? You MAGA? See, like, for instance, Amelia's not here. Yeah, we're really going to try to find anyone today. Holy cow. Yeah, really rough day, guys. Really rough day.
Oh my God, you actually let me out. Hang on.
Lacey, how old are you?
Hi, Dean. I'm 18.
Don't believe you. Clayton, are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Clayton, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
Well, really what I want to go back to is whenever he said the fucking kids in the adoption center and stuff, he's like, I grew up in the foster care system, and you said pretty much what you're saying is I should have been killed when I was a kid.
What?
You heard me, boy.
No, I didn't say that you should have been killed when you were a kid.
Yeah, huh?
No, I don't think that women should get abortions. I think that women should be able to get abortions. There's a big difference, and a lot of bad actors on the right like to make this equivocation. I'm merely arguing that it is morally permissible for a woman to get an abortion. I'm merely arguing.
I saw you, little beta male, and I'll fucking pop you in the fucking head with my cock. You want that? You want my big dick?
Okay. We're going to move on to the next guest. What's up, you MAGA?
Yes.
How old
Can
are
you
you?
hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 31.
31. What year are you born in?
94.
94, 31. Checks out. What about you, that slow gray 6-0? You support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
22.
22. Well, how about it? Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a 1v2. I need more of a challenge. Tell us why you guys support Trump. Convince me that I should support him too. Why the hell not?
Well, I can start. I only support him for one reason. I recently had a daughter. Don't want any trans issues in sports.
Great. Yeah, so once again, another example of the GOP not being focused on making the quality of life better for everybody, but rather making the quality of life worse for 0.5% of us. If you cared so much about trans women and women's sports, women's bathrooms, women's changing rooms, then you definitely really care about cis men like you and I and women's sports, women's bathrooms, and women's changing rooms, right?
I want my daughter to have a chance.
Can you answer my question?
She's already black. Of course, I support that. The reason why I'm against this, I want my daughter to have the chance to.
No, the question that I asked you, if
this
like
is-
you'd be like really against like cis men like you and I in women's sports, changing rooms, and bathrooms.
You're saying if I'm against cis, like men going in women's bathrooms?
Yeah.
Basically. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's really bad?
I don't think it's really bad, but I think it's uncomfortable for women for me being a.
Wait. Okay, you don't think it's really bad for a man to perv on naked women and teenage girls?
Maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you meant when you said that, you said me going to a woman's bathroom as a man.
Okay, that's essentially what I said, yeah. So do you think it's really bad for grown fucking men to perv on naked teenagers and grown women?
Yes.
Okay, how bad is it?
It's bad. I
What do
mean,
you
it doesn't
think
get-
should happen to men that do that?
What do you mean? It's the law. Exactly what should happen. If you go into space you're not allowed to.
So
I feel
what do
like
you think the consequence should be for men that, for instance, walk into a women's changing room where there's no men around just to perv on naked teenage girls and adult women? What do you think the consequence should be for doing that?
To me, it would be like jail. Like, what else is supposed to be like?
How long should they go to jail?
It depends on where you live. Every state is different. but
I'm not
I live
asking
in,
you what the legislation is. I'm asking you what you think the legislation should be. How long should a man that does that go to jail?
As long as possible.
As long as
I have a
possible. Okay, so
Yeah.
for life?
Why not? Yeah, let's go.
Okay, all right.
If you're being a pervert and going against.
So how come you think that? I should say, how come you support Donald J. Trump as president, but simultaneously you think he should be in jail for life? We're gonna go ahead and roll the clip.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
What you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you
Can I have
support
a-
a president that you think should be in jail for life? Why is that? How does that work? I guess.
Can I have a reply to that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just asking you how that works. Obviously, if you think Donald Trump should be in jail for life, he shouldn't be in the Oval Office, right?
You are correct, but we only have two options. Biden wasn't going to support my daughter, and the trans issue that I have an issue with, and that's the only option I have.
Okay, well, Biden wasn't even running for the presidency. Kamala Harris was. So I just want to clarify that you do think that Donald Trump should be in jail for life, right?
If he did what you're claiming, yes.
Wait. It's not what I claimed he did. It's what he claimed he did. Did we just listen to that clip together?
Yeah.
Okay, so he claimed he did it. Do you think he should be in jail for life?
If he did that, yes.
Wait, not an if. I don't want an if. I mean, he admitted to doing it. So you do. You
He
do.
coulda lied.
He could have lied. See, so this is why Donald Trump said.
But you're not addressing what I asked you.
Now,
I mean,
real quick, I need to address this. This is why Donald Trump says that he could go out and shoot somebody in the face on Fifth Avenue and people would still support him. It's because you don't care. He could look at you in the face and tell you that he perved on naked teenage girls and adult women in their changing rooms, and you'll just say that he's not telling the truth. That's such a crazy take. Like that's so insane for you to say. Oh, he could have lied. What? Why would he lie about something that makes him look like a pervert?
Again, I can't argue that. And
so you can't argue anything. But if you were being consistent with your beliefs, you would say that you think that Donald Trump should be in jail for life.
I'm consistent with my beliefs. He supports what I
So
support.
if you were consistent with your beliefs, you would indeed say that you think Trump should be in jail for life, correct?
I'm supporting my daughter. And
Okay, you're not answering my question, sir. Once again, you said that men that perv on naked teenage girls and adult women should be in jail for life. I just played you Donald Trump. I just played you a clip of Donald Trump admitting that's something that he's done. So this means that you think Donald Trump should be in prison until the day he dies, correct?
No, it's not correct because
okay. So then you don't think. Wait. So then you don't think that men that perv on naked teenagers and adult women while they're naked in changing rooms should go to jail for life. So how come you told me that you did think that? Like I don't know, maybe 5 minutes ago.
I do think that, but you're using that as an
wait. So if you
example.
do think that men that perv on naked teenage girls and adult women while they're naked in changing rooms should be in jail for life, and I mean we could agree that we just played a clip of Donald Trump admitting that's something that he's done. This would therefore imply that in order for you to be consistent, you'd say that you do indeed think that Donald Trump has to be in jail for life, right?
And that's fine, but he still protects my daughter's rights.
Okay. So then you concede. I just want you to be explicitly clear. You do indeed agree he should be in jail for life, correct?
If it meets my criteria, yes.
Oh, not if it meets anything, because it does. I thought we agreed that it does. So I don't want an if then. I just want a yes or a no.
If you can answer my question, yes, I'll answer that.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer my question now? I just want to be clear. You're refusing to answer.
I just.
So then you're agreeing. So then you're agreeing to answer the question. So if you're not refusing to answer my question, wait. I'm so sorry, man. If you're not refusing to answer my question, that would imply that you are therefore agreeing to answer the question. So once again, the question is: do you therefore think that Trump should be in jail for life? There's two possible answer selections. One is yes. One is no.
I can answer that if you answer the question I started here earlier.
So you're refusing to answer the question, right?
I'm not. I'm just asking you to answer the question first because I've answered 6 questions.
Oh, so I mean, I've asked you this question a billion times and you haven't answered it. We're not going to go anywhere until you answer. Sorry, man.
I've already answered it.
No, okay. Did you answer it with a yes or a no? Remind me.
I've answered. You said if, from my beliefs, if somebody is being a pervert toward women, they should be accountable to the law.
Okay, well, that's not answering my question because my question was, should Donald Trump spend the rest of his jail in life because he admitted to perving on naked teenage girls and women? Yes or no?
If it's proven correct,
the
law should
wait, was it proven?
No, it wasn't. You have some audio that I don't know where it came from.
That came from Donald Trump on Howard Stern's podcast on April 11th, 2005.
You were playing. I don't see it. I have to go check it.
What more do you have to check? I mean, I played you the clip. You could hear the audio. I mean, what more do you have to go check? Seriously.
I can't just trust you for what you say. I have to go fact check for myself.
Wait. You're not trusting me for what I'm saying. I didn't just make a claim that he went on a podcast and said these things. I played you the clip from the podcast.
Well, you could.
Can we just be clear there? Like that wasn't like a valid refutation because you're saying that you can't take my word for it. Well, you're not taking my word for it. You're taking Trump's. I didn't just claim he said this on a podcast. I played you the clip from the podcast. So you're not taking Trump's word for it. Why not?
I'm not saying I'm not taking his word for it.
Okay, so then you are taking his word for it? So then you do believe that he's done this?
I don't. I have to verify it if it's true. You could have just made this shit up.
Wait. How could I just made that up?
It could be any idea. It could be made up. There's
It
a lot
could
of
it could
different
be
people.
AI.
It could be anything.
Okay, it could be anything. No, it can't, because this clip came from 2005. AI didn't exist then.
That's what you're saying. I have to verify it. And
Okay, so then quickly leave the live, go to Google, and type in on YouTube Donald Trump's crude talk on the Howard Stern show. You'll see a clip on YouTube posted 8 years ago. Okay, obviously advanced AI to like replicate somebody's voice to perfection didn't exist 8 years ago. Go verify it in less than 30 seconds. You know what? In fact, how about, I mean, I'll even just show you it off of my laptop stream right now.
I could
camera
do it
focus.
myself.
Let the,
but you still hasn't answered my
no,
question.
no. I'm sorry, man. Because like you
'cause
said
I
that you
could be
no,
wrong.
sorry, man. You said that we
I
got to
could
verify
agree,
this.
but-
You said that we got to verify this. So like we're seriously going to verify it. So I mean, this is from the laptop. Could you please tell me what that says? How many years ago it was posted?
I'm trying to see.
It says it right there by the view count. What does that say? That says 8 years ago.
Yes, but you still have to answer my question.
Wait. So can we now agree that this is like a verified, authentic clip of Donald Trump speaking to Howard Stern because it was posted on YouTube 8 years ago, and 8 years ago, like advanced AI to duplicate and replicate individuals' voices didn't exist?
It could have been reposted.
It could have been reposted. I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, it could have been you could have shown me a fake page. It could be edited.
It could be edited. I mean, do you want to see? Okay, now you're just engaging in like baseless nonsense.
You're still not answering my question.
Would you agree that? Okay, so I'm gonna show you that it wasn't edited.
And you're trying to argue a point.
Wait. 1 second. I'm gonna show you that it wasn't edited by refreshing the page. Does it still say 8 years ago?
I can't see the chat is going too fast. If you can just go up a little bit. It still says 8 years ago.
Right, so it can't be edited because I'm refreshing the page. So it's not edited, so it's real. So can you now agree that it's authentic?
I have to check it for myself.
Wait, what do you have to check for yourself to verify it? Because you actually, no. You just did check for yourself. I just showed you it like on the phone screen. You just checked for yourself.
No, you're providing the information. I have to check it for myself. I don't believe in what CNN says.
But this isn't what CNN said because all that CNN posted was a clip of Donald Trump speaking.
I don't believe anything CNN says.
Sir, are you just like an absolute idiot? Like, I'm sorry, man. I'd get it. Like, if it was just a clip of like a CNN news anchor saying that Donald Trump said this, I'd get it. But it's not. It's just a clip from the podcast.
This is what I believe. I didn't call you out your name.
Wait. Explain it. Wait. Nate, I just want to tell me once again, why don't you believe it? Like, let's get it clear, because so far, all that we know is this was a clip from a 2005 podcast posted on CNN's YouTube channel 8 years ago. And I mean, you could very clearly hear Donald Trump admitting to these things. Why don't you believe it?
I didn't say I don't believe it. I said I got to fact check it.
Okay, what is there to fact check, though? That's the question I'm asking you. What is there to fact check?
That it is real.
Okay, and how are you going to go about that fact check? What does that fact check look like?
I'm going to check multiple sources instead of you just telling me what I need to believe.
Okay, so why is this one source not enough?
Because we live in a day and age where there's multiple sources, and every time you look at something, a different news source gives you different information. You believe one thing and it's wrong.
Explain to me how it could be wrong when it's literally a clip of him speaking.
It could be edited. I don't know what happened.
It can't.
8 years ago.
So, sir, it cannot be. How can it be edited? This was posted 8 years ago. AI didn't exist 8 years ago. It actually couldn't have been edited.
But you can edit audio 8 years ago. People made music.
Oh, so you're basically saying that like CNN compiled like a bunch of different words that Donald Trump said into like one.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I need to check it for myself.
Okay. Hey, sir. So I understand that you're just trying to artificially increase my cortisol levels, but you're coping. And real quick, so we're gonna kick this guy, but before we do, can we all laugh at him real quick? Could we get some like? Could we just like publicly like haze him? Because like I mean, this will like make up for all like the emotional stress he's caused me. Because his like denseness is like suffocating. So now we have like 11.5 thousand people publicly hazing you. That's great. We're gonna go and let that go on for another 10 seconds before I kick you. The amount of like emotional control that it takes for me to be able to speak with you with a clear, non-frustrated voice is crazy. I can't believe that last conversation we just had was real, man. I'm gonna go to remove you from my stream, but dear Lord, get a fucking grip. Oh my God, get a grip. You sound crazy. You are crazy. Holy shit, get a grip. Goodbye. It is just you now. 6-0, welcome in. Before you take the mic, I got a couple people to thank here real quick. Hype, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying here I thought denial is just a river in Egypt. Guess not. As well as Evelyn, thank you for the $20 Super Chat on YouTube saying a new follow of yours. Well, welcome in, Evelyn. Thank you so much, Hyped and Evelyn. You guys are the best. And 6-0, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. Well, first I have one thing to say about him. I'm not going to say that I agree with him, but I will say there are, you can take clips out of something and it can sound out of context to what someone is saying, if that makes sense.
So what context could that clip I played be put in to make it acceptable?
I'm not saying that clip specifically was, but I'm saying I can see where he's coming from.
Well, that's not the question I asked you. Because listen, I just want you to conceive of any context that would make that clip acceptable.
I can't think of any, and I'm not saying that it was.
So it literally couldn't be taken out of context because whatever the context was, it was still unacceptable to say that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have one other thing to say. So now you said Biden wasn't running for presidency, Kamala was. But Biden was running for presidency. He had dropped out, and Kamala took over the running as candidate.
Okay, so the reason why I said that Biden wasn't running for the presidency, Kamala Harris was because when we got our ballots to vote, the two options were Trump and Kamala Harris. So when you're doing a comparative analysis between like the two candidates in the race, those two candidates are very obviously going to be Trump and Harris, not Trump and Biden.
Yeah, at the very end, yes.
So why do you support Trump?
So I support him because of, for one, his no tax on overtime.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't support the Bail Reform Act.
So no tax on overtime. Anything else?
The No Bail Reform Act.
The No Bail Reform Act.
The No Bail Reform Act. Okay, anything else?
Not that I can specifically think of. I do support him trying to secure our borders more.
So the No Money Bail Act passed under Biden.
Well, to be honest, that was my wife that said that. So
okay, then as it relates to no tax on tips, that's included in the Big Beautiful Bill. Sure, that may be like one part of the Big Beautiful Bill that will benefit you. However, if you're like the average American, like I could only assume you are, you're still going to be net hurt by that bill. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities would indicate it's actually going to reduce your after-tax income.
that may be so, but I think you still be coming out more on top.
No. So basically, like that's what I'm saying is wrong. No. So the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities did a study on all 831 pages of the bill. They've indicated that, yeah, it's going to reduce the after-tax income of 80% of Americans. The only people that are going to come out on top are the top 20% of income earners. And you know, feel free to like read their cogent report on why they believe that. You could go to cbpp.org. It's going to be the first link on their website, right? So I guess I'd ask you, why do you still think that the net impact of the bill will put you out on top, even though like the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities has indicated otherwise? Do you have like another think tank that says you'll come out on top?
No.
Okay, so you just kind of believe that because you believe it. Sure. Well, I mean, if you want to respond to that, take it away. Or if you just want to move on to another reason why you support Trump, feel free to do that too.
Well, I mean, I guess I could move on to him securing the border more.
Okay, well, I don't think there's just like decreasing undocumented entries by scaring them away, by violating the human rights of undocumented immigrants who are in this country, is securing the border. I think that it is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, It is not a long-term solution. The only long-term solution to secure the southern border and to reduce undocumented entry is to remove the incentive for undocumented entry, which is the slow, neglected, depraved legal means of entry. And the only way to fix that is to make the legal means of entry into America more efficient, cost less, and overall better. And that's something Donald Trump has never intended or tried to do. In fact, the one time Congress did try to do this was under Biden and Harris with the bipartisan border bill, and Donald Trump actually got Republicans to torpedo it. So not only has he never intended or tried to reduce undocumented entry in the long term, but he's actively fought against attempts to reduce undocumented entry in the long term.
So as far as what Biden and Harris did, I'm not completely positive that this is true, but from what I've heard that was happening is they were letting, immigrants in to come live here, and they were funding them until they could become legal citizens, which doesn't seem that fair, saying, how we have multiple people in America who are already on the streets, homeless, who are people who came out of the army or the military, and they're homeless on the streets needing help. But we're giving money to immigrants to help them get into here and have a home for them and let them get their citizenship.
Name one thing that Donald Trump has ever done for the homeless people on the streets that need help.
Created more jobs.
My wife says he created more jobs.
Really? That's crazy. The one economic policy he passed under his first administration only increased income inequalities, and we have a Brookings report that would indicate that it led to no new macro-level business reinvestment, and creating new jobs would require new macro-level business reinvestment. In fact, if we just look at job growth under his presidency, there's a total net loss in jobs. Now, that was, for the most part, attributed to the pandemic, but he definitely didn't pass any great economic policy to create new jobs either. Now, the real question the real answer to the question I asked would be nothing. Donald Trump has never done anything to help the homeless people on the streets that need help. Every time the homeless people on the streets that need help have been helped has been by Democrats. Think food stamps, Dems. Think EBT, that was Dems. Think social safety nets like Section 8, that was Dems. Think Medicare and Medicaid, that was Dems. Every single time we've helped low-income Americans, it was Democrats, right? Now, you said that the Biden-Harris administration was giving money or funding to undocumented immigrants in America. Well, that's just an belligerent lie. You would not be able to name one federal program that has given money to or benefited undocumented immigrants in this country. And Boots and Cats 2.0, I appreciate you for that gym gun.
So they weren't funding them, but were they still letting them in and without
letting them in? Well, I mean, so they didn't try to implement any new border policy until the end of their term with the bipartisan border bill. And of course, Trump shot that down. So this means that they were coasting off of the coattails of the policy passed by Donald Trump in his first administration. So does this mean that Donald Trump's border policy was letting undocumented immigrants in America?
No.
Okay, so then how did they let them in? Because once again, they were just riding the coattails of his policy.
Does he support the law?
That I can't answer.
Right. So, sure, man. Is there anything else you want to go over?
Not that I can think of.
Is there anything else that your wife or girlfriend wants to go over with me? I'll happily talk to her too.
Is there anything you want to add? Anything else?
People I don't know. Hell.
She doesn't talk to people that she doesn't know. Okay. All right. Well, have a good rest of your day, man. Have fun with that 6-0. We're going to move on to the next guest. That was a brutal debate, man. I'm not going to lie. I appreciate him for remaining respectful. Let's get that next guest up in the box. And Sasha, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo 7 minutes ago. Sasha says, thank you for your service. You give me hope. That makes me the happiest man alive. Thank you so much for the love, Sasha. As well as Lauren for the $15 on Venmo saying, damn, that last guy, they're all getting cooked today. Thank you so much for the $15, Lauren. Shout out to Lauren and Sasha. Madison with a 3. Silas with a 1 cent, as well as, let's see here, Karen 42 minutes ago with the $15 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. We're going to get that next Trump supporter in here literally right now. And if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool and you want to support me, feel free to support me via the Venmo and the PayPal, which you could find in the link tree in my bio, y'all. Test? Got Echo. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Jaden loading up into the box. We got Jaden loading up into the box, as well as MIKO. Thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Oh my God. Miko says, now let's go ahead and read this off together. Miko says, keep proving the Trump cultists wrong and bringing back Zach. You're killing it. I appreciate you for that love, Miko. Let's get 300 Miko W's. That is MIKO, as well as Yadria, that is Yadira. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Yadria says, supporting a very intelligent young man. That is so kind, Yadria. Show some love to Yadria down below in that chat. I really do appreciate you guys so very much. As well as Kera, Kira with $11, Jose with a 5. And I really appreciate you guys so much. Darian, what do you want? Why are you back?
I'm back because you kicked me off last time. And I appealed it, and I won the appeal. So congratulations.
You got banned.
Yeah, because somebody, you know what it is? Your fanboys report people that cook you. And then when people that don't know how to appeal it, see, that's the thing. I appealed it and I won because your fanboys were mad that I was cooking you.
So no, it's actually called TikTok's auto moderation software. I understand that you live in a land of like make-believe and fairy tale where you just get to think whatever you want is true, like the idea that you were cooking me and therefore my fanboys were reporting you for it. But in all reality, TikTok just has an auto moderation software. But good to know that I've kept you pissed off.
Well, no. What actually keeps me pissed off is that all your fanboys are hopping on my page, commenting unnecessary stuff, like calling me a pervert and calling me a pervert lover and stuff like that, you know. And you won't denounce that, right? Because I know you won't do that. You won't say, hey guys, you know, don't go on his page and start lying because we don't know the guy. He just has a different opinion than us.
Well, first and foremost, I mean, listen, what I will denounce is like the people watching the stream going and like spamming your comment section. So if you're watching my stream, please don't do that to my guests. It makes it less likely that people will come up into my stream. And you know, it's just like generally not a good thing to do. So I'd appreciate if you guys want to do that. But insofar as the things that they commented, if the shoe fits, the shoe fits. But that's neither here nor there.
How does the shoe fit? You guys don't even know me.
For sure. Like, for instance, the comment of being a pervert lover. Well, the first time that we spoke, you were justifying for over an hour that a 65-year-old man perving on naked teenagers and grown women without their consent against their will in a woman-only space is not perverted. I would definitely say that this is sympathetic to the idea of being a pervert lover.
No, you're misunderstanding my words. You're misunderstanding why. And you never answered my question either, so before I got kicked off. So I would like to know your answer on what is worse for American women, Donald Trump or men playing in women's sports?
Right. You know, I think that fascism is probably worse for America than 16 trans women in the NCAA. So I've answered your question, and if you'll let me finish speaking, going back to the reason why you were asking this question, you were asking this question to completely disregard the argument I was giving to you at the time. Now, before I give that argument to you again, I got to thank Disgusted Veteran for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Disgusted Veteran. Disgusted Veteran says, this boomer admires your patience in speaking with cookie cutter cultists every single day. Keep fighting the good fight, sir. This is the fall of America, now streaming everywhere. I appreciate you for that love, Veteran. Let's get 500 Veteran W's down below. Darian, how do you feel about Veteran over here calling you a cookie cutter cultist?
I don't really care, man. God bless him.
Are you okay? Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well, saying watching your stream. I appreciate that. Then Pierre with the $10 as well, saying taking a break from my Trump family reunion to hide in my room and watch your stream to remind myself that sane people exist. Yo, let's fucking go. I appreciate you for being in here. Now, I guess let's try to pick up where we left off. I think that you were trying to win the chat over by convincing them that once again, a 65-year-old man perving on...
No, you brought that up, actually.
I know, but your response to what I brought up was that it wasn't perverted.
No, but what I said is that the situation is different. The situation is not perverted because those women worked for him. And had he been someone else that didn't own the beauty pageant and just walked up in there without permission and without these people being employed by him, then it would be perverted. But these women were employed by him. They knew he was the owner, and none of them ever really said that he did anything sexual to them. So he was never held accountable, eligible, or however you want to say that, in court, that he raped any of his beauty pageant. So in reality, that argument it doesn't even have anything to do with the fact that I voted for Trump because I don't want men in women's spaces.
That's an example of a man in a woman's space. But listen,
but that's-
so, you just spoke. Let me speak. So, you said that it wasn't perverted because they were employed by him. First, we're just going to hit you back with a technicality. That's not true. So, contestants of a beauty pageant are competing for a prize. They're not employed by the owner of the beauty pageant. And then the second response to that will just be, even if they were their employees, that doesn't mean that it wasn't perverted. If anything, it would make it more perverted because it would be an employer actuating upon the authority and power in which they have to take advantage of their employees. Like, for example, if you were a business owner and you employed 10 women, does this mean that you wouldn't be a pervert if you used the fact that you were their employer that gave them income to take advantage of them in the women's restroom?
No, I don't put myself.
So that wasn't a good counter argument, then, was it,
that's-
buddy? So you just got cooked, right, buddy?
No.
Yeah,
no,
of course you
no.
did. You just got cooked.
No, I did not.
Yeah, the way that you got cooked is by
you
arguing.
Don't make any sense.
The way that you got cooked was by arguing that it wasn't perverted because he was their employer. I pointed out that no, he actually wasn't their employer. They weren't employees. They were contestants competing for a prize. But even if he was their employer, it'd make it worse because then he'd just be levying his authority and power over the contestants to take advantage of them. And I demonstrated to you that that'd be even more perverted through the use of the analogy in which I just gave. If you were a business owner, you had women employees, and you took advantage of them in the restrooms, and you levied your authority over them to do so because you were their employer that signed their paychecks, would that have been perverted? Would that have been wrong? And I believe that you answered yes. Now, if you'd like to answer no, go ahead and make yourself a fool. But if your answer was yes, guess what? You got cooked.
So first of all, no, I did not get cooked. And the fact that you're
listen, denial's
the fact
also a
that you're
river
sitting-
in Egypt. I get it.
Okay, and the fact that you're sitting here, arguing that Trump was in a space that he was allowed in, and you're not against the fact that trans men want to be inside of women's bathrooms and they want to be in women's sports, then how does your argument even make sense? How does your argument even make sense? If it's okay for trans women to be in these women's spaces, which most women in America are very uncomfortable with, and you're okay with that. You're okay with that. But your argument is, oh, well, no, Trump is a pervert because he went into a space that he was allowed into.
Okay,
That's
so
your argument.
I just want to clarify. So you think I'm a hypocrite because I think it's wrong for Trump to do it, but I think it's okay for trans women to do it. Does this mean that...
No.
Now listen to me. Let me finish. Does this mean in order for you not to be a hypocrite, because you think it's okay for Trump to do it, you therefore also think it's okay for trans women to do it?
No. You're completely going over.
Damn,
the
see how
fact
your own
that he
argument
was
goes against
allowed-
you there, buddy? See how your
He
own
was
fucking
allowed
argument
into
goes
the
against you there,
space.
buddy?
He was
If you
allowed-
want to call me a hypocrite, fucking reaching for the straws, saying that, oh, if I think it's wrong for Trump to do it, I have to think it's wrong for trans women to do it. I mean, yeah, you've been very adamant about the fact you think it's okay for Trump. Most pro trans ally on the right side of the aisle, I guess. Darian. What is it now?
Well, to my defense on that, I just found out about all this, him going into that space today. And like I said, my argument is he was allowed into that space. Rather, a lot of people
Allowed
see
by
his
whom? Wait,
comments-
allowed by whom?
Rather, his comments were inappropriate.
Allowed by
about
whom? No. Allowed by whom?
It's his beauty pageant.
Exactly. Allowed by himself.
It's
And that's
his-
the
and these
issue.
women-
It wasn't allowed by the women in the
these
space.
women were
It wasn't
competing
allowed by the
with-
women in the space. It wasn't allowed by the women in the space. It was allowed by himself. That's the issue, man.
How is that? And how do you know that for a fact?
How do I know
Why
that for a
did the
fact?
women-
Because we have one of those women come up onto this live all the time and talk about it. Her name's fucking Victoria.
there-
Also, you don't need to be fucking Einstein 2.0 with a brain the size of Jupiter to understand that a man going into a woman's restroom is not allowed by the women in the restroom or the women in the changing room. I mean, like, holy shit. Why do you think women's changing rooms exist? It's because they don't feel comfortable changing and getting naked in a space that isn't designed for, intended for, and meant for women, right? That's the whole premise behind the idea of a woman's changing room, okay? Listen, if it wasn't a space where men were not allowed, then why did Donald Trump say there was no men in there?
So like I said, he was allowed into this space. And you're being a hypocrite because you don't want to protect women. You don't want to protect women from being punished by men in their own sports.
Exactly. Back to the comment of hypocrisy. If I'm a hypocrite for saying it's bad for Trump but okay for trans women, then in order for you not to be a hypocrite because you think it's good for Trump, it also have to be good for trans women, bro. Like,
no, I'm not.
Listen,
a hypocrite.
if you're not a hypocrite, then neither am I. I don't even listen, man, Darian. I seriously, I don't even need to give you my argument for why I think it's okay for trans women to use a women's restroom, because at the end of the day, if you're not a hypocrite, then neither am I. The argument is just invalid. No, I don't even need to demonstrate why you're wrong and how it's not hypocritical, because you reject the notion that it's hypocritical for you to say that it's okay for Trump but bad for trans women. So therefore, that would logically imply that the notion that if it's bad for Trump and okay for trans women, that's also not hypocritical.
I don't know what the hell you just said. You just said a whole bunch of words. You like to do that a lot. Actually, you like to just say a whole bunch of nonsense that nobody's really saying because you feel like, like I said, you like to get loud and you like to talk a lot when you feel like, you're trying to make a point that in reality you're not really making a point. You're not making a point. Your point is invalid because you guys don't really want to protect women. You guys are supposedly the party of peace. You guys are supposedly the party of protecting women. But you don't.
You're saying that you don't understand what I'm saying. Let me tell you a story. Junior year of high school, I took Calculus 1. I didn't do any of my homework. So when I was in class, I didn't understand what the hell my teacher was saying. That didn't mean he was a bad teacher. That meant I was a bad student that didn't pay damn attention.
Yeah. I can tell you were a bad student that didn't pay attention.
And I could tell you didn't even see why I told you that story.
I can tell, brother. Well, this argument is over. I cooked you. You don't really love women. You guys don't really defend women. You guys rather have men beating on them. You guys rather have men beating them in their own sports. Like I told you before, there's no trans men, women turning into men.
Wait, we'd rather have men Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist. He appointed Matt Gaetz, who, like, the Republican House Committee found to have raped a 17-year-old girl as the AG of this country before Matt Gaetz inevitably stepped down because the House Republicans found him to have raped a 17-year-old girl. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, the hell? Bro, like, what? Beating on women. 2 days ago, Elon Musk came out and said that the reason that the Trump administration hasn't released the Epstein files like they promised is because Donald Trump is named on them. Like, let's not forget that a 13-year-old girl, Katie Johnson, accused Donald Trump and Epstein of raping her. Okay, and this comes after, in the early aughts, when Donald Trump went on record saying that Jeffrey Epstein is a great guy with a very adventurous lifestyles, and he likes young girls just like Jeffrey Epstein does. The left likes men beating on women? What are we talking about here? Okay, like, there's no way that, like, we're living in the same reality. There's just simply no way.
As a man with 2 daughters who are going to participate in sports, I'm comfortable with the fact that Donald Trump is president and that no man, no boy will be competing against my daughters. That is my argument.
Are you simply not going to respond to anything I just said?
I don't know how this whole argument turned into...
So you're just simply not going to respond to anything I just said?
No, because I keep seeing all these stupid comments, people talking about that I'm a perv, that I support a perv and all that.
Because you do.
That's the argument you brought up. My argument is I want to protect my daughters. My argument is I want to protect women. How is it that...
Right. You want to protect your daughters, but if your daughters... No. You want to protect your daughters, but if your daughter was E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump raped them, you still would have voted him into the Oval Office. You want to protect your daughters, but if your daughter was Katie Johnson and your daughter accused Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of raping her, you would have still voted Trump into office. You want to protect your daughters, but if your daughter was a 10-year-old girl going up the escalator in 1992 that Donald Trump turned around and said he'd be dating in 10 years, you would have still voted him into office. You want to protect your daughters, but if your daughters competed in Miss Teen USA or Miss USA when they were adults, and Donald Trump walked backstage to look at them while they're naked, then told Howard Stern publicly about how good their boobs looked, you still would have voted for him. You want to protect your daughters, but if your daughters were the reason why Donald Trump was listed in the Epstein files, and then Donald Trump turned around and wanted to conceal and protect them from the American people because he doesn't want to be truthful and transparent about the man he is, you still would have voted him for office. See, I'm not willing to believe a damn word that comes out of your mouth about your daughters, because at the end of your day, you don't give a fuck about your daughters, at least when Donald Trump has anything to do with mistreating them, abusing them, raping them, assaulting them, sexualizing them, or perving on them while they were naked, sir. That's why I reject all of this. I think that this is baseless virtue signaling from a man that claims to be good, from a man that claims to care about family values, from a man that claims to care about women and girls, from a man that claims to be all of these things, but guess what? When push comes to shove and you are faced with a fucking menace to society, you're still gonna vote him in, because what the hell is a red line? I bet you know what the hell a member of a cult is, though. All right? You know you can't attack your cult leader.
You know what's crazy, right? You're arguing with me about family values, and you don't even have a family. You don't have kids. You don't even have a wife.
Yeah.
I have kids. I have my wife.
yeah,
and
yeah,
you're
yeah.
trying to argue to me about family values.
Yeah. Are you pro-life?
You're trying to argue to me about family values.
Are you pro-life?
I am pro-life.
Do you have a uterus?
100% I'm pro-life. Absolutely, I'm pro-life.
Do you have a
I am
uterus?
against abortion. What?
Do you have a uterus?
Why is this question what are you talking about?
Okay, so then why is it relevant if I have a family?
Because you can't speak about family values if you don't have a family.
Great, so then you can't speak about abortion unless you have a uterus.
You don't understand what it is to have daughters that want to participate in sports, and then you have to worry about a man participating in that sport too because you live in New Jersey.
So then you can't talk about abortion because you don't have a uterus. You don't understand what it's like to get pregnant. You don't understand what it's like to be pregnant. You don't understand what it's like to give birth. You don't understand all these things, and you think that you could talk about abortion and what women shouldn't be able to do or can be able to do with their bodies, even though you don't have a uterus.
When did I ever mention abortion?
When I asked you if you were pro-life and you said yes.
I am pro-life.
Right,
yes,
but I guess in accordance with your values, your norms, and the way in which you perceive the world around you, if I can't talk about family values because I don't have a family, that means you can't talk about abortion because you don't have a uterus. Make that make sense, man. Guess what? No, you just want to try to take fucking chess pieces off the chessboard mid-game because you're getting fucking cooked. Like, guess what? I absolutely flamed you. I grilled you as it relates to your quote-unquote family values. You couldn't retort, you couldn't respond, you couldn't disprove a single damn thing I said. All that you could say is that I can't talk about family values because I am a man that doesn't have a family, but you are, therefore you should always know more. Well, guess what? If we should trust your logic, all of a sudden you and me and every other man on the face of this goddamn planet Earth shouldn't be able to talk about abortion or a woman's access to healthcare because we don't have uteruses. But you reject the logic as it applies in that scenario, so therefore I reject that logic as it applies in this scenario, family values. I should be able to talk about whatever the hell I want to, including family values, if I don't have a family, the way you think you should be able to talk about whatever the hell you want to, including abortion, even though you don't have a uterus.
So, first of all, I never brought up abortion. You did. You asked me if I was pro-life after I told you that you can't speak on family values because you don't have a family. So now because you knew I was right about that, you tried to trap me by lowering me into a conversation that I didn't even want to have in the first place. Because yes, I am pro-life, but I don't comment on those situations because you're right. I don't have a uterus. You're right. I don't have that to be able to give birth. Yes, you're right about that. So I don't comment on that. And if you want to go get an abortion, that's your option. But I'm against it. I am against it.
Jose, I appreciate you so much for the meter, Sarah. So the pro-life position literally entails that you do comment on it insofar as the extent that you believe that it should be illegal, okay? Pro-life in a nutshell doesn't mean that you think it's wrong, doesn't mean that you think it's right.
But
it means that you think it should be illegal.
You lowered me into the conversation. You're trying to trap me.
So you're pissed at me that I successfully trapped you into a logical contradiction, bro. Get a goddamn grip, okay? It's not my fault that your positions are devoid of fact, reason, and logic and contradict one another, and I could point this out in like sub 3 seconds. It's not my fault that you decide to believe things based upon what the fucking lies of Fox News tells you to believe, and what, like, I don't know, your 87-year-old mother on Truth Social sends to you on SMS. Okay, it's not my fault. Did we get banned? No. Beer, beer, beer. Beer, beer, beer. Beep, 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 beep. We got banned for misinformation, everybody. God damn! He was getting grilled. Oh, that sucks. That sucks, chat. That motherfucker was getting grilled. He was getting hurt so hard. He was getting hurt so hard that TikTok had to take me down. We're getting a FaceTime from Barker, everybody. Let's go ahead and pick it up. Hello.
The stream can hear you, man. What happened?
Well, we got taken down for misinformation, a week ban after I absolutely grilled the fuck out of an idiot.
You got taken down for misinformation? Really?
Yeah, I got banned from the kitchen for burning the steak. That's a great one. Yo, shout out to T for the $10 on Super Chat for the phenomenal analogy. Yeah, we got taken down, man. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I had like 1,000 people join me.
Base, man. Well, I'm really hoping here that, we get our account back. We submitted the appeal. I don't know. Usually those misinformation bans, you never really know. Sometimes you get the account back, sometimes you don't. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, good luck on that one. That's the main account, right? So you can go into your DNC Dean account. You should be fine.
Yeah, I got the backup. Honestly, I might join you here for a little bit if we don't hear back on the appeal shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll help out the algorithm. Appreciate you, bro.
Of course, bro. Take care. Peace. All right, everybody. We're going to hang out for a second. I got a buttload of y'all to thank, so let's do that real quick. Layla, thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube. They say, as a Christian woman, this caller is disgusting. What teen or woman would feel comfortable with a man coming into their changing room? He wants to protect a pedophile, not his daughters. He needs to open a Bible and repent. Could not agree more. As well as T, once again, with the $10 with the fire analogy. Shout out to T. Let's see here. I'm sorry. I'm actually sending myself kind of like a record of when that call was so I could go back, clip it, and post it. Let's see who else here. Christian, thank you for the $10 saying bro got absolutely dunked on. Dude, that guy got fucked up. I mean, I was pissed because he's an idiot. Local FBI, thank you for the $20 super chat. FBI says, Dina's making America great again. Keep doing God's work. Much love. Yo, much love to you, local FBI. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. Huge shout out to local FBI. Let's go ahead and head over to the PayPal and the Venmo. Let's go ahead and thank a couple more people real quick. Once again, I appreciate everyone so much for your love. Rose with a $5 saying, I feel so bad for that man's daughters. Me too. Sky with a $5. Could he perhaps correct the guess that trans women are women and not men? He doesn't understand that being trans isn't a choice. Yeah, so the reason why I didn't correct him is because if I did, then he would have just completely recentered the debate around that and kind of used it as a scapegoat. But of course, 110% trans women are women. Jack, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well, saying guest is hypocritical, ignores evidence, victim blames, refuses to listen and debate. Also, guess I cooked Dean so good. Literally crazy, man. Madeline, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Oh my God. Madeline, thank you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind of you. Let's get 500 Madeline W's down below in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. Oh my God. Madeline says, if Trump had zero ill intent, he would have waited until they were decent. That's common sense, guess. Literally. Abigail with a $5, Brian with a $5, Nicholas with a $5, Layla with a $5, and Eric, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Eric says, yo, if this guy's such a pervert, never let him be near Indiana. What's going on in Indiana? Maybe Eric's there. Eric just won't put up with that shit. Yo, KH, once again with the 10, I appreciate you guys so much for the love over on Venmo. Let's head over to PayPal. Hands with the $2, thank you. Lewis with the $5, I appreciate that. Brian with a $5, Victor with a $5, and Sean, thank you for the $25. Holy crap, Sean! Let's get 250 Sean W's. Very, very kind indeed. And oh my gosh, Christian, thank you for the $200 over on PayPal. Oh my God, Christian. Show some love to Christian down below in that chat right now. Now, Christian explicitly asked me not to read his donation off on live, so I will not read your donation off on live, but Christian, you know I love you. Thank you so much for your kindness, Christian. Everybody, please show some love to Christian down below in that chat. You know I love you. Seriously, man. Thank you for the $200, y'all. Show some love to Christian down below right the hell now. As well as Demon. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. No attached message, just some love. Thank you, Christian and Demon. You guys are awesome. I'd also like to put it out there. So if you want to support me, I'd highly recommend that you support me on Venmo and PayPal over YouTube Super Chat, because YouTube takes like 60% of the Super Chats. Meanwhile, nobody touches anything on the Venmo and PayPal apart from like the IRS every year. So Yeah. Oh, would you look at that? We got the appeal approved over on TikTok. It's a good day. It's a great day. Should we go live again? Lauren, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's see what Lauren has to say. Lauren says, pain again because that guy sucks so hard. It was entertaining and I value your perspective. Thank you for the love, Lauren. I think I'm definitely going to go and clip that one up and post it. I mean, that guy just got brutally fried. Oh my God. That was like a brutal takedown. That has to be like one of the worst takedowns ever. Oh my God. Like that. Oh, that guy got fucked up. Holy shit. That guy got fucked up. Okay. Yeah. We'll go live again over on our main account. You know, maybe we'll also extend an invitation over to Parker to join. I hope Parker knows that there's always an open invitation there. Join Parker. We'll just extend him an invitation to join us. Uh-oh, guys, look in the YouTube comment section. Rebecca says, why do you keep dodging me? It's crazy that you've made your way over to YouTube. So, Rebecca, I have seen you on TikTok before. You obviously very much so want to talk to me. I'd actually love to talk to you too, Rebecca. Actually, Rebecca, are you in my Discord? We could talk right now. Are you in my Discord, Rebecca? Let's see. I've been in your requests all day. Rebecca, go ahead and drop your TikTok. You go ahead and drop your TikTok, Rebecca. We'll get you up. Okay. All right, everybody. She's about to get absolutely No, I'd love to talk to her because she's really been spamming hard. Randy! Oh my God, Randy. Thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. No attached message. Once again, just a love. You're awesome, Randy. Guys, show some love to Randy down below in that chat for the $50. You are phenomenal, quite frankly. Thank you. And I mean that. Thank you, Randy. Okay. All right, everybody. We're going to go live on TikTok here shortly. I'm going to go use a restroom real quick. We'll probably hop on. I guess it's a nice to take a little bit of a brain break. I'm not going to lie, y'all. I get exhausted from these streams. And what, really exhausts me is just going to be the fact that it's like every single day, my brain works talking to these people, some more than others. By the way, everybody, I've been practicing on the guitar. In fact, I even think I'm about to like go out and buy a nicer one. So this is like a $30 thrift store guitar. I think I'm going to invest in like a nice instrument. You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm going to go pee real quick. Bio break. I'll be right back. When I'm back, we'll go live on TikTok. BRB. All right, I'm back. Don't even have a YouTube chat open again, but I washed my hands. Oh, wow. You guys weren't spamming that. You were spamming LPIS W Pro. Y'all are so weird. Y'all are so weirdos. Okay. All right. The hell. All right, let's go live. Let's go live. I don't fucking refresh. I'm trying to refresh my TikTok studio. Guess I gotta come. Oh, there it goes. But I closed out of it. All right, let's go ahead and restart TikTok studio. Get that live access back. We'll head back on live, y'all. I have another hour and a half of debates. Finish out the day. I think it's right around an hour and a half. Yo, that one guy says W excrement. Bro, mods ban him. Blow up their house, please. I beg. Just kidding. I'm not actually advocating for my mods to blow up my fans' houses. Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. Not a God. I'm really not fit to be an influencer. I tell you. You know, so this is why I may never run for president. Because if I did, imagine. imagine the clips from these streams that people would take. Oh my God, they'd have like anti-Dean ads running 24/7 for like 3 years straight. It would be so bad, guys. It would be. I'd be over. Don't vote for Dean. Here's a clip of him saying that he's literally gonna blow up the house of somebody that it. All right, TikTok live has started. All right, we're back on air. We're back on air, chat. Woo! Hell yeah, brothers. Hell yeah, brothers. We're back on air. Hello for everybody tuning into that TikTok stream. Welcome back in, everybody. So, you know, we had a little bit of a hiccup there. TikTok banned us for misinformation, but, you know, I'm actual factual, so nothing that we said was misinformation. So TikTok gave us our account back. And can we get some, real quick, for everybody tuning back in, can we get some big old W's down below in that chat for TikTok giving us our account back? Can we get some big old W's? Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends, and hopping in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to hop back into it as if nothing ever even happened. Now, for everybody tuning back in, seriously, if you double tap on that phone screen, it'll help us out a whole lot. As well as if you share out that live with a handful of friends, spam that chat. Y'all already know all the things that we can be doing to help get this live to send out to more people. We're honestly not going to skip a beat. We're going to hop right back into the debate. So we got Braden loading in. Everybody, just give us a minute, y'all. Hello, Braden. Are you MAGA?
Hello?
What's up, man? You support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, dear God. Why is that?
Well, I'm in the military. And I've noticed like a jump in quality of life since he's been in.
Okay, slow down. Let's talk about this. So what has Donald Trump done that has increased your quality of life already?
The standards are different. Like, I don't know if you like keep up with that, but it was very relaxed under the previous one.
Wait, standards of what? Like, I'm asking, what has Donald Trump done to increase the quality of your life?
I don't know if it was really him personally, but it was the guy he put in.
Pete Hegseth. So how has Pete Hegseth increased the quality of your life?
It just has. I don't know how to explain it to you.
Great, Brandon. I appreciate you for the argument, man. I'm going to move on to the next guest just because you have literally no explanatory power to your position. We got to go to move on. Once again, for the very first 2.1 thousand people tuning back in, welcome in, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live. We are back. We got taken down by TikTok. We got banned from misinfo. What's up, Philip? You support Trump?
Cookie King mogs you.
Oh my God, that is like a 13-year-old max. Like they might even be like younger than 13. I'm not going to lie. That could have been like a 9-year-old. Natty, what's going on? You support Trump?
Hey, so kind of, and I don't want to debate you. I just want to get informed. If you want to debate, you can kick me if you want.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, we are just looking for debates with people why they support Trump. But if you want to ask one question, I don't mind answering it while I'm looking for that next guest.
Yeah, so I've been raised Republican my whole life, and I live down in the South, so it's kind of the thing to do, you know.
Right.
And I just wanted your opinion on necessarily following a party versus following opinions, or politics, if that makes any sense. Or policies, I'm sorry.
Opinion and okay, yeah, I got you. So, I mean, I would recommend, like, not really, like, worrying too much about parties. Always just looking at who's running for what position and what do they have to offer. Because the moment when you become a party loyalist, you say, I'm a Republican and I'm going to vote right up and down the ballot no matter what. You go from placing country above party to party above country, and that's a very backwards way of thinking. What's going on, Jacob? You MAGA?
Yeah.
Jacob, buddy, how old are you?
14.
Jacob, man, listen, I'm going to kick you because you're underage, but don't be MAGA. Very bad.
I'm just kidding.
Base fetus? Yo, let's go. All right, we're going to get that next guest up in here. If you're part of the 3.1 thousand people just tuning in on TikTok, go ahead and drop a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up here. By the way, yeah, we got taken down because TikTok banned us, but we got the account back because we're based like that. What's going on, G? How old are you?
25.
25. You're about a billion light years away from your mic.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Vincent.
I'm sorry, man. Your mic sucks. I gotta move on. I would love to have debated you because we are still seriously looking for a Trump supporter, but the mic was just that bad. All right, everybody. We're gonna get that next guest up in here right now. What's going on?
King Mogs you.
Lucas, get a job, please. Please get a job, quite frankly. No more Cookie King. The war's over, by the way, guys. You know, me and Cookie, we talked it out, guys. We talked it out. No more Cookie King. That's right. We're gonna go to get that next guest up in here right now. Y'all just still looking for that very first guest to the restart of the stream. The Trump supporters are scared. By the way, that's why I'm always telling you guys to like double tap on the phone screen, share out the live stream in the comment section, is because that helps us get on that For You page. Like, I'm not going to lie. When we have like 3.5 thousand people in here, that's just simply not enough people to have a Trump supporter willing to come up here and debate. Like, statistically speaking, like we need like at least like 5,000 to 6,000 people in here just to have debates. What's going on, Mr. Nugget? You MAGA?
I just have a question. Please just let me answer.
Nope. Goodbye. Moving on to know everybody. So yeah, seriously, do double tap on that phone screen, share that live. We seriously mean like we need like a 5 to 6K average just to have like debates coming in. You know what I mean? What's up, Noah? You support Trump?
No, I don't.
That's awesome. We're gonna go over the ground rules of the live, everybody. So if you're in the guest requests, that's got to mean 3 things. It's got to mean you're from America. Got to mean that you're at least 18, and it necessarily has to mean that you support Trump and you're here to debate. Now, if you join the queue and you don't fulfill those criteria, I'm just going to kick you out. It's going to be super quick. And honestly, people still break those rules. I really wish that you guys want to do that, but you will do it and persist to do it nonetheless. So if you could stop doing that, it'd really make my day. It'd make me the happiest man alive. Crazy work. Rebecca ran for the hills. I'd love to talk to Rebecca, not even going to lie. What's going on, Miss B? You support Trump?
I just wanted to say I love you, and
I appreciate you so much for the love, but I mean, I know that you just heard me say that I kick anybody that came up here that didn't fulfill those qualities, so I'm going to kick you, but appreciate you for the love nonetheless. Just please follow the rules. Gaming, thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. What's going on? You support Trump, Patty? Sorry, Party?
Oh, what? What's up? Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20. 2005 March.
Okay, what time is it?
It's I'm from Italy. It's midnight. 12. Oh fuck! GG cooked. GG.
Okay, once again, we are only looking to talk to people that are at least from America, but have fun over there in Italy. Hello and welcome in, Zach.
We were talking yesterday. You happened to kick me.
So we were talking yesterday, Zach, and I did kick you.
Why is that? Because I kept grilling you. And you had to kick me.
No, I didn't kick you because you won a debate, silly goose. I kicked you because you said the name of a DRUG. TikTok hates that shit. So just don't do that again today, Zach.
I said the name of the stuff that the cows are emitting into the.
Okay, don't say the name of it again. Don't say the name of it again. Don't say the name of it again.
Okay.
For those that are curious,
what's your problem, dude?
I don't have
you're on here.
What?
You're on here tweaking out. It's like you're the one on the DRUGS. We're itching your skin, begging to talk about Trump all day. You got TDS syndrome.
Okay, yeah, so you're right. I am HIGH off of my superior intellect, Zach.
No one cares what you have to say because all you say on here is bullshit.
Right, it's all bullshit.
You had to debate Charlie Kirk. You had to run away from him.
Oh my god,
you like a little kid.
Oh my god, he eats little kids, bro. Chill out. Now, Zach, got a question for you. Why do you support Trump?
Because I don't know. Maybe because the first time he was president, he fulfilled what Americans wanted. And now that he's president, he's doing this thing. You can look it up.
Right.
The inflation's gone down.
Right.
The egg prices are back to lower than they've been.
Okay,
you
so
can look this up on your AI tool.
Okay, so first of all, I don't use AI like you, and you said that inflation's gone down. First of all,
look it up, dude.
Look it up, dude. Okay,
look it up.
Look it up. Let me fucking speak, Zach. So first and foremost, so the general level of inflation has gone down, but when we look at core inflation, which is the metric of inflation that kind of ignores products with volatile prices, and that's also the metric of inflation that is used by the Feds when calculating their interest rates, we see that it's actually gone up to 2.8%, and it's only expected to continue to increase until the end of the year. Right? I want you to look that up. Yeah, go ahead and look. Go ahead and look core
it's
inflation.
It's not gone up, dude. You can seriously. I looked it up
No,
yesterday.
look it up today. Look up core inflation
went up
rate
in the past hour.
Look up core inflation rate.
Look it up right now.
I did. Core inflation rate is currently at 2.8% according to the Feds. Yeah.
What was it under Biden?
Before? It was lower than Biden.
It was not.
Okay.
We don't know shit.
All right. I want you to show us that you do know shit by telling us.
Okay. Let me get on my computer right here.
Yo, how about you yuck the fuck up? Okay. All right. Tell us what Donald Trump has done. Yuck, that was funny. Tell us what Donald Trump has done to reduce inflation. Take the mic away, buddy. Go ahead.
Well, you can see first these tariffs, people might have not understood what they were really doing, and he's been making all these other countries worried that they're not going to have a part in our world economy anymore. So they had to come to the table and make better deals for our goods.
Deals? How many deals have we made?
All of them.
So we've
made every country. He's even said it. All the countries have been calling him up, begging to make.
So you're saying that we've successfully made deals with every country on Earth? Okay.
Besides China, it's just China.
So actually, it's funny because you were literally so wrong that the exact.
Oh, okay.
Zach, hey, can you stop interrupting me, you little shit?
I'm not a little shit. I'm older than you, son.
Okay, you big shit.
Bigger than you in person too.
You're bigger than me in person. I don't know. I'm a lot of empty space up there in that.
I've seen it. I've seen your pictures. You're a little guy. You're a little guy. No one's scared of you, buddy.
Well, I mean, the only reason you're a big guy is because that empty space in your cranium. Lights on.
Doesn't even make sense. Wouldn't that make me smaller, dummy? Wouldn't that make me literally smaller if I had an empty space on my head? If I had, you're so stupid.
Listen, I mean, could you have like a big house with no one home, a lot of empty space?
That makes it bigger.
Well, I mean, like imagine like the size of like Jeff Bezos' house. I mean, there's a lot of empty
space.
So
you're telling me if someone had a small house with a lot of stuff in it, that house would be bigger than a big house with nothing in it? You're stupid. Your whole chat even knows you're dumb.
Oh, those words were completely meaningless. I don't even know.
Oh, you're so dumb.
Lillian, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo.
Get your little buddy Parker on here. You can't even debate without him backing you up all the time.
Wait. So Lillian just donated me $10 on Venmo, and she said that you're definitely scared of me. How do you feel about Lillian's
I'm scared of you, buddy. If I was in person next to you, I'd stand right next to you and look down on you.
Yo, Texas for Trump, join up, Texas for Trump. I sent you an invite. Please join up. Brianna, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying can't stay, but always good to see you. Good to see you as well, Brianna. Okay, all right. So I guess let's start here. So it's funny because I want to respond to the last thing you said. So you said that Donald Trump has been able to achieve a trade deal with every country on Earth apart from China. You're like so hilariously wrong that the opposite is true.
Oh my gosh, I know this woman. I've watched your lives before, and I think she's beautiful.
Hey man, I appreciate that. You're beautiful as well, or handsome, should I say?
So Texas for Trump, you're sending him roses. So Texas for Trump, do you think that this guy's like really smart, like spot on Trump supporter?
I'm not going to judge someone I don't know, like unlike you, but
she's so beautiful.
I will say that if you do have an empty house, no matter how big it is, if it's empty, it does look bigger and feels bigger.
Exactly.
So,
he doesn't even understand that.
if you put a bunch of things in a home, it's going to look smaller. So
okay. Oh, you know what? Hey, Texas for Trump. How long do you have? Because I'd love to do a 1v2. You guys could be debate partners.
I don't have a very long time. I am in the process of eating my tacos. You know.
Okay, you're in the process of eating the tacos. Well, maybe you could like debate in between bites type shit. You know.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. All right, guys. So it's going to be a 1v2. Okay, we'll go ahead and start the conversation off here super duper simply. Go ahead and tell me one policy that Donald Trump has passed or wanted to get passed that you guys are a fan of. Let's start there.
Lake and Riley Act.
Yeah, Lake and Riley's good. The big, beautiful bill's great.
Okay. So the reason why the Lake and Riley Act is bad is because it allows our government to deport undocumented immigrants on the basis of an accusation of violent crime, and because they're not therefore processed through the criminal justice system, it's essentially like letting potential child rapists roam free in the streets of other countries to potentially rape more children. Like, we have to agree that's bad.
The Lake and Riley bill is not bad.
No, I just told you why it's bad.
You know, the Democrats, they're the ones that turned it away.
If I was president, I'd veto it.
Well, thank
course
God
you would,
you're not
'cause you're crazy
president,
woke
nor do I
leftist
think you'll
liberal.
ever
So thank you
be.
so much for the box.
But, you know, it was a good bill. It should have been passed. You know, for what you're saying,
It was passed. It was passed.
the Democrats were the ones
demon
that
rats.
voted against it, sweetheart.
Yeah, and I would have voted against it with him. Once again, I'm going to tell you the reason why I would have voted against it, and I want you to tell me why my reasoning is bad. Are you ready?
I thought that's what you just did.
I know. I already did just give you that reason, but you didn't critique it. Because once again, the reason is because the bill allows us to deport undocumented immigrants if they've been accused of a violent crime without like processing them through a criminal justice system. The reason why let me explain to you why that's really bad. Okay, is because if somebody is accused of a violent crime and we have like probable like enough sufficient reason to arrest them for it, we should like very much so send them through the criminal justice system and either convict or exonerate them. The reason why we should do that is because when we just turn around, we don't convict or exonerate them, and we just send them to another country, they're obviously not going to be convicted or exonerated there, okay, because they face no due process in America, and they're just going to roam free in the streets of other countries. So why are we like going to let like potential child rapists just roam free in the streets of other countries? Like, that's obviously going to lead to more child rape. So in other words, the Lake and Riley bill will just literally lead to more child rape. And obviously we shouldn't support legislation that will lead to more child rape. Like, that's really bad legislation.
Yeah. Are you good? You're done?
Yeah. So what's the issue with my reasoning?
So, yeah, you're calling them undocumented immigrants, correct?
Yeah.
Dean, are they here illegally or not? And
Yeah.
is that a crime if you're here illegally or not?
So, I don't know if it's a crime or a civil offense, but it is illegal. So they are here illegally. Yeah.
Sweetie, you're calling them undocumented immigrants.
Right.
Are they here illegally or not?
So they are here illegally. I mean,
Hint the word.
Now,
Hint the
if
word
you come
illegal.
into any country illegally, are you able to stay?
Are you able to stay? Well, I think you should be able to stay. And in fact, I think that they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. Now, if you're arguing...
No, Dean, that's not how it goes, and we both know it.
Okay, well, if you're arguing that like a bunch of...
All the time, the U.S. has always had that you cannot come in here illegally and stay.
Yeah, so...
And we're not going to make them citizens.
Okay, well, A, you just straight up didn't respond to my argument about the Lake and Riley bill. And B, this is an appeal to history. This is an appeal to tradition. So the reason why this argument is bad is because you're basically saying, regardless of what I have to say about something that's going on, as long as it's happened for a long time, we should continue doing it. You understand that this is what slave owners said too, right?
What are you even talking about, dude?
Connect the dots. Super simple.
So you're saying now that slave owners said what?
Oh, well, we just had slavery since the conception of this country. We should continue to have it. All right. It's like what you're saying. You're like, oh, we've had mass deportation for so long. So regardless of what my critiques of it are, we should continue to do it.
I thought that was abolished.
Wait, I have a question. What year was slavery abolished in?
Oh, I have no idea. You'll get me on that every time. I'm not a history buff, nor do I claim to be.
1865. But the point is,
okay.
Is your
Thank
argument?
you. I probably will not remember that, but 1865, I might. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, once again, like my argument was simple. You're saying, oh, well, we've had mass deportation for a long time, so regardless of what I have to say about it, we should continue to have it. That's your argument, correct?
Regardless of what anyone has to say about it, we will continue to have it.
Right.
Yes.
Is that
peen? We will continue to have it, sweetie.
Was that Zach? Are you peen?
Why do you Democrats and liberals suggest that we should just get rid of it, let everybody come over here with open arms, give them money, houses, medical, like... That's not going to happen. We don't have the room. We don't have the jobs. We don't have the land. We don't have the housing.
So Zach down here was taking a piss and then
Buddy, I'm not peeing.
What was that?
I was, not right now.
Dude, don't piss on my live.
I'm trying to mute myself.
God. Oh my God. You guys, you've done it. You know,
Is
you,
it a crime?
you,
But you act like
you,
you don't hear that.
you two, shut up. Let me talk. You two have finally done it. So, guess what? We're doing a 1v2. Dean versus 2 Trump supporters. Trump supporter number 1, Zach, is taking a piss on live. And Trump supporter number 2, Texas for Trump, while Trump supporter number 1 is taking a piss on live, is like rattling off bullshit about undocumented immigrants and using the same reasoning that supported slavery to support mass deportation. Like, have you guys ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
Yeah, it's basically about you.
I need to catch my breath. Okay, let's slow this down. Okay, Zach, can we just agree? Like,
Someone said he didn't even wash his hands. You think I'm sitting there peeing on my hands? I would have to even go wash them. It's like I'm not even touching my pecker.
Okay, listen, stop. Okay, Zach, can we just agree that, like, don't piss on my live, and if you piss on my live again, I'm gonna kick you?
Dude, I try to mute myself out of respect.
Can we just agree? Can we just agree that, like, you won't piss on my live again?
Maybe I'll shit on your live next time.
No, don't do either of those two things, Zach, please.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I can't. Okay, we're gonna go back to Texas for Trump's argument. So your argument was that we've had mass deportation forever, so we should continue to have it regardless of what anybody says. So the reason why this is a bad argument is because it's an appeal to tradition. We could apply the same appeal to tradition in the context of what, like, the South used to argue that they should have the right to enslave black individuals. They said that we've had it forever, so regardless of what anybody says, we should continue to have it. So can you see how that's a flawed argument?
No, you can sit up here with your word salad all day. The fact of the matter is, we're not getting rid of We're not keeping the immigrants. We're not keeping the illegals over here illegally.
That wasn't
if
even
they
a
want to
word.
do it the right way, do it the right way.
That wasn't even a word salad.
Thousands, millions of people that have done it, and it's a slap in the face just to give them citizenship. And you freaking know it.
No.
We're not doing that.
No. The only people that are slapping legal immigrants in the face is people like Donald Trump that turn around and call undocumented immigrants gang member pedophiles that are going to rape your children and kidnap your wife. Because guess what? Those same stereotypes are not only unjustly perpetuated onto undocumented immigrants.
Dean, when you have hundreds of them doing it. Are you serious?
Wait. So if it's not a stereotype to say about undocumented immigrants because hundreds of them do it, it definitely wouldn't be a stereotype to say it about U.S. citizens, considering the fact that U.S. citizens are 2 times more likely to commit any violent crime compared to undocumented immigrants, right?
U.S. citizens do commit crimes, but when you're here illegally, when you shouldn't be here illegally, it's 100% worse.
Wait. If you're just saying that it's not a stereotype, if you could find like one person in the group that has done it, like, listen, could we agree that like there's at least one black person alive?
Trump wasn't.
Wait, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Could we agree that there's at least one black person alive that's violent?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then this means that it wouldn't be a stereotype to call all black people violent?
He wasn't calling all of them.
Oh, great. He actually said that all of them were poisoning the blood of this country. You know, that's a line from the Mein Kampf. You know that, right?
Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to let them come over here and just let them be here, Dean. We don't have enough land. We don't have enough jobs. We don't have enough money to give them. We just don't.
Okay. Well, actually, you know that they actually give us more resources? I could explain.
No, they don't. They take more than they put in.
Okay. How much do they pay in taxes per year on the federal, state, and local level?
Oh, I don't know. What was it? Was it 108 or?
Yeah, pretty close. $100 billion. And how much do they take from that tax pool?
Oh, I thought it was about, what do we say? 108? I think it's like 50 billion over that.
50, so it'd be $150 billion. So that's not true. Name one federal program.
So how much do they take, Dean? I'd love to hear it.
Yeah,
because I know they do. So what is the number?
I'd estimate it'd be closer to around $30 to $40 billion. That number is coming from expenses for Medicaid on the federal level that would pay for emergency health resources for undocumented immigrants that use the emergency room.
For illegals.
Right, and then I'd also estimate that from systems such as
illegals. I don't like this undocumented.
Okay, well, listen, I choose to use the term undocumented because I believe that it's a little bit less dehumanizing.
Dehumanizing. It is what it is. Yeah. Well,
Wait.
Dean,
I just want to clarify.
I don't believe that number is correct.
Great.
I guarantee you it is not.
Name
you.
one federal
But
system
I'm
that benefits
telling you,
undocumented immigrants. Seriously, name one.
They take more than they give.
Okay, so then name one federal system that they take from.
We're not supporting the illegals
FEMA.
in this country.
They did it from
We're
FEMA.
not supporting them. I'm happy to help support Americans, but I'm not going to support the illegals that are not supposed to be here and they're breaking the law when they come over here.
Okay, so you care about people that break the law?
I care about people that break the law.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, he's going to try to get you. He's going to try to get you with some bullshit.
Okay.
So, question: if there was a legal immigrant that tried to come into America through the legal ports of entry, and the Border Patrol figured out that they had been held civilly liable for raping a woman, do you think that the Border Patrol should let them into America, or should they be turned around?
Yeah, you're going to say some dumb shit.
You know, Dean, did they go to trial? Were they convicted? Did they pay their time?
I'll repeat the question. A legal immigrant tries to come into America 1.5 years after they're held civilly liable by a unanimous jury for rape. Do you think that they should be rejected residency and turned around, or admitted onto the streets of America?
Well, Dean, you do know there are a lot of people that do a lot of bad things in life. We're correct. Make a lot of bad decisions,
people
correct?
make up for them. People,
so maybe
people,
I'm just unclear.
Do their time, Dean, and some of them completely change their life.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm just like wait. Okay, well add more to it. So we know that they haven't changed because right before attempting to come into America with illegal means of entry, they literally said that their victim should be thrown in jail. So they haven't changed. Should they be admitted to entry? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so if you're held civilly liable for rape, you shouldn't be able to become a citizen. So then why, if you're held civilly liable for rape, shouldn't you be able to become president?
How about you
Yeah,
answer
we see your little bullshit.
Can you answer the question though? It's real. It's a real question.
Dean, I appreciate what you have to say, but I would love you to answer your own question.
Okay, what do you want me to answer?
What you just asked me.
Oh, my answer to the question
would
also be no. If you have prior violent offenses, you shouldn't be able to come into America.
So why are you dogging me for saying no, and for you to say no, it's okay?
No. I'm not dogging you for saying that individuals with prior violent offenses shouldn't be able to come into America. I agree. What I'm dogging on you for is being a hypocrite because you think if you have prior violent offenses.
Oh, that's one of your favorite words.
It is. My favorite word is when I'm talking to you and other Trump supporters like you. And my reason why that's my favorite word here is because
Maybe there's nobody else like me. I'm one and only.
One and only. Hey, you know what, Slay? Now listen.
She is beautiful.
Now listen. So you told us that if an immigrant is held civilly liable for raping a woman, they shouldn't be able to come into America. Okay. So in other words, if you're held civilly liable for rape, shouldn't be able to become a citizen. So why should you be able to become president like Donald Trump?
Donald Trump's case was bogus.
Bogus. So let me guess. You think that the jury was biased? You think it was just New York courts?
It was totally bogus.
Okay, why?
And we're going to find out all that whenever they get it all together and ready for us to find out. But it was bogus.
Yeah, why was it bogus?
Do you not know that she had several other men she claimed this on?
Okay. So first of all, in her book... Listen. So in her book, there was one other man that she said had taken advantage of her. So I want to get this straight. Do you think that like victims of like human trafficking that have had like anywhere from like 10 to
what hardcore evidence did she have?
1 moment, ma'am. I'm still speaking because you said it was bogus because she had accused other men. So first of all, there's only like one other man that I could think of that she's accused. And women can get raped by multiple men. Holy fucking shit, brain expansion. But I just want to clarify for like victims of human trafficking that have been raped by like 300 men. Do you think that they're just bogus liars because they've accused so many people?
It don't add up. That case did not add up. Everybody even said it was like a freaking pretzel. It was twisted. You couldn't even follow it day to day. Now, what hardcore evidence does she have?
Answer my question, please.
What was it? What was it, Dean? Just
Yeah,
repeat
you
it.
said that it was bogus because she accused more than one man. So for like victims of
Yeah.
human trafficking, that, well, I mean, it'd be great, but like hundreds of men, they're just like bogus liars because they've accused so many people.
She absolutely wrote it was more than one.
Yeah, so like for victims of human trafficking that will write it's more than one and accuse like 300 men.
so-
Like they're just
so
bogus
you-
liars too, right?
The evidence has to be set where it's
evidence.
without a doubt.
Okay. Silly little word,
Without
evidence
doubt.
there.
I'm telling you right now, she is lying on that.
Okay, silly
And
little
I
word,
can have
evidence.
my opinion on it.
Right. Silly little word, evidence. Okay, name one piece of evidence the jury used to hold Trump liable. And no, I'm not going to let you run away from this question. What's your answer?
Well, wasn't it that the letters she wrote?
Brutal. So
She had no evidence.
There
and
was
that's
no
why it's a
letters.
That's why I'm
bullshit case.
asking. What was the hardcore evidence?
So just to clarify, there was no letters that she wrote that was submitted as evidence that the jury used to hold him liable. So can you name a piece of evidence that they used?
No, not really.
Oh my
I
God.
didn't follow the case
Oh my
too
God.
much because it was
Because there
twisted.
was
I'm
none.
asking. That's why I keep asking.
Okay,
So
okay,
what
okay.
was the hardcore evidence, Dean?
Yeah, we'll go over the evidence, but before we do, I just need to okay. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, let me explain this to you real quick. So, regardless of what your hypothesis is, insofar as why Donald Trump is innocent, even though a jury found him liable, like regardless if it's like saying that, oh, like the jury were Democrats or oh, she was.
You know
Can I-
that. Okay.
Please let me explain this real quick. Is that fair? Can I please explain this to you real quick?
Yeah, Dean, it's totally fair.
Great. First of all, Parker wants to come up. Let me let him up. So let me explain this to you because this is actually very important. I want you to listen. So like regardless of what your hypothesis is, insofar as like why Donald Trump is innocent and she's insane, rather it's like, you know, she was lying, it was all bogus because she accused multiple men. She was lying, it was all bogus because the jury was full of Democrats. She was lying, it was all bogus because like the judge's daughter had given like $10 to a Democrat nominee in the state of like Oklahoma or some shit. Regardless of what the hypothetical is, hypothesis is, it's eventually all going to boil down to the conclusion that if you are right, the jury ruled that Donald Trump was guilty without enough evidence to determine Donald Trump's guilt, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Right. But the issue there is the only way you could ever truly know that the jury ruled his guilt without enough evidence of his guilt is by looking at the evidence they used to rule his guilt. So like whenever you whenever you say that, oh, she accused other men, oh, they were Democrats, oh, they were paid off, oh, the judge's daughter or whatever the hell, none of that bullshit matters. It's just all like right-leaning nonsense. All that matters is the idea that if you want to say they got it wrong and he's an innocent man, you'll have to be able to demonstrate how the evidence they made the ruling upon was insufficient. And the funny thing is, every single time I have this conversation with a Trump supporter, you never know the damn evidence. You know, like this is like me saying that all the food in your refrigerator is spoiled rotten, even though I don't know you, I don't know where you live, I've never been in your house, and I've never opened your fridge. I just simply lack the necessary information to come to that conclusion. This is like me saying that your bathroom is dirty as fuck and you haven't cleaned your toilet bowl in 3 years. Okay, I've never been in your house, I don't know you, I don't know your cleaning patterns, and I've never seen your toilet bowl.
Dude,
I
you're
lack the
just saying
necessary
bullshit.
information that you would require to come to that conclusion. And this is like when you say that the jury got it wrong, he was innocent, she was a liar. Well, you lack the necessary information that would be required to come to that conclusion because you don't know her, you don't know the court documents, you've never read them over, and you've never looked at the evidence that the jury used to determine his guilt. Feel free to unmute, both of y'all.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh my gosh, why is one of your pinned videos I heart being white?
What?
I literally haven't even watched the video yet. That's just a thumbnail. What's that? What's going on?
What's wrong with loving your rights, dude?
What do you mean? Like,
Okay, it's just like Kurt Cobain. It's just like hard.
Like,
So
like-
what? I don't know what y'all are doing. What's wrong with that TikTok? You're saying something's wrong with it?
yeah, like, what's the point of saying that?
What do you
point?
want to
Yeah,
say?
what's
I
what?
hate
You
being
want
white?
to tell me?
Parker, I've never met you, but I've heard things about you. Good to see you. But I made that video because other races can do it, and they're praised for it.
Okay.
But if your color of skin
Literally.
matches my color of skin, you're a racist when you want to say something like
Literally.
that. And that's
So
exactly
you know that it
what
comes
the
off as
liberals
racist, and
the
you still decided.
the liberals and
Wait,
Democrats
hold
are
up,
putting
hold up.
on there that I am a racist.
Can I just be
Wait, so
honest?
she know that it comes off as racist and still decides to do it.
Can I just be
Because
honest?
I'm proud of my color and my race. Yeah.
Can I just be honest real quick?
It pulls out the racist.
Can I
in
just be
people
honest?
That we're racist, which is ridiculous.
I'm just gonna
we
be
can't
honest.
say it, but other people can.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Okay, can I be
It's
honest with
something
you?
called liberal hypocrisy.
Zach,
You never heard of that?
Zach, you literally fucking pissed on my stream 5 minutes ago. Never speak again. Now to Texas.
I try to literally mute myself.
Now to Texas for Trump. Okay, here's the deal. I get what you're saying. You're like, everybody that's not white can say they're proud to be whatever race they are. So I'm going to own the libs once again by saying I'm proud to be white, and I'm going to show their hypocrisy, and they're going to be racist by
And they-
okay,
and they
listen,
that's
listen.
exactly what they did.
I just
They
think
did
that's
not
stupid as fuck.
disappoint me.
I just think
They
that's
didn't
stupid as
disappoint
fuck.
me. They didn't disappoint me.
listen,
You should look at all the comments.
Listen,
And
like
it's
I
wrong.
just
It's
look at a
wrong
post
for
like that
me
and I
to do it.
cringe.
But hey, it's okay for other people to say brown is beautiful, black is beautiful, but not the white people.
Listen, like obviously, like I think that you're describing that the intentions that led you to post that isn't the fact that you're a Nazi, but just like a really stupid Republican. So when I see that, I'm not like it's not like jumping out of my skin that this woman is racist, but it's like jumping out of my skin that this woman is like incredibly cringy and dumb. You know what I mean? Like I'm like you know, is that a fair take? Is that a fair take? Is it?
Say terrible things about me. I haven't said not one terrible thing about you. You came on my panel last night, and I did not do that. But here again, you're showing us just how the Democrats and liberals are. That is hateful. Hateful.
Listen,
literally.
Listen, I understand.
How is it hateful for us to acknowledge that like white people come from a different position in the context of our society, as it is the case that white people?
That's not what I'm pointing the.
Are you?
For. Now the stupid and everything like that, cringy. Come on now, we all know what those words mean.
Listen, I was being fair.
Yeah, he doesn't know
You're
shit.
not being fair.
What?
But you are holding up to your Democratic Party. Y'all are hateful. You do not stand for the party of joy.
How are we
unity.
hateful?
You do not.
Bro, I'm literally so joyful.
How are we hateful?
I have not said anything like that to you. How disrespectful.
Listen.
But you keep showing it.
Okay, listen, I'm not gonna lie. So just hear me out for a second. There's like only two options. So like when a white person says that they're proud to be white, there's two options. The first option is really fucking stupid. The second option is Nazi. I was being nice to you. I was being.
Just
listen.
Wow.
Listen.
So that's the only two options you come up
he's
to
a
agree
racist.
with, and you have no idea who I am. So I'm either a Nazi or I am stupid, right?
Literally, he's just
Proving
saying
my
bullshit.
point again that the Democratic Party.
Can I explain? Can I explain?
Wow, only two options.
Yeah, he's just a little bullshit.
Okay. Let me explain. The reason why I say that is because white pride, that isn't a reactionary movement that was created, predicated on the oppression and mistreatment of white people to take pride in the fact that you have a lineage of being oppressed, of being dehumanized, of being slaughtered, of being killed, etc., etc., etc. So you're going to take pride in the fact that you can be white and attempt to thrive in society while fighting against the adversary, oppression, etc., right? White pride was created as a reactionary movement to the fact that black individuals and other minority communities are starting to get equal treatment, equal rights. Slavery was abolished in 1865. What followed? The Ku Klux Klan and white pride saying that white people are better than black people are subhuman and deserve to be enslaved and owned as property. See, that's the difference between movements such as white pride or black pride. And that's why I say that when people say white pride, they're Nazis, but there's another option there. The other option is really fucking stupid. And why is that the other option? Because maybe you just don't know about, like the origin of white pride. You don't know about the origin of having pride and existing as another race. You just don't conceive of oppression and systemic barriers other races face that you don't. Like you exist in a position of privilege and you do so ignorantly. So when you're like attempting to be treated as the equal of a member of another race, guess what? You view that as oppression, and then you like view the supposed hypocrisy hypocrisy in a black person saying they're proud to be black and a white person saying they're proud to be white just because you simply don't understand the nuances of the things I just described. So that's why I say that there's this true dichotomy of you're either a Nazi or just really stupid and not informed about these subjects whatsoever.
Can I ask you a question? Right. Yeah, that's what you're saying. It's the only two options, but here's my option. I'm proud of the skin that I have. I was born with. God gave it to me. And if I want to put that out there, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
What are you
should be
Amen.
ashamed.
Amen.
Wait, what are you proud of?
Like, what have white tea people achieved that makes you pride, like that fills you with pride?
What have they achieved?
Yes. What have white tea people as a community achieved that fills you with pride?
Oh, we raise money for several different fundraisers in America.
Isn't that what all communities do? Like, all communities raise funds. So what have white tea people uniquely achieved that gives you pride?
You know, I'm put on the spot.
Genuine question. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a genuine question. You know, it has become we have done a lot, and we have lately been suppressed. Our color has been our color has been attacked left and right.
Wait, can you focus on what you have done? You said you have done a lot. So what have white people as a community, what have they done that you feel pride in?
I don't know. We made America's one of the best countries ever. We started
wait,
it.
hold on, Zach. Respectfully, I'm asking Texas because she's the one who posted the video, right?
Okay.
So Texas, you posted that video.
Yeah,
what have white people done that fills you with pride?
Well, I mean, we've fought in wars. We built up America. Things like that nature. I did not post it. I posted exactly what I said for is because I'm proud of my race.
Do you think America was built only by white people?
No, I never claimed it.
So then that's not something that was uniquely done by white people, right? So what was something that was
helped and
uniquely
participated? Yes.
I have a question. Why do you take pride in your race compared to just being indifferent about your race?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even telling you that you have to feel really like abysmal because you're white. I'm just saying that like maybe feeling indifferent about the fact that you're white is like probably like better than feeling pride in the fact that you're white. Like, I guess to answer that question, why do you feel pride compared to indifference?
Oh god.
Because like me, for instance, I'm just kind of indifferent to the fact that I'm white within like the respect of like not taking pride in it. But like obviously like there is an indifference insofar as like acknowledging what like white people can do in relation to like societal privilege. But like I'm describing indifference in a sense of like not taking pride.
She's also going to advocate for people to be colorblind. So like watch this. Watch this.
There's like that's why I'm describing like a sense of indifference.
Colorblind. What?
But let's just start here. Let's not make it too overly complicated for her. And like, you know, the question is, why do you take pride compared to indifference in your race?
Because I love where I came from. I love our traditions. I love
traditional white.
What are white traditions?
We have so many.
Like what?
Oh, go ahead, Zach.
Can you give us like a couple examples of white traditions?
I mean, even American football, like the NFL, people gather around
American football.
Dude, can you disprove me?
Why is American football unique to white people?
Wait.
Because they made it, I think.
Wait.
They made it?
I mean, it can't probably.
Probably. Does football exist in any other country?
Wait.
Well, it's in other countries, but they stole it from us.
No, hold on. If you're saying probably, that just means you don't know for sure who invented it. So why are you automatically coming to the conclusion that it was probably invented by white people?
The
I
first known
mean, look up.
examples of a team game involving a ball occurred in Mesoamerican cultures over 3,000 years ago.
Yeah. So yeah, football did come from Mesoamerican cultures, right? But you saying probably
American
just
football.
no. Yes, it was
It's
inspired
literally
by.
called American football.
It was it. Listen, the Democratic Republic of North Korea is called a Democratic Republic doesn't necessarily make it a Democratic Republic, right? So just because it's called American football doesn't
What?
mean it was invented by America, right? So
Well, who else was invented by Germany?
He said the NFL.
I have an
The
idea.
NFL.
Okay. Sorry. Texas for Trump and Zach. What if you guys just admit? Okay, I mean, this is more so for Texas for Trump. Okay, not the pisser down here. The big pisser,
Oh yeah,
Zach.
Thanksgiving. Someone said in the chat, Thanksgiving.
Oh God.
Zach,
find pride in Thanksgiving.
I mean,
where does Thanksgiving
love
come?
Thanksgiving.
Where does Thanksgiving come from, Zach?
He didn't learn this, did he?
From the Pilgrims, they made it.
Be more specific.
They actually they came here, made friends with some of the Native Americans over there,
Yeah.
introduced them to it.
Friends is a heavy. Friends is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this context. I'm not gonna lie. What did the settlers or the colonizers or the colonialists do to the indigenous people?
Probably not
In the
that good
Americas.
stuff, but they've still invited them around for Thanksgiving dinners.
Well, you know that that's not true, right? You know that
I read about it in school. They told me that.
Yes. Wait, so you know that it's not true though, right? Because they weren't really friends. You don't unalive
Oh,
your
I'm sure
friends.
some of them were. You know damn well you're human beings. Human beings always become friends with other human beings.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't think that you unalive 80 or 90% of your friends.
Okay, I get that.
Exactly. So you understand that the whole celebration of Thanksgiving tends to whitewash the violent history of the relations between indigenous people and the colonialists, right?
That's exactly what we're talking about. Y'all are trying to portray the white race as a terrible.
Wait,
when
wait. Are you saying?
that was
Wait.
manufactured.
You just said what you just said is that reality determines white people to be evil. That's what you just fucking said. Because all we did here is acknowledge reality, and you're telling me that paints white people as evil. So explain to me why you believe that under your own perspective. Because all we did was mention is reality.
Not all of them did that back in the day, and
No one said every single person. It just is the case that it was incredibly ingrained into the culture, where it is the case that it was commonplace amongst practically everywhere. Slavery was commonplace. You understand that, right? Dehumanization of people who were black was commonplace. The dehumanization of indigenous Americans was commonplace. The genocide of indigenous Americans was very vast. 90 to 100 fucking million people.
Can I also just point out, in relation to your claim that not all white people did it, relating to American slavery, for instance. Yeah, you're right. There was a lot of white Americans that didn't own slaves, but the reason why they didn't own slaves is because they couldn't afford to own slaves.
Oh, okay.
oh my gosh.
You sure? Yeah, dude.
Yeah, listen, no.
But there were white people that were
I'm being
enslaved
serious.
as well.
I'm
There
being
were white
serious.
people that were
You know,
enslaved as well.
owning a slave during American history was looked at as owning a car today, right? Not everybody owns a car, and the people that don't own a car can't afford to own a car, but they'd like to own a car if they could afford to own a car.
Someone else said in chat, Independence Day. Independence Day.
I
That's
just
a
kind of want to make that very clear that it's white individuals in American history that didn't have slaves. I mean, they just couldn't afford them, but if they could afford them, they would.
No.
But there were also a lot of white Americans who couldn't afford to own slaves, but they used to rent them. So that's also a thing. People used to rent them annually or whatever it was, right? But they didn't actually own them. So it was.
There were white people that were enslaved as well.
Where were white people enslaved in the Americas?
Don't trust the warning.
Yes, it's actually a serious question. Which white people were enslaved?
There were all sorts. European.
Which ones were enslaved in the Americas? Which ones were enslaved in the Americas?
Irish, European.
The Irish people
In the
were not
Americas?
enslaved. So yes, Trinity
so you're
College.
Sit up here and claim that
Trinity
there was no
College
white
in
people
Dublin.
enslaved ever.
No, I'm saying in the Americas,
Wow.
Trinity College in Dublin literally conducted a 2-year investigation into the idea. Yes, Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland conducted an investigation that was co-signed by Irish scholars in Northern Ireland and also the Republic of Ireland to study or to investigate whether Irish people were enslaved in the Americas, and they found out that they were indentured servants but not enslaved. Right? So this is something that has been recognized by the Irish themselves. The Irish themselves say that they were not enslaved. So we need to stop spreading this misinformation in order to downplay chattel slavery and how African Americans were subjected under brutal violence for centuries.
I never said that. I was simply stating that there were white
But it
people as
is.
well.
It's used for that, right? It's used to
There
downplay
were
what
white
black people in
enslaved
the
as
American.
well.
No. It's
I don't know why you're
used to
trying to carry on
downplay.
and portray that wasn't.
Texas.
No,
I'm not trying to
no,
portray you.
that's
What I'm
not.
saying is this idea that everybody was enslaved in the Americas is used to downplay the violence that black people faced in the Americas.
Oh my gosh. No, it's not.
Then why did you bring it up if it's not true?
Sweetie, it is true that
Why did you bring it up if it's not true? Because it's not true. Even according to the Irish, it's not true. Who have conducted investigations.
Okay, maybe it
What was
wasn't
the
the
purpose?
Irish. I'd have to look more into that, but there was white people that were enslaved as well. Doesn't mean that one was worse than the other. I'm not saying that, but there was.
No,
And
chattel
to
slavery was
sit
much
here
worse
and
than
go
indentured
on and
servant.
on and just talk about the African American is crazy.
I didn't say only African Americans.
Can
I
I-
said black people in the Americas as a whole.
I'd love to hop in here real quick. So you're saying that like white individuals have been enslaved, like maybe like globally. Like I don't know, maybe could we point towards like ancient Rome? You know, like white people enslaving other white people. Maybe that's an example. But I mean, I think that like the reason white in America, like we're significantly more concerned with like the enslavement of black individuals is because the transatlantic like slave trade took place in this country, not even 200 years ago. Okay. And I mean, then like the fallout of the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of black individuals in America, was seen until 1964 with a lack of civil rights for black individuals, seen until later with until today with redlining and a lack of, generational funding when compared to, like their white counterparts because of that systemic oppression. And I mean, you could even see it today in like the classrooms of children. I think that the average white student is funded on average like 3 times more than the average black student. So, I mean, the reason why we're so hyper-fixated on the enslavement of black individuals is for all the reasons I just pointed out, as well as like, like the rebounding effects that we see today. Like white people in America definitely like aren't affected by the fact that, like 4,000 years ago, some white individuals were enslaved by other white individuals in ancient Rome. Right.
But also, can I add a little addition to what you said? There was actually a plantation that was found in Kelowna, Georgia in the 1970s, like a full-blown slave plantation. So even though slavery had ended in the 1800s, there were plantations that were running all the way up to the 1970s, by the way, because they were very isolated from society outside.
So let me guess, Covey, you're probably pro reparations.
Yes. What?
Parker says yes.
I believe reparations to all black people. If slave traders and slave masters received reparations, then I don't understand why black people shouldn't be receiving reparations. British slave traders received reparations and it was paid off until 2015. I'm pretty sure you were alive in 2015, and Abraham Lincoln paid reparations to white Americans for losing their property. Dutch slave traders received reparations as well. And if the white slave masters and slave traders received reparations, I don't understand why black people cannot receive reparations. If Japanese Americans, if Jewish Americans and Jewish people also receive reparations, I don't understand why people have a hard time when it comes to black people receiving reparations.
You don't understand. Y'all party don't understand a lot of things because that was one of Harris's propositions. She said if it passed her desk and she was president, she would sign it. So that's another reason y'all didn't win the election. And I did ask Dean when he was on my live, and he never answered it. He thought it was a stupid question and laughed at it. But what is your party, the Democratic Party, what are they standing for? What are they campaigning on for their next election? What are they running on? Could someone tell me that? Because I've asked several of you Democrats and liberals, and y'all don't have an answer.
Would you like me to respond to this?
Yes, I would love to know, what are y'all running on? What are you campaigning on? What are you looking forward into the future? Because y'all's approval rating is trash.
Doesn't like Donald Trump have the lowest approval
But
rating out of
Dean
any
laughed
president in
at
the first
that.
100 days of the
Dean
presidency in like the last
and he
75
couldn't
years?
answer it. And
Yeah, that's
nobody
true.
can answer
Hey,
it
Texas,
because y'all
can I?
don't
Can I?
have
Well, you're
anything.
not letting me respond. No one can answer it because you keep yapping. Can I respond to it? So yeah, again, in terms of this, right? What are Democrats advocating for? Expanding access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, right? That's what Democrats are advocating for. Social policies meant to benefit the low and middle income individuals in this country. Tax cuts for low and middle income individuals, right? Donald Trump's explicitly advocating to increase their taxes, right? And decrease taxes on rich and wealthy Americans, right? Does that benefit you? Does that help you? What are Republicans
that's all
running
fine
on?
and dandy, because I'm not seeing that from the Democratic Party. All I see you do out in the open and in the media is dog Donald Trump.
Okay,
You're
I can explain.
focused on Donald Trump, and
Yeah.
you're not focused on your own party.
Yeah,
and
okay, I have
that's
a
what
question.
anybody's going to say.
I have a
So
question. Who's
where
it?
is
Wait,
it that y'all are doing all this?
Texas for Trump, real quick. Who's the president?
We know who the president is.
Yeah, Donald Trump. So when you see Democrats focused on Donald Trump, it makes total and complete sense because we're focused on eradicating the badness that exists in the Oval Office today, right?
Sweetie, we
because
already
before,
did
no,
that.
no, no.
The
if
American
you'd
people,
allow me to finish,
77 million, voted for Donald Trump to
would-
eradicate the poison
I would-
that has been
right.
displayed by the Democratic Party.
I would
We
appreciate
are
it.
no longer wanting any of that. We are no longer wanting the woke. We are no longer wanting your policies.
Can you define woke?
No,
Can you define woke?
Parker, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
not
I
going
don't
to
mean
because
I don't mean to
did
cut you
that
off,
on
but I was
my
just in the
live
middle
and
of
I
saying
got it
something and she
flagged.
interrupted me.
I've got it flagged.
Okay, Texas. I was speaking and you were interrupting me. Do you mind if I finish? Yo, W. Christian, for the hell of it. Oh, like, what a big gift. Holy
Oh
shit,
my
W. Christian.
God, W for all the gifts. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna finish speaking now. So the reason why you see Democrats focused on Trump compared to focusing on like agendas to make our country better is before Democrats can make our country better with some of the things in which Parker just described. Well, we first need to get Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, as well as we need to convince people that they shouldn't support him either. Now, I have a question for you, and this question could also apply to Zach, because this is something that I always find very interesting. What I find so interesting is the idea that
You're
you got.
focused on the wrong thing. Y'all need to focus on what you're going to do, how you're going to help the American people.
Right.
You're
So
not
basically, what you're saying is that
focused
you.
on that's why
Can
you're
you let
losing.
him finish,
Yeah, bro.
Texas, please? Can you let him finish, please?
When you tell me that I'm focused on the wrong thing and that I shouldn't be talking about Trump, all that you're saying is that I'm too smart for you. You can't handle my arguments, and you can't respond, and you can't respond to them or refute them either. So in other words, you're basically saying I understand that Dean can describe exactly why Donald Trump is a terrible president, and because I cannot engage and refute and prove him wrong, I'm just simply going to tell Dean that he's in the wrong for refuting Donald Trump's presidency. Now, the question.
No, you're not giving any points.
Okay, sure.
Donald Trump is helping Americans more than any other president has in a very long time.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to
Whenever the economy under Donald Trump's first term was excellent, and
Okay,
that's
I'm
a
not-
fact
I'm
for
gonna
a
go
very
give you-
long time until the COVID.
I'm going to go and give you all my points. Would you like that?
People vote with their pocketbook.
I'm going to go and give you every single one of my points, every single reason why I don't like Trump. Are you ready?
That's exactly what you're doing.
No.
Y'all are focused
Seriously,
on
can I?
Trump.
Listen.
You can't tell me what you're campaigning on because
Listen.
y'all don't have anything.
Parker literally just told you this, and I explained how it is really important
Parker
for us.
did not. He told me his points,
Okay.
but y'all are not showing it in the media or anything.
Right. This is getting really obnoxious because you're interrupting me every single time I speak.
Wow.
So the last thing that you said to me was that I don't have any points. I don't have any reasons why I don't like Trump. Can I tell you every single reason why I don't like Trump?
I wasn't asking that, but sure, go ahead.
Okay. It may take me a minute to go through every single reason. Are you okay with giving me the
I
mic?
don't care. I don't care about that. I never asked you why you didn't like Trump. I never asked you that.
Wait. If you don't care about the
And
reasons
you're
why.
proving my point because the Democratic Party does not have anything to campaign or run on.
Great.
Can
Well, yeah.
you-
Why
can
your
you let
approval
him-
rating is tanked.
Can you let him
Y'all
speak,
don't have
Texas?
anything to offer the American
Texas. I don't want to have to mute you, but can you please let him speak? Like, you're literally on his panel. You're not even allowing him to finish
He's not
his
answering
points.
my question. He's literally telling
He's trying
me
to.
what he doesn't like about Donald Trump. No, he's not.
He's trying to. Let him speak.
So I went over this with a guest yesterday. I'm going to just briefly, maybe give 45 seconds to what you just said about the idea that Democrats don't have solutions. So first and foremost, Democrats absolutely do have solutions. Like, for instance, I think that Democrats are the only party with any solution for any level of an issue that exists with immigration, okay? Because the last and the only time we've seen any push to make the legal means of entry into our country even a little bit faster was under the Biden-Harris administration with the bipartisan border bill, and that is the ultimate root cause of undocumented entry. It's also the Democrats that have the only solutions for or issues that exist and are experienced by the average American, such as highly inflated like price of living, particularly the price of rent or how much it costs to buy a house. Okay, right now we see a massive issue with massive corporations buying single-family homes. Okay, it's Kamala Harris, and it is I and other Democrats that want to make it illegal for those big billion-dollar companies from buying single-family homes. It's also I and other Democrats that want to incentivize more homes to be built by giving something like a subsidy to first-time home buyers to buy newly developed properties. That's going to incentivize more people going out there and buying homes, which will in turn incentivize more people to go out there and build homes. Okay, it's also Democrats that have a solution to the idea that there's levels of income inequity that exist in America today that are comparable to that of France before the French Revolution, and that's why we want to cut taxes for the average American, unlike Donald Trump. But there are some of the solutions. The only reason
this is what y'all ran on. This is what you ran on.
Now I'm going to go to mute you.
You're telling me exactly.
Okay, I muted you because I wasn't done speaking, Texas. Now to finish speaking.
Oh, he's getting mad.
I'm being assertive. Now, to finish speaking, there's some of the solutions in which the Democrat Party has to offer. Now, I've answered your question. I'm going to continue to say what I want to say, okay? Because before the Democrats can implement these solutions, the Democrats have to get power. How can the Democrats even entertain the idea of getting power? It's by getting the fascists out of the Oval Office. And if you want to exist like Donald Trump isn't just the worst president that has existed in the Oval Office in any of our lifetimes, you're fucking delusional. The reason why I say that is for a plethora of reasons. Let's see if you could contest one. Here are the reasons why I do not like Donald J. Trump. I break it down into three categories: character, foreign policy, and domestic policy. I hate Donald Trump's character. The reason why I do not like Donald Trump's character is because he's openly admitted to perving on naked teenagers and naked adult women at Miss Teen USA and Miss Teen USA. He's hit on 10-year-old girls. He's been held civilly liable for rape. He doesn't care or respect any threat to his own consolidation of power, such as the American Constitution. In December of 2022, explicitly called for its termination. Don't believe me. Believe the screenshot of a post off of Truth Social where he explicitly says that we want to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the American Constitution. It's also the case that he doesn't give a fuck about human rights. This is why he's violated the human rights of undocumented migrants in America. Don't believe me, believe the courts, such as when SCOTUS ruled on April 10th that they illegally, that's not what I wanted to show you, such as when SCOTUS ruled on April 10th, 2025, that they illegally deported Abrigo Garcia without granting him his right to due process, and they violated his withholding order. Okay, and there's a plethora of other reasons why I don't like his character, such as the idea that he's been unapologetically racist since the 90s, and he's never called himself out, he's never changed his character, he's never become a better man. Remember when he called all black people lazy in the 90s? You don't? Well, I do. And then I don't remember when he ever was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Remember when he called for the birther myth of Barack Obama, saying that he's literally born in fucking Africa because he's a black man, and therefore he's not constitutionally eligible to run for the presidency, nobody should vote for him? I sure as hell remember that. Does he? I don't know. He's never fucking talked about it. He's never said that was bad. He's never said he's sorry, and he's never changed his attitudes. I mean, shit, remember 3 months ago when he told Hannity on Fox News that you could unironically racially profile undocumented immigrants? You could look at them and tell if they're good or bad? I sure remember when he said that. Apparently he doesn't, because he's never taken accountability for that shit. And that's just his character. When we start evaluating his domestic policy, what the hell do we see? A, he's just not an intelligent guy. He's an absolute moron. This is why I would give you $100 if you could provide me and everybody else watching a single clip from the last 10 years of him speaking intelligently and knowledgeably about any policy ever. But it doesn't exist, because every single time he gets on the mic, he's like, oh, I care about the economy. We're going to win big and just terminate inflation and tax cuts for everybody. Sounds like a fucking doofus. And this is not only resembled in his rhetoric and his speech, but is also resembled in his policy, such as that big, beautiful bill. And I'm not even going to give you my argument, because guess what? You'll just go, woke liberal paid by the DNC. I don't care what he has to say. Well, what about Elon Musk literally leaving the administration? A, because his contract was up, but also B, because all of his efforts to cut the wasteful government expenditure had been absolutely undermined by Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, which was going to spend $3 trillion in the next 10 years. That is more than every penny spent on non-COVID related expenditure by our last administration in 4 years, with one bill in the first 150 days. So all this fiscally conservative bullshit of being good for spending and cutting the waste, just throw it straight out the window. He's such a moron, he can't even hold to his own agenda. And by the way, that's spending $3 trillion to make you pay more in taxes, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. So there's just a smidgen of a reason why his domestic policy sucks. What about his foreign policy? You know, the icing on top, the cherry on the milkshake. He said that he could end the war between Russia and Ukraine 24 hours into his presidency. Now, almost 200 days later, he's literally begging Putin to stop bombing Ukraine, and Ukraine is launching their largest counterattacks on Russia since the war began because he stopped giving them humanitarian funding, and it emboldened Putin to take advantage of Ukraine because they were weakened, and now he's going to go and steal their land. Keep in mind that this all comes after Donald Trump knew that Putin thought that he was easy to manipulate because we had leaked Kremlin documents straight up suggesting that in 2023, but he didn't care. He still did what he did. He succumbed to the Russian propaganda. He became Putin's puppet, and he made the victim weaker. And here we are 200 days later with no resolution in sight. So there's, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes worth of reasons why he's just simply a deplorable, despicable POS that doesn't care about teenage girls, that doesn't care about women, that doesn't care about marginalized communities, is an absolute moron, that doesn't know how to implement economically effective policy, rather that's in the context of reducing our expenditure, sizing down our debt, or making life easier for the average American, and he has no fucking clue how to talk to and operate with other world leaders, and he's only made more innocent people die, get bombed, get blown up, and get pushed out of their lands and have their houses ripped to shreds by the Russian Federation. I mean, he's a fucking disgrace, Texas for Trump. So earlier when you asked me, what's one reason why I don't like them? There's 100. Do you want to feel free to respond to one of those? Honestly, I would give you a high five and I'd donate $50 to the Heritage Foundation if you could literally prove me wrong on even one of the 100 points I just gave you.
I'm trying to, man. I know you like to speak and you get on your soapbox, but really, so you
She's gonna respond as if you only said Trump bad. Watch it.
I'm gonna try to speak now. I let him speak, and I would want the same respect. But you started out, and I don't have a lot more time because I have to go live. But you started out stating, and I never asked you what you didn't like about Donald Trump. I want to be clear about that. You just proceeded to tell us. But anyway, I asked you what the Democratic Party was going to do, what they're doing to go for the future, what they're doing, because I don't see anything they're doing. You claimed and told us things that they ran on this time, but you didn't say anything what they're going to be running on. And mind you, all these things they ran on that you are stating, the American people did not like it, or they would have voted for her. They didn't like the policies, what she had going.
That's just not true. They didn't know the policies. I gave you
No,
policies.
they
I
did.
specifically,
They did.
Texas for Trump.
I'm speaking
I
now.
explicitly.
I want the same respect.
Texas
Now,
for Trump,
don't
please, with
try
all due
to-
respect,
I'm
with all due
trying
respect,
to-
with all due respect, I
okay.
gave you 100 reasons why I don't like Trump.
know, and
Prove
I'm gonna
one
get
of
to
them
that.
wrong, I'll give you a high five and donate
I'm gonna get to
$50
that.
to
I
the
am
Heritage
going to-
Foundation.
Right. You claim that Trump is a racist, yet he's been seen and friends with African American and different races other than his.
Oh my god, dude.
There are people that have even asked
Oh my
Trump,
god.
would you ever consider running for president? People loved him before he got into politics, before he was going to expose the corruption. People loved him.
Were slave masters racist?
And you claim, he's doing more to hurt the war. I didn't see Biden doing anything but giving them more money, more weapons. He wasn't doing anything. At least Donald Trump is trying to make peace agreements with the two. And you have Zelensky going off doing all this stuff to promote war. Zelensky doesn't have any problem. He is going to continue doing what he's doing. He doesn't want peace. If he wanted peace, he absolutely would not be going and bombing and bombing some more. You don't do that if you want peace.
Texas.
And you want to say that Trump is stupid and dumb when he gets up there. It's a lot better than what we had the last 4 years. Because I recall Biden not even knowing we had troops that were unalived.
Wait. Donald Trump doesn't even know that Biden is alive. 3 days ago on Truth Social, he reposted a story saying that Biden was executed in 2020 and replaced with a robotic clone.
You are
Be real.
getting angry because I'm telling you that's the reality.
Texas, can I ask you a question? Were slave masters racist?
Dude, what now?
I'm asking you, were slave masters racist?
What is does that have to do with what we're
No, can you
talking
just answer the simple question? Were
I
slave
have no idea.
masters?
How about that for your
Do
answer? I have
you
no
do
idea.
you think slave masters were racist?
I
Yes
have
or
no
no?
idea. What does
What
that
do you
have to
fucking
do?
mean you have no idea?
What
What
does
are you
that have
talking
to do?
about?
Y'all are pivoting to something
No,
else.
I'm not. I'm
That's
not
fine.
pivoting. I promise
Was-
you,
I
I am not.
answered your
I
question. I
promise
answered
you,
your
I am
question.
not
So get to the
pivoting.
point.
Hey,
What are you trying to
Texas.
establish?
Texas, is 2 + 2 4?
Wow.
I have no idea.
Wow.
Why, is the sun warm?
I don't
I
know.
have no idea.
What do you mean by
So-
two?
That you
What do you
wanted
mean by
about
two,
Donald
Dean?
Well,
Trump,
yeah.
and
Dean,
where
what
you
does
were
two
throwing
mean?
some points
What
about
do you mean by
Donald Trump.
plus? No, Texas. But my point was, right, you tried to say that his proximity to blackness somehow was a testament to him not being racist. And the reason that's why I brought up slave masters was we all know slave masters were violently racist, and yet they had black children. So them having black children or offspring doesn't necessarily mean that they were not racist. So him simply, I don't know, being next to a black person doesn't necessarily mean he is not racist, right? That was like the stupidest ass. That was the stupidest ass response. I will tell you why he's racist. The fact that he paid $85,000 worth of ads to justify the execution.
The first step.
To justify the have you ever heard of the exonerated five, Texas? Have you heard of the have you heard of
no proof that Donald
Have
Trump
you
is racist,
heard
and you'll
of
never
the
make that claim with me.
Wait,
There's
hold
no
on one
proof that
second.
Donald Trump is racist.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to tell you, Texas. Have you heard of the exonerated five? Have you ever heard of the exonerated five? Who were they?
No, I said no. I have
Okay,
not.
so they were five young black and brown teens who were innocent in New York, who were charged with raping a woman. The youngest of them all was like 13 and the oldest was 16. These were innocent young boys. And Donald Trump paid $85,000 in ads calling for them to be executed. And even after they were fully exonerated and found innocent, he refused to apologize for calling for the execution of 13 to 16-year-old black and brown boys. That is one example of him being a bigot.
Okay. You know, I remember, and I remember clearly that Biden stated that he didn't want his children to go to school with the apes. Do you remember that? He was referring to African Americans. Do y'all remember that? He's
Wait, can you provide the quote of that? I won't dispute Biden's like racist past, but
I don't have time to look it up.
Oh my
that is
God.
that, I'm pretty sure you just made that up.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm gonna butt in here real quick. Okay, did you know it's possible?
Biden is
hey,
racist.
Texas. Did you know like that it's possible for more than one old white man to be racist at the same time? Because like
Literally.
listen, honestly, like whenever I hear this shit, like you explicitly said that you will defend the idea that Donald Trump is not racist until the day you die, and there's absolutely nothing that I, Kavi, Athena,
There's
or
no
Parker,
proof.
just allow me to finish, could say to convince you otherwise, and that there's just absolutely no proof whatsoever. Okay, well then, like the moment that Athena up here is able to give you very substantive proof, is able to demonstrate to you with very like specific details exactly how he's been racist, your response is to say, well, but Biden. So obviously, if you were like tracking this conversation, that'd be some type of rebuttal to the idea that Trump is racist, making the implication that if Biden is racist, then Donald Trump isn't.
So that's
Girl,
the one
we could
point
talk
you
about
have.
Biden later, but unironically, like
the
this is
one
not a
point you
counter argument
have
to
to make
anything
your
that Athena
point.
said. No, not at all. He also called all black people lazy in the 90s, and he perpetuated the birth myth of Barack Obama, as I said earlier, but you can't keep up.
He was also sued for not allowing. Yeah, he was also sued by the Nixon administration for not allowing black tenants in his like apartments, right, Texas. So like I consider, and I told you, yeah, Biden is a racist, but so is Trump.
So what about the First Step Act?
Wait, a second. I'm sorry. I just gotta thank a couple people. Kinsey, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Kinsey down below in that chat. Kayla with a 15. I appreciate that, Kayla. Daniel with a 10 and Haley with a 10. I appreciate you guys so much. Beth with a 5 and Scott 37 minutes ago with a 20. I apologize for not catching up, but you know it's just been a while. I've been in this conversation, as well as Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500 Jennifers down below. Yeah, feel free to shoot me a question over on IG, Jennifer. I appreciate you for the love, as well as Robert. Thank you so much for the 25. Raver with a 1, Lola with a 5, Taylor with a 15. Appreciate that, Taylor. Julissa with a 10 and Daniel with a 5. Show some love to these incredibly kind individuals down below in that chat. And if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find that Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio. But anyways, take it away.
Dean,
Okay,
can I think of a few people and then I gotta go?
I don't have a whole lot of time. Okay, so I did want to say.
Here, I was gonna say, can I think of a few people and then I gotta go real quick?
Yeah.
Linda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Autumn with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love you. I appreciate the $5. They said that that she has some specific repost about saying black fatigue is real, and then all the comments are like racist white people saying that they're sick of 1350.
Oh.
So that's fucking crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. And then Tree, think of the $10. I gotta go. Good luck, chat.
It was nice to meet you, Parker.
It was not nice to meet you.
Oh, okay, cool. I love that. I love that joy and unity.
You know what
We're
black
all,
fatigue
hey, at the
is?
end of the day, we're all American. Y'all are definitely passionate about what y'all want, what you want to see the America as in the future, as of are we. Whether you like it or not, I didn't really particularly like it that Biden was our president for 4 years, but I did not like some of the things he did.
Can I test you for your consistency real
Trump
quick?
is our president, whether you like it or not.
Listen.
We're all
I
American.
have one more thing I want to say before you leave. Is it okay if I say something?
Yeah, because I got to get off, man.
Right. This will take less than 2 minutes. I'll make this super fast. So I've been talking to a lot of Trump supporters about this recently. I find it to be one of the best litmus tests for humanity and one of the best litmus tests for being a cult member. So I'm going to go ahead and run it on you. Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, I really got to get off. I got it ready for my own live, but go ahead.
It'll take less than a minute. I swear to God.
Sure.
Okay. So if do you care about women and girls?
Yes, absolutely. I have 2 nieces.
Okay, so if there's a hypothetical president that admitted to literally perving on naked women and girls in their changing rooms, would you ever support them?
He was not perving.
I'm not talking about Trump. Trump hasn't done this. Trump's a good guy. I'm talking about a make-believe hypothetical president. Let's call them Biden. If Biden did this, would you ever support Biden because of this?
I know where you're going with this, Dean.
Yeah. So go ahead and answer the question. It's very simple. It's a yes or no. If there's this hypothetical president that, like, you knew with certainty had, like, perved on naked teenage girls and adult women while they were changing in their locker rooms, and he like loved to boast about it and talk about how beautiful their boobs were, would you ever support them, or is that a red line?
Is that all he did?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you
in particular.
Right.
Hey, did he put his hands on somebody? Did he hurt somebody? I'm sorry, he is a man, correct?
Oh, ew.
Wow. Okay.
What the
So
hell?
he is a man. So actually, fuck you, because I'm also a man. And when you say, well, he did it because he's a man, that means that I'd do something like that because I'm also a man. That's absolutely disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. That is absolutely unbelievably disgusting. That is so grotesque. Yeah, let's just be okay with 65-year-old adult men taking advantage of little girls by walking into their changing room and staring at their naked bodies, being this sick old perv. But guess what? It's okay because they're just a man, right?
Sweetie, that's not how I was saying it.
Did he also like flirt with his daughter? Or he said something about him and his daughter having something in common, like sex or something?
Oh yeah, no, Athena, we could be up here all day going over all this sick pervy shit that Donald Trump has done.
Especially with Biden smelling children.
Oh yeah, but Biden, that's a great response.
Especially with Biden showering with his daughter.
Another great response, but Biden. So see, the thing here is I asked you a very clear question and you have yet to answer it. Keep in mind the very clear. Listen. The very clear question.
And we still voted for him.
The very clear question that I'm asking you.
Anything is better.
The very clear question that I'm asking you.
Democratic Party
Oh my God, you're not answering my question. Stop running away from my question.
Y'all are done.
Okay, you're muted because you're running away from the question. Once again, the question was: if you knew with certainty that Donald Trump had perved on naked teenagers and adult women while they were getting dressed in a women's only dressing room, would you still support him?
Man,
if you knew with certainty that this is something that he's done, would you still support him?
was he charged with something? I mean,
No, just if you knew with certainty, if you possess certain knowledge, if you knew for a fact.
and he looked for a second? I mean, I wasn't there. Were you there?
No, I'll rephrase. So if you knew with certainty,
No, I'm asking you. Were you there? Do you know for certain?
you're not
that's
answering.
what-
Yeah, I'm literally implying in the question. If you knew with certainty that Donald Trump had walked into a woman's changing room just to look at naked adult women and teenage girls, okay, while they're
How
getting
many
dressed with
times
no
did he do
clothes
it?
on.
How
okay,
many times? How many times did he do this?
any amount of times, 1 or 50, I don't think it matters. So
no,
if he
I'm
did this at
asking
all,
you, I'm asking you. Do you know how many times he did this?
if he even did this one time, would you still support him? And then
How
he like
many
went on
times
and bust.
did he do it, Dean?
That's-
Come on now. How
Bro,
many times?
I-
How many times?
How would I
Was it,
possibly know that?
notorious over and over.
I'm saying if you
Talking
knew
about
with
it,
certainty
you're
that he.
claiming it.
So
You're claiming
okay.
as if you were there, like
Okay.
a fly on the wall.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and re-ask the question. If you knew with certainty that Donald Trump had perved on naked teenage girls and adult women while they were getting undressed with no clothes on in a woman's only
Well,
space with
Dean,
no
I
men
guess
around,
it's- I guess
and
it's
he did this
better
just to
than
look at their naked bodies, and then he
like a
talk about
woman
how beautiful,
down
how
south
no, you're not answering my questions.
women's
No,
restroom with
dude,
little children
oh
in
dude,
there.
you are literally a child. Because I'm asking you a question that a child could answer, and you're refusing to answer it. This is so embarrassing for you. My question can be answered with a yes or a no. My question is as follows. If you knew with certainty that Donald Trump had walked into the changing rooms of adult women and teenage girls when they were naked without any clothes on, just to look at them when they were naked without any clothes on, and then he went on to publicly talk about how he would be able to get away with it since he owned the changing rooms and they were just so beautiful without any clothes on, would you still support Trump? Yes or no?
Well, I guess I already did because I voted for him.
So the answer is a yes?
I already did. Yeah, I
Yeah, you're
voted for
sick.
him.
So you're sick. So you support perverts, in other words.
No.
Oh, wait, that's not perverted?
Again, I do not know all the specifics, Dean, and neither do you.
Well, let's have Trump give them to you.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed? No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Such a bullshit video. Such a bullshit video.
Okay, Zach thinks it's bullshit. What about you, Texas?
I don't know what to say, man.
It's unforgivable, you know it. Well, I don't know why you're trying to defend it. It's indefensible.
So would you disagree with me if I said that is absolutely disgusting?
Oh, Dean, you're one of a kind, man.
So would you?
If Donald Trump was saying that about your niece, would you think it was disgusting?
I mean, you take your niece, dress
He really
shopping.
didn't say. I mean, he really didn't say anything.
If he was saying that he would jump into the changing room while your niece was changing her clothes,
That's
and
not,
he did,
that's
and he
not
could
what he
do
was
it.
stating, though.
No, but he did say that. He did say that in the
y'all
clip.
are trying
Would
to
you
twist
find
it.
it disgusting? Yes or
Twist
no?
it into your narrative.
If he said those things about your niece, and your niece was a member of that pageant, would you be okay with it?
I would talk to her and see how she felt.
Oh, wow.
You think your
Wow,
niece
this
would be
is-
okay with a random older man
I would talk to
watching her
Christ.
change her clothes?
Dude, be real.
Oh,
I am
my
being
God.
real.
Listen,
you're
I want to
not.
clarify. You take your niece dress shopping at Kohl's for prom. She's trying one on in a changing room. The older male floor
Is
manager.
this what y'all are fixated on? I mean, there's way more important things that are happening.
Right,
in the
you're
world.
gonna you're
This
gonna
is
do
what you
that.
wanna talk
You're
about?
gonna do that thing. Pivot,
No,
deflect. There's more
seriously,
important things going on.
Okay, Dean, it's been a pleasure. Like I said, we're all American at the end of the day.
Can I
whether you
classify
like
this
Trump
as a
or not.
non-response?
whether you like Trump or not, he is our president. He is trying to do things that better for America.
I'm going to classify this as a non-response.
Y'all are passionate. I'm passionate. I'm glad we have Trump. So, but it's been real, Dean. I do have to get off here.
All right.
Best of luck to you.
Yeah, go have fun with that. I'm going to classify that as a non-response. FRU, you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then Zach, you're also MAGA. Feel free to unmute. Before we start talking to Zach and FRU,
I've been MAGA. You haven't let me speak once.
yeah, because I was talking to Texas for Trump. Now you could go ahead and hop back into that conversation now, but before you do, I got a handful of people to thank here. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Sylvia says, "Thanks for standing up for the truth." Don't thank me. We should all be doing it, but I do appreciate you for the $20 donation, Sylvia, as well as Noel. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Noel down below in that chat, as well as Ali and Otis with the $50 donation over on Venmo each. Show some love to Ali and Otis down below in that comment section literally right now, as well as SOL with the $30 donation over on PayPal. Shout out to SOL, Ali, and Otis, as well as Heather for the $25 on Venmo for dealing with the screeching. Thank you, Heather, Otis, Ali. I appreciate all of you guys so much, as well as if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. At 100% of those proceeds, you could attach a message and I'll read it off on live now. Take it away, FRU and Zach. Feel free to make an argument. Convince me and Covey over here why we should support Trump.
I have a question about that Howard Stern clip you guys keep playing.
Oh, for sure, man. I'd love to talk more about that.
What do you consider to be an adult?
What I consider to be an adult?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I think that the law considers an adult to be anybody above the age of 18. Or
Okay.
of
So
18.
the clip you guys keep playing, what do they say 30 seconds prior to that clip?
What did they say 3 seconds prior?
30 seconds prior to it, the clip.
30 seconds prior. Yeah, it's talking about how Donald Trump and Howard Stern are discussing how he likes women, pretty much.
So prior to that clip, or that clip, they're talking about Miss Universe, correct?
Miss
Universe, correct?
I'm pretty sure it's Miss USA.
When you start the clip, what is Howard saying?
When I start the clip, what is Howard saying? He's
Yeah.
talking about vaginas.
What accent does he use? Like some kind of foreign accent?
Yeah, he's talking about foreign women's vaginas.
Yeah, because they're talking about Miss Universe, correct?
Okay, so then it could have been Miss Universe.
So the clip you use, you're just being disingenuous because the clip you use does not support what you're saying. It's not about walking in on teens and adults. It's talking about walking in on adults.
Oh,
for
great.
Miss Universe.
So do you want to know why I also say Miss Teen USA?
Why is that?
Yeah, because individuals who are now women that were teens in Miss Teen USA very publicly talk about the fact that Donald Trump would walk into their changing rooms just like he would at Miss USA, just like he would at Miss Universe, okay? And in fact, one of these women, their name is Victoria, they will join our live very frequently, and she might even be here right now, and I bet she'd love to tell you all about it. Now, I'd like to clarify.
I 100% agree.
Now, I'd like to clarify here, because this is a very important point of clarification. I don't find it any more wrong to do this to teenage girls than I do adult women. Would you like to know why?
I don't disagree with that either. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying you're being disingenuous.
No,
in
I'm
the
not being
fact
disingenuous
that
at all.
You keep on asking all your guests, do they support him walking in on teens? And you're saying
on
you wanna hear
teens
me
and adult
proof of him
women, yeah.
admitting it. You also keep on saying you want to hear me proof of him walking in on teens because he's a pervert, and then you play a clip of him walking in on adults.
So no, once again,
I would say focus
I
on
say that
maybe-
he walks into the changing rooms of both teens and adults, and you agreed. I can't be misrepresenting anything because you literally fucking conceded that that is something that he has done.
Are you sure it's about Miss Universe? Because I'm pretty sure that clip was about Miss Teen USA, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's just talking about all of his pageants. Like
Also-
I don't think it's
yeah,
specifically
it's also
about.
irrelevant.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't
it's also
think it's specifically
irrelevant.
talking about
Yeah.
like any specific.
Whether
one.
whether he's doing that to teenagers or adult women, like that's still like deplorable.
Yeah. So how do you feel about this? Is this a red line for you? FRU, is this a red line?
Hello?
Hi, is this a red line for you?
What now?
A red line.
What a red line?
Well, I mean, you said that you do agree that he's perved on naked teenagers and adult women. Is that a red line for you? Do you support pervs?
No, my statement was not about that. I would say it was about just you're disingenuous and using that clip to support that.
You've already repeated that 3 times, and I've responded to it 3 times. So now I'm asking you a new question because you're a Trump supporter. So is this one of your red lines? Would you ever support like a self-admitted pervert in the Oval Office?
Yeah, I don't really care about that, about being a pervert. A lot of perverts. JFK was a pervert.
Oh, great. So the stance is you don't really care about perfs because there's a lot of perfs. So because there's a lot of people that own slaves in American history, you didn't really care about that either, right?
In today's sense, no, there's no slave owners today, so why do I care about slaves in the past?
Okay, is the Holocaust happening today?
The Holocaust, like of Jewish people?
Yeah, is that happening right now?
No,
So that imply that you don't care about the Holocaust, right?
not really. No,
Okay, great. Child marriage, it's illegal in the state of Colorado now, but it wasn't illegal 100 years ago. So do you care about like prior child marriage?
prior child marriage. No, it wasn't happening when I was alive. Why do I care something that happened when I was alive?
Okay, so then why do you care what I did in conversation with the last guest? Because the first thing that you came
I'm
up
alive. It
here,
happened like 2 minutes
no,
ago.
the first thing that you said when I came up here is you were saying that you cared about something that I had done in the past. So tell me that you'll care about what something Dean does in the past, but then you won't care about child marriage in the past, you won't care about slavery in the past, and you won't care about the Holocaust in the past.
Also, child marriages still happen today. Just wanted to clarify that.
I'm leaving. This is a bullshit live, and you just wake up and go read the fucking Bible or something because you're asleep. Just bullshit.
Yeah,
dude.
Zach,
I'm
what are
gonna
the first
go.
4 books in the New Testament in the Christian Bible?
I got nothing to say, dude. I got nothing to say to you. You can go educate yourself. You keep bringing these people up here trying to teach you shit. And you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just asking you a
So,
very good faith question, Zach. You said that I
dude,
should read the Bible.
you want to know? Go read the Bible.
So then tell me what the first 4 books in the New Testament are.
Go look it up, buddy. Have a nice
Is this
day.
you saying that you don't know, buddy? Yeah, he doesn't know. Okay, got it. Back
I have
to
another
you,
question
Afrodean.
about. You guys said that.
No, you're not asking me a question. I asked you a question. I'd appreciate a response.
What question did you ask me? You asked me. You started talking.
So
to
how
him.
come you care about what Dean does in the past, but then you don't care about child marriage in the past?
I answered that question.
You don't care about the
I
Holocaust in the
answered-
past.
answered
You
that
don't care about any of these things in the past.
I answered that question.
You
I
didn't.
said
What's your answer?
you talked about things that happened like a long time ago when I wasn't alive. I don't care about those things. I'm
Are you,
talking
wait,
about
wait, are
now.
you a Christian?
Yep.
Were you alive during Jesus' resurrection?
Nope.
So you don't care about that either, right?
Not really. Not in the sense. That's not a big deal. Now.
Wait, so you're a Christian that doesn't care about Jesus resurrected?
It doesn't affect me. Is what I'm saying.
Wait, Jesus' resurrection doesn't affect you? I mean, if you knew
Not
your
right
Christian
now,
theology,
no.
yeah.
I live in the now.
Wait. I'd like to clarify that if you knew anything about Christian theology, you would acknowledge that Jesus' resurrection does affect you right now, because if it wasn't for Jesus' resurrection, you would have gone to hell, right? Because none of your sins would have been forgiven.
That's not what I mean by that. I mean, like, it doesn't affect me right now. It's just not something that I actually like think about
Wait,
and ponder right now.
how does what's in the Bible not affect you right now when like Christians believe that that people suffer today because Eve sinned? So you're still carrying on to the ramifications and the after effects of what Eve did. So how are you going to sit there and say
What
it
do people
doesn't
affect?
affect
You
you
keep on
now?
saying like I care about effect and all that stuff. Like I'm not right now reading the Bible and using it to judge if I'm going to go to the bathroom or not. That's
Wait,
what I mean.
I have a
It's not something
question.
I think
Do you care about
24/7.
Biden?
Say again?
Do you care about Biden?
No. Why should I care about him?
Oh, good job. Logical consistency.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's great logical consistency. Do you care about like Donald Trump trying to rig the presidential election in 2020?
Not really. Didn't really go through, did it?
Okay, what do you care about?
I care about you guys saying that that somehow the Chicago, or is it the exonerated 5 means Trump's racist?
Wait, why would you care about that? That was in the past.
Huh?
Why would you care
It was
about
5
that? That was
minutes
in
ago.
the
You said it
past.
5 minutes ago. I'm in the now. right now.
Wait, was 5 minutes ago in the past?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I keep on saying Paul.
Get the fuck out of here. What a troll. What a troll. Nah. That's like, honestly, I gotta give it to the guy. One of like the most OP angles that you could ever use when coming up here to debate is just holding to the position that you literally don't care about anything. Because if you don't care about anything, then you can't be proven wrong about any of your beliefs because you literally don't have any beliefs about anything. I mean, like 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Yeah, everybody, truly.
He
just
was
10 out of 10
willing
approach.
to he was willing to throw Jesus under the bus.
I know,
just to
for
stay
real.
consistent.
Yeah, he threw the top G under the bus. That's some crazy fucking work right there. Let's see here. River and Selfie, I appreciate you both for the $5 over on Venmo. And Hannah, thank you so much for the 10. Hannah says, thank you for sticking up for women. We need more men like you. I agree. More men who need to meet the bare minimum. I appreciate that. As well as Ian, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Shout out to Ian. Ian says, if Jesus is real, no wonder he hasn't come back. These are the Christians nowadays. Yeah, bro, the Christian nowadays, they fucking suck, dude. As well as As let's see here, Bobby, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I really appreciate that. John, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Huge shout out to John. He didn't leave a message, but Rian did with a $20 donation saying, "Speaking the truth, we need you." Shout out to Rian and John down below in that chat. And what is going on, Evan? Are you MAGA?
Hey, how's it going? I have no opposition or anything like that. I just wanted to say.
Okay, I'm sorry for kicking you. I really am. We are just looking for some ups, but you are awesome. Thank you so much for popping up here. What's going on?
Cookie King Mogs you.
Evil Dean, change your name. Moving on to the next guest here. Here we go, everybody. It is quite difficult for us to get debates going up in this space. I just, thought I'd put that one out there. The James debaters are scared. They're scared, very scared. We got Nick loading in. Here is Nick. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yo, hell no, bro. That dude is fucking stupid.
Base, unfortunately, like I said to the guest before the last, we're just looking for debate, so I'm going to go and move on. Goodbye. Please only come up here if you support Trump. And Ian, thank you for another $10 over on Venmo. Ian says, dude, you're amazing. All the love. Huge shout out to you. All the love to you as well, Ian. Thank you so much for the $10. Delilah, what's going on? Are you MAGA?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I am 20.
What year were you born in?
2004, November 1st.
Great, yeah, you will be 20. Delilah, why in the hell do you support Trump? I mean, he sucks.
Well, I don't like Kamala.
Okay, so, you basically support Trump today because he's better than what we would have if Kamala Harris won. Okay, I'll entertain it. Why is that?
She really annoys me.
Annoying. Okay, what's worse, annoyance or fascism? I won't go there. Okay, she annoys you. Anything else?
She messed up the border patrol, which was her one job when she was vice president.
Well, it's actually terrible that you say border patrol specifically, because the Biden-Harris administration funded the border patrol specifically much more than they were funded under Donald Trump's administration. So she actually only made border patrol stronger.
Okay, well, I don't care.
Okay, well, if you don't care about it, then why would this be the reason that you support the fascists?
Because Trump is just better. He's more American. When I think of America, I think of Trump.
Okay, you're a troll.
He represents our country.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I just got to confirm your age. I think that you're likely like a 15-year-old that's up your tree.
I promise I'm not. I was born in 2004.
Do you have a driver's license?
No.
Do you work a job?
Yes.
What's a W-2?
I don't know. I don't do stuff. I live with my parents still. Dean, I love you!
Get out.
Dean, I love
Leave. Moving on. Here we go. Athena, how's your day going?
It's okay. Your guests are very interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, dude,
how's it going?
It's going. It's the Wild West over here, Athena. It is truly the Wild West in these streams. I mean,
No, I noticed.
Yeah. Hello, love. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Oh, dude. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he is needed. He is needed in America.
Oh, no.
I'm African American, and I'm also a psychologist, but I don't know. I feel like it's the realest. I feel like USA is bullshit, and as long as the Democrats was in, we could, live that fairy tale. But this is America, the way it is. This is how Blacks have been living for centuries. Welcome.
Athena, I feel like you'd probably like to butt in on this conversation.
Yeah, what can you elaborate on your point with regards to like black people living like this for centuries, and why you decided to then vote for a fascist like Trump?
Yes, to elaborate a little bit more, I feel like the news, the media is bullshit. I feel like there's two Americas. There's a Black America, that's white America. And white America could, the Democrats sit up under their bullshit and act like everything is fine and fair and, this is America, but it's not. This is America.
Wait, the right doesn't even believe in systemic racism.
Yeah, but isn't Trump like the epitome of like white America, like the same racist white America that you're talking about? The same person who has been dehumanizing Black people?
Yeah.
As well?
But you know what? As long as the Democrats was doing it, as long as white people are not affected, it was okay. Now white people get to experience firsthand the bullshit that Blacks have been experiencing for years.
Well, I'm Black, but yeah.
I'm Black
so-
too, yeah.
So you're basically saying that you voted for Trump to kind of like destroy the whole country and make white people experience what
No,
black
it's
people have
kind
been
of like the
experiencing.
resurrection. Like shit has to happen. It has to get bad. Like we all need to come to the stance that this is fucked up for us to move forward.
Can I also just like hopefully have you acknowledge that like Donald Trump doesn't merely make the living conditions for white Americans worse, he actually disproportionately makes them worse for black Americans. My evidence for this would be that the big beautiful bill does reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, sure, and that's going to affect white people. However, it affects you worse the less money you make, and there's a difference in the average socioeconomic standing of black Americans and white Americans due to like slavery and its aftermath. So like his terrible economic policy that's going to make people make less, like disproportionately disenfranchises black Americans.
It always has. It always has.
Right.
But now,
right. But your argument is like, you know,
now it's
we
going
need
to affect whites as well. And then something will be done. When it affects you, when it affects your pockets, when it affects the races, then something will be done. When it's, you know,
okay. So I mean, you just like voted for Trump to make everything worse for everyone.
No, I voted for Trump to wake up everyone so that they can see.
Oh, like we're going to see like a massive push for like progressivism following Trump.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what happened to Germany after the Holocaust. Would you have supported Hitler too?
You know, some things have to happen for, you know, us to move forward. I think that we should be all on the same level playing field.
Wait, are you implying that the Holocaust had to happen?
That it did not happen or it did happen?
I just asked you if you would have supported Hitler because we also saw like a progressive revolution in Germany following the fall of Hitler's reign. And you said, well, some things just had to happen. So are you saying that Hitler had to happen, that the Holocaust had to happen?
I didn't say that it had to happen. The Holocaust specifically had to happen, but for America to move forward and for it not to happen again.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm clear. Wait, hold on. To understand you, are you saying that it had to happen?
Yeah, like if you were God and you could snap your fingers, go back in time and prevent the Holocaust, you wouldn't do that.
Well, I'm not God, and this is the Holocaust. You know, you guys have to wake up. Everybody see that this is hell. Trump said that he's going to, you know, there's going to be hell released, and people are living in hell. We all are. So now I think that we will all get together and we'll do something about it. You can't live your life where, oh no, that doesn't exist, and you know.
Sorry, I kicked her. I removed her.
I'm sorry. That low key broke me. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even know what to say to that. Like, is she implying that like a mass unaliving of Black and Indigenous people has to happen in order for? Because that's ultimately what's going to happen, right? The most marginalized part of the population is going to suffer the most disproportionately. So is that what she's advocating for in order for people to be more progressive? I don't know. That was a bit weird for me.
Yeah, that was quite the take. We're just going to move on to the next guest. Hello, Alan. Are you MAGA? All right. Alan isn't even here. Jesus Christ, man. Some of these people, man. Let me tell you. Nuts. I tell you. Nuts. Let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. We got Braden loading up in that box while we got Braden loading in. Annie, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on that YouTube stream, as well as Jay. Thank you so much for the $51 super chat. Jay says, I know you have anxiety, but man, I was more worried about your freaking heart during your 100 Reasons Why I Hate Trump righteous tirade. And that's because my own heart was racing as well. I'll never get tired of saying you and Parker are beautiful. Jay, I love you, man. You're in here every single day. Everybody, show some love to Jay down below in that comment section, as well as Sid. Oh my God, Sid with the $100 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Jesus Christ, Sid. That is so much money. I really appreciate that. Let's get 1,000, Sid W. Sid says, help, coming from Parker's live, this is so overstimulating. Anyways, hi, Dean chat. Hope everybody had a good Saturday. Yeah, you know, I hope everybody had a great Saturday. I don't know if your Saturday got better or worse when you joined in here, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Braden, what's up, you MAGA?
I was, but I'm actually kind of looking for a reason to not be anymore. Like, I've realized he's not a great president, and I don't really know much about Kamala's policies.
Okay, well, I mean, honestly, a conversation about Kamala Harris's policies wouldn't be like Too necessary because guess what? The election is like 7 months old. But I mean, I think that, if you're saying that you acknowledge that he's not a great president, you're no longer MAGA and you're on the path to righteous discovery of truth. Now, the one thing I'd ask of you is to, employ like the same, lines of critical thought that led you to the conclusion that Donald Trump isn't a good president when evaluating the character and policy of more progressive candidates in local and federal elections in the future. As well as, I don't know, tuning into streams like this might be able to help, man. Appreciate you for coming up, Braden. But I mean, if you're telling us that you don't support Trump anymore, that's awesome. I'm really proud of you, and so is everybody else watching. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box. Andrew, 1 minute ago with the $15 over on Venmo. Andrew says, how can I become as knowledgeable and capably spoken as people such as you with such intense and factual debate capability? Watching news and reading articles isn't enough to become this. Feels impossible to express myself politically and passionately without spiraling. I'd say the very best way to become like really good at debate and just honed in on your ability to debate is to debate. Experience ultimately is the only thing that will make you like a great debater. And that experience can be got honestly in places like TikTok. There's a shit ton of smaller lives that you could get in super easily and just start having these conversations. And who knows, maybe you're down the line, you'll just be the best. As well as Gladys, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo and 5 minutes ago, saying thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you for your love, Gladys. As well as Christopher with a 5, Sophie with a 5, and Ian with a 5. I appreciate you guys all so much. Ian also with another 10 minutes ago, Ian said, dude, you're amazing. All love. Keep up the good fight. All the love, Ian. I appreciate you. What's up, Love is Rage? Are you MAGA? And they're not even here. All right, everybody, we're probably going to go ahead and get the last guest of the day up onto the stream. This next guest will likely be the last. I've been on for a lot longer than I had intended to. We're going over 5 hours now, but I just didn't want to end. I've been having so much fun if you haven't been able to tell. Megan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Megan says, thank you. We need more people like you. That's kind, Megan. Thank you so much. As well as Amanda with the $4.44. Appreciate that. What's going on, FF Bubba? You MAGA?
Nobody. I just wanted to say what you do is great. That's all.
I appreciate that. That's kind of you. Guys, keep in mind if we're in that queue, make sure that means that you're MAGA. Also, if you haven't already, maybe this is your first time seeing me, go ahead and drop a follow if you like what you see. I'm on here every single day for 4 to 6 hours having these conversations. Yeah. Timmy, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate it. Now, we're going to get Mr. Charlie up here. Hello, Charlie. Are you MAGA? Looks like Charlie isn't sticking around. Goodbye, Charlie. All right. Who's that last guest going to be? I always find it shocking that it is so hard to find Trump supporters to debate with over 14,000 people in the room. Let me tell you. What's going on? You support Trump?
No, then I didn't vote for Trump. I'm a Democrat, but I want to analyze something that no one had done before, this type of analysis done on immigration issue. And if you remember, during the Obama administration, the issue wasn't caravan. The issue wasn't all of these people coming in. The issue was what to do with the dreamers, the people that came when they were young.
Right.
That was the issue. When the caravan started, they started when Trump was coming down the elevator saying that he's going to build a wall. Then people all over the world that want to come to the United States, they say, okay, this is the time to go. Because before they build the wall, and people start coming. And this is when the campaign started on 2015. And that's why the Obama then see all this immigration caravan coming in. When Trump lost the election in
2020,
then he started doing the opposite, saying that the borders are open. And then people all over the world start coming in, caravans again, because they were still coming during the Trump administration because he didn't do anything. He continued saying he was going to build the wall, so people start coming in before that. But then when he lost the 2020, then he said the borders are open, and people start coming in. And I find out because I went to Panama, because I'm a Panamanian. And I was traveling from Panama to Santiago.
Man, I'm sorry.
And then
I'm sorry for cutting you off. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. But I will say,
I know
you did just make a really good point. You did just make a really good point.
People got scammed with immigration when there was actually no issue before. So he's running on something that he created to fool all of these people to vote for him when there is no issue with immigration. Wasn't an issue. And the issue that made Obama, the deporter in chief, it was because Arizona, Florida, Texas, all of North Carolina, South Carolina start during passing laws, state law, so they can use their state policemen to deport people, making Obama the deporter in chief. So all of this is being created by Republicans, saying, "Oh, the borders are open." Fox News, RT, all of this conservative media propaganda all over the world, and people are coming in caravan. I was in Panama, and people told me, immigrants coming in because the bus of immigrants coming from the Orient to Costa Rica, they stopped there to eat where I was. And I asked them why they were going to the United States. And all of them say because the borders are open. I say, hey, the borders are not open. It's going to be the same way. You're going to be closed. You're going to find out it's closed, and you have to maybe find out a way to get in. And that's how they sell something that wasn't there. So he's creating a problem, then to say to fix it later on.
Like I said, I've never considered that perspective before. You know, Wriggle, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm going to remove you from the live, but I'm going to talk about what you just said. I appreciate you for coming up, though, man.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. I wanted to remove him before I started talking because there's a bit of background noise with the TV, but that's a great point. Actually, I will say, I talk about immigration every single day, and I've never considered that before. So basically, the idea that he was setting forth is the idea that a lot of the incentive for mass immigration into America during the Biden-Harris presidency wasn't just like the pandemic, that maybe we've talked about on the live, but literally people like Trump, Fox News, and people on the right preaching about how wide open the border was. Because I get it. A lot of the times Trump supporters will come up here and they'll say, well, Biden and Harris opened the border by just inviting people to come into America. And, that's not true, but I see their logic. Basically, if we say that people can just come right on in, people will think they can come right on in, and there'll be a lot of people that try to come right on in. And, it wasn't Biden or Harris. I mean, Harris said very specifically, do not come. But Trump, Republicans, MAGA, Fox News, the border's wide open. Anybody and everybody can come in. That is a really good point. It's a point that I haven't considered before. Very smart. Now, I am going to go to end the live for the night. I know that I said we'd get around to one more debate. I'm running out of time. It's 6 over here. I should probably go cook some dinner for me and my girlfriend. Athena, I really appreciate you so much for joining me. I always enjoy having you up here.
I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. Did you see my message, by the way?
I didn't. I have do not disturb on during the live streams.
Okay.
I'll check my messages after the stream. I got you.
No. It was about, can I plug something, by the way? Like an initiative that I'm highlighting?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, so there are like 12K people here. So there are multiple initiatives in my link tree. If you go to my link tree in my bio, there are multiple initiatives. One of them is to support Congolese women and girls who are victims of SA, give them like healthcare and mental support as well. And the second one that I really want to highlight is of Sudanese women who are displaced, to give them period care. So if there are people here who want to support women within the Global South, I'd highly highlight those two initiatives in my bio. There are multiple other initiatives as well that you could go and support. They're all in my bio. And another one is also about the slave trade in Libya as well. If you want to inform yourself about what's happening in Libya with Africans being enslaved, and if you try to want to help them, those initiatives are also in my bio. But thank you, Dean. I genuinely appreciated co-hosting with you, or not co-hosting, but being here for like a couple of guests. But I hope you have a good evening.
No, I hope you have a great evening as well. And please, everybody, before Covey heads out, drop her a follow. She's absolutely great. You guys should involve her, kind of in your media chamber of the content that you consume on social media, especially, I mean, if you want to be more informed about what's going on like the global scale, you know, like something I realize that I get taken away with, a lot of people, especially in American politics, get taken away with, is just focusing on America. And I mean, like, obviously that's, you know, really important to a lot of people because our president is a fascist, but, you know, what's kind of left out there is a lot of the issues that aren't happening in America, issues that are happening in Syria, Libya, the Congo, etc., the global South. And something I really appreciate about Athena is probably the most educated person I know on this entire app as it relates to global issues. So consider dropping Athena a follow. Athena, I appreciate you for coming up. I even threw your TikTok over in my YouTube stream. So yeah.
Thank you.
Of course, have a good
Yeah,
rest
I
of your day.
appreciate you being for that. Sorry. Yeah, I appreciate you for that. And if you want to learn about racism as well, I do host regular lives about racism. So if you want to learn about racism and how it manifests itself and what racism even is, and feminism as well. So those are the topics that I deal with. But I appreciate you as per always, Dean. I'm also very proud of you. Just wanted to say that. But I'm going to drop. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Athena. Have a good rest of your evening. All right, everybody. Wow, it has been a successful day. A lot of crazy Trump supporters today, y'all. Before you head out, make sure to drop a follow button, and I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a stream to raid if you would like. Let's see who's live. Honestly, I'm surprisingly not seeing many people live today. Looks like Ian is debating God's existence. Ooh! Oh, man. Okay. I got to send you guys over to Ian's live. So Ian is debating God's existence. And this is going to be informative for people that believe in God and people that don't believe in God. These conversations are very respectful. They're a great person. And right now, Ian has Dr. Blitz up. Dr. Blitz is a PhD physicist out of Germany. Very educated on the reality. He's a physicist, and they also have critically is one of the smartest philosophers. I'll call him a philosopher that I've ever met. So wow, what a combo! I'm actually going to be listening to these people while I'm cooking dinner. We got Ian, great with philosophy. Dr. Blitz, great with physical shit. He's a PhD physicist. And then critically, who's great with philosophy as well. I mean, this is going to be a banging live. That's on TikTok at allegedly.ian. If you guys want to go ahead and throw that in the comment section, both on YouTube and TikTok, I'll pin those messages and you guys could go show them some love. By the way, their proper pronouns are they, them. I accidentally called them he, him, but I just thought I'd let you guys know because I just saw everybody spamming in the chat saying, what is his at? So going over to their stream. Might as well know. Now that is at allegedly.in. We got that pinned over in the TikTok live, and it's being spammed in the chat of the YouTube live. Once again, even if you're a Christian, even if you're a theist, even if you believe in God, these conversations are going to be interesting for everybody. They're really respectful over there. They're great. Go show them some love. I'm I'm so excited about the combination of the people on this live that I myself am actually going to tune in when I hop off here. So go show them some love, everybody. I'm going to be off for the night. Peace and love. Drop a follow on your way out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Do these lives every single day. Hit that follow button on your way out. Peace and love. Take care. Everyone on YouTube, peace, love. Take care. See you tomorrow.